The Iron Throne of Ice and Fire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Blood and Fire 8. Rolly laughed and patted Jon Snow, saying, "Jon, it's your turn to tell your story." Jon took the wine glass and took a big sip. He paused and said, "I was born a mistake. There's really nothing much to say about my story," Rolly said nonchalantly. "There aren't so many mistakes. Be happy, my friend." Rolly's words reminded Jon of the fat man who looked honest but was actually quite smart. He could be said to be his first friend. He remembered the group battle of the tourney in King's Landing, where he fought side by side with Mont and Weatherwater. He had planned to make a few jokes at the end and then exit beautifully, but unfortunately he accidentally injured a leg, which was a bit regrettable. Retracting his thoughts, Jon smiled and said, "Yeah, I still have friends," Little Griffin joked. "The most important one is the red-haired girl." Jon was about to speak, but was interrupted by Little Griffin with pretended impatience. I know, Raynell." Rolly laughed. "Hey." Jon smiled and shook his head. His eyes became more blurred. "I plan to marry her when I go back. I hope you can attend our wedding." After Jon finished speaking, Little Griffin and Rolly seemed to look at each other inadvertently. Rolly rubbed his hands and said, "Jon, thank you for inviting me. Don't worry, I will do my best when we make trouble in the bridal chamber." Jon laughed and hit Rolly with his fist. "I'm worried that you will scare my bride away." Little Griffin stretched out a finger, scratched his cheek, and said, "I'll be responsible for blocking the door." Jon couldn't help laughing. "Little Griffin, you are still reliable?" The laughter of the crowd stopped, and Rolly suddenly said, "Don't you want to invite one or two relatives?" Jon's handsome face flashed bitterness, and he murmured, "Relatives?" Gulp, gulp. He drank a big mouthful of wine, and then said, "As I said, illegitimate children have no relatives." Rolly wanted to speak again, but Little Griffin stopped him with a look. Jon chatted for a while in a daze and fell asleep unknowingly. The pavilion outside the house. Rolly rubbed his face with his big hands and said, "Little Griffin, Jon is really tight-lipped. I admire him a little." Little Griffin rubbed his temple and said slowly, "Varys has a sharp eye. He is a good Stark." Rolly scratched his head and said, "I think it will be difficult to get him to tell his life experience. This kid is very stubborn." Little Griffin chuckled, "So, I can trust him?" Rolly nodded as if he understood, and said, "What should we do next?" "I really can't think of any other way." Almost. In Rolly's puzzled eyes, Little Griffin continued, "We have heard Jon's life experience with our own ears." "What do you mean?" Little Griffin looked into the distance and said slowly, "If he hadn't said it after drinking, how could we know his amazing life experience?" Rolly. After a moment of silence, Rolly nodded, "Yes, who can remember exactly what they said when they were drunk?" Rolly scratched his head happily. "It turns out to be so simple. I am really not suitable for using my brain." Little Griffin. Little Griffin's face was still gentle. "Everyone has his own strengths. I agree with Jon's point of view. You are indeed a rare warrior." Rolly first chuckled, then hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Little Griffin, I'm actually very curious." Little Griffin looked extremely handsome in the soft moonlight, and he smiled. "Curious? Curious about why Jon was sent to Viserys and Daenerys?" Rolly rarely showed a serious look. "Jon has outstanding swordsmanship, and his character is also very good. He can be a good helper to you in the future." Little Griffin asked back, "Rolly, it's rare that you are curious about this kind of thing. Do you really want to know the answer?" Little Griffin's voice fell, paused. Rolly shook his head and said, "Forget it. I think even if you tell me, I won't understand it very well." Little Griffin smiled and said, "I can tell you, and I will have to tell you soon. It's all the same." Rolly looked at Little Griffin in confusion. "Because your friendship with Jon is part of the plan." Little Griffin was very patient. He continued slowly, "Whether it is Viserys or Daenerys, they are not good at leading troops in battle, and Jon just has this talent. We will secretly help Viserys to grow his strength and continue to attract everyone's attention. When the time is right." At this point, Little Griffin paused and continued, "Father taught me that no matter how good a plan is, it is just a plan. No one can guarantee that it will go smoothly, because unexpected accidents may happen at any time." Little Griffin exhaled the smell of wine and continued, "The Jon Snow we chose is another guarantee to deal with accidents. If Viserys deviates from our planned plan one day, Jon will help us to subdue Viserys' troops." Rolly couldn't help asking, What if they don't hand over the troops to Jon? Little Griffin chuckled. After all, he is of Targaryen blood, plus his ability to lead troops. Are there any other good candidates for them? Rolly seemed to be talking to himself. Jon surrendered as a Targaryen, helped them lead the troops to fight. After a pause, Rolly suddenly realized, then Rhaenyra is. Little Griffin's eyes moved slightly, and his voice was cold. As long as Jon's loyalty remains unchanged, Jon and Rhaenyra will love each other for life. Unconsciously, Rolly's back was covered with cold sweat. His Adam's apple rolled a few times. He said with a bitter face, "Your Highness, do I know too much?" Little Griffin smiled gently, reached out and patted Rolly's arm, and said, "Rolly, I tell you this because I believe in your loyalty, and I want you to stay with Jon. He also needs help." Rolly wiped the dense beads of sweat on his forehead without concealment, and said, "I understand my mission, please rest assured." Little Griffin smiled and nodded slightly. After a pause, Rolly continued, "It is said that the Beggar King is quite capable of doing things." Little Griffin leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, his purple eyes looking at the twinkling starry sky, and said, "This is a good thing. The more Viserys likes to do things as he pleases, the easier it will be for you and Jon to control the troops." Rolly laughed heartily. He had returned to his normal appearance. He rubbed his hands and said, "Then I will go to see the future queen tomorrow." Little Griffin corrected, "She is one of the candidates for the queen." The next day, morning. Bang bang bang. Jon, who was sleeping, was awakened by the sudden sound of knocking on the door. One of his hands immediately grasped the hilt of the sword. Jon stood up. He quickly looked around the room, slowly approached the door, and kept an eye on the movement outside. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the door sounded again. Jon loosened his fingers, tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword again, and said in a deep voice, "Who is it?" On the other side of the door, a young voice responded, "In the name of Princess Daenerys, open the door." Jon's pupils shrank slightly. Princess Daenerys? Why would she come to me? Jon turned his head and scanned the room again. Where were Little Griffin and Rolly? Jon thought for a moment, put away his sword, and opened the door. He saw a tall and thin young man with a slightly pale face standing outside the door with a few soldiers. The young man looked Jon up and down and said, "My name is Anguy. Are you Jon Snow?" Jon stared at Anguy and nodded slightly. Anguy turned sideways and said, "Sir Jon, in the name of Princess Daenerys, please go to the Governor Mansion." He added, "Your friend, Rolly is waiting there." Viserys City-State, Governor's Mansion. Following Ange into the hall, Jon looked up. Daenerys Targaryen, the Princess of Dragonstone, sat upright, her back straight, her hands naturally placed on her knees, looking elegant and noble. In the morning light, her silver hair exuded a faint luster, and her pair of violet eyes, like crystal amethysts, sparkled with charming brilliance. She was so beautiful. The young man from the north forgot to salute. Daenerys' eyes stayed on Jon. He looked handsome. Although he looked lean, he felt very powerful. His skin was slightly dark. His hair was brown. His gray eyes were so deep that they were almost black. At least he didn't have any characteristics of Targaryen blood in his appearance. The silver-haired princess' eyes moved slightly, and she glanced at the intruder named Rolly. She frowned slightly. Did these people want to awaken her true dragon's wrath? The maid standing beside Daenerys sang, "Before you is, Princess of Dragonstone, breaker of chains, savior and protector of Viserys, Daenerys Targaryen, Stormborn." The maid's introduction brought Jon back to his senses. After a pause, he saluted Daenerys with his chest touched. "Good day, Princess of Dragonstone, I am Jon Snow." Daenerys' voice was full of majesty. "Stranger, tell me the names of your parents." Jon looked up suddenly and opened his mouth. Why did she ask me this? Did she already know his life experience? After a moment of silence, Rolly's rough voice sounded, "Jon, I told her." "What did he tell her?" Jon turned his head and found Rolly kneeling on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. Jon was surprised. "Rolly, what happened?" Rolly trembled his lower lip and said, "I may not have sobered up this morning. I climbed a wall and accidentally ran into Her Royal Highness the Princess." Asana, who was guarding Rolly, scolded, "You broke into the governor's mansion without permission and dared to offend Her Royal Highness the Princess. You will be sent to the guillotine." Jon digested what he heard after coming here, and said, "Where's Little Griffin?" Rolly replied, "We went out riding together, and then we got separated. I don't know how I got here." Rolly still exuded a strong smell of alcohol. Jon rubbed his swollen head first, then looked at Daenerys, who was watching them, and said respectfully, "I'm sorry, Princess, my friend must have been drunk. I promise he didn't mean it. Please forgive me." Daenerys' crisp voice rang out, "Stranger, this intruder told me that you are my people, the Targaryen people." Her voice became cold, and then she said, "I can ignore the recklessness of a drunkard, but do you know the consequences of such a lie?" Daenerys' words shocked Jon, and he looked at Rolly in disbelief. Rolly's cheeks flushed, and he raised his chin and pointed in the direction of Asanna. "Jon, I'm sorry, they wanted to kill me, and I was anxious." Before he finished speaking, Rolly lowered his head in shame. Jon asked seriously, "How do you know my background?" Rolly looked up and said in confusion, "You told me yesterday when we were drinking. Have you forgotten?" Jon had a headache. He vaguely remembered that the three of them had told their stories together, but the memory was very vague. "How did I say this?" Jon blamed himself. He did not doubt Rolly. His friend was honest, and he believed that he would not deceive himself. What's more important? This secret, unless he revealed it himself, no one else could know it. Jon, who was at a loss, saw Daenerys slowly raise her hand. His pupils shrank. He knew what this action meant. When her hand was lowered, his friend would be pressed out for execution. Jon had to stop her in a hurry. "Your Highness, I am willing to be honest with you." Daenerys retracted a raised hand and tapped her chin lightly. Jon took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and slowly said, "My biological father is Rhaegar Targaryen, and my biological mother is Lyanna Stark." Daenerys stood up from her chair, stared at Jon for a while, and said, "Wrong spring." Jon was embarrassed and said bitterly, "I was born by mistake." Daenerys shook her head. "That's not something you can decide." Daenerys' voice was still cold, but her words made Jon's eyes suddenly hot. Daenerys' simple words warmed Jon's heart. This was a kind of warmth he had never experienced before, as if a warm current spread from the depths of his frozen heart, through his blood, and passed to every corner of his body. Daenerys said again, "How do you prove that you are telling the truth?" Facing Daenerys' slightly expectant eyes, Jon was very sure of his heart at this moment. He didn't want to see disappointment in these beautiful eyes. He answered seriously, "Lord of Winterfell, Eddard Stark can help me confirm it." Then, Jon told all the details about his birth that he had heard from Lord Eddard. Daenerys was indeed skeptical at first, but now she no longer doubted Jon's life experience, and she didn't even need the usurper to confirm it in person. Daenerys thought this might be some kind of resonance between the Targaryen blood. Daenerys quickly walked down the steps and came to Jon, looking at him gently. Daenerys' eyes were full of crystals. She reached out and gently stroked Jon's cheek, and said, "Jon, I am your aunt." Jon's eyes turned red. He closed his eyes sadly, and held back the hot tears. He said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, I'm just a bastard." Chapter 202 Blood and Fire 9. Daenerys Targaryen held back tears. She shook her head slightly and whispered, "Jon, I will tell everyone that you are my nephew, my relative." Jon Snow turned his face away, and the back of his hand brushed across the corner of his eye. After taking a deep breath, Jon turned to Daenerys, and his smile was a little shy. "I know, Aunt Daenerys." Daenerys' tears overflowed from her eyes, and dripped down her cheeks. She showed a happy smile. Jon was immediately flustered, and he said nervously, You don't cry." Daenerys wiped her tears, and she shook her head in amusement. Although it looked fine, Jon still asked with concern, "Are you okay, Princess Daenerys?" "Don't worry, I'm just too happy." Daenerys raised her eyebrows slightly, and in a good mood, she joked, "My Jon, have you never seen a lady cry because of happiness?" Jon answered very frankly, "I haven't noticed it before." He smiled embarrassedly, and then said, "She likes to laugh." Daenerys smiled and glanced at Jon, and said, Her name is Rhaenys, and I plan to marry her." When Jon mentioned Rhaenys, his face was full of the innocent smile of a teenager. Daenerys murmured as if talking to herself, "That's great," she said again, "I will bless you, Jon." In the garden of the Governor Mansion, Daenerys and Jon sat in the pavilion, talking and laughing. "Goose, goose, goose." The silver-haired princess covered her mouth and laughed, while Jon had an embarrassed face. Jon spread his hands helplessly. "For a while, I didn't even dare to run into him, for fear that he would drag me over to duel with him again." Jon first recounted his own upbringing, and then talked about what he saw and heard in the Red Castle. He found that Daenerys was very interested in Lord Green's affairs, so he told her everything he knew, including The embarrassing incident when he was crushed by Lord Green during a sword fight. The honest young man from the north didn't find anything else unusual, but just thought that his relatives were happy. Daenerys couldn't help rubbing her belly and said, "I guess this is some kind of test from Lord Green." Jon nodded slightly. "I only found out the reason later. It turned out that Lord Green planned to take me in as his squire. Although I lost this honor, I have always been grateful to him." After a pause, he said, "I can feel that he didn't choose me for other reasons, nor did he despise me like others because of my identity. Lord Green is a good man." During the conversation, the two of them tacitly avoided the matter of the usurper. Daenerys tapped her chin slightly, paused, and suddenly said, "Jon, I heard that King's Landing held a tournament not long ago. Who won the championship?" Jon shrugged. "Of course it was Lord Green. At least I haven't found anyone more powerful than him. He really did it." Daenerys remembered the first gift that Green gave him, the Queen's crown of love and beauty. She has always treasured that gift. Daenerys' smile became sweet unconsciously. The slow-witted northern boy finally found something wrong, and he asked directly, "Princess Daenerys, do you like Lord Green?" Daenerys' smile was charming. She nodded and admitted, and said, "Jon, you can call me Daenerys directly, or Dany. I will bless you too, Daenerys." In the distance, Viserys Targaryen stared at the man and woman in the pavilion with a cold smile on his face. "I'm so happy." "Dick, who is he?" Dick stretched his neck and confirmed again before answering, "Your Majesty Viserys, I heard that he just met our princess today." "Don't talk nonsense. His name is Jon, and it is said that he is the child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark." After hearing Dick's words, Viserys' handsome face became distorted, and his teeth creaked. The wrong spring, the dirty bastard, the root of rebellion, the blood of the usurper. Dick saw King Viserys standing there motionless and talking to himself. After a while, he called carefully, "Your Majesty." Viserys suddenly grinned. "Very good, very good." After saying that, he looked deeply at the figure in the pavilion in the distance, turned around and strode away. Whether it is Daenerys or Jon, in the process of their growth, the lack of family affection is like an insurmountable gap, deeply engraved in their hearts, and they all long for the warmth and comfort from their loved ones. Daenerys and Jon lacked family affection, so they longed for it. Their reunion was a rare blessing for them, and they both cherished it. On the first day of their acquaintance, Daenerys appointed Jon as her guard to show her trust in him. The next morning, Jon, wearing clean black leather armor, came to a small hall in the governor's mansion and waited for Daenerys' arrival with everyone else. A middle-aged man with sparse hair and a strong body attracted Jon's attention. To be precise, what attracted him was the emblem embroidered on the man's dark green coat, a black bear standing on 2 feet. The Mormont family of Bear Island? Jon pondered the identity of the middle-aged man and walked over. Jon took the initiative to greet, "Good day, I am Jon Snow." Sir Jorah's face became a little stiff, and he replied, "Good day, I am Jorah Mormont." "Jorah Mormont?" Jon's face turned cold. He had heard of him from his uncle Ned, the man who had fled shamefully to escape the crime of selling slaves. Jon said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be here." Sir Jorah stared at Jon. "It seems, you know me, the bastard of Winterfell." Jon frowned. "Mormont, you have lost your honor?" Sir Jorah looked Jon up and down and said, "It was Eddard Stark's distorted justice that took away my honor like a robber." One of Jon's hands climbed up to the hilt of the longsword at his waist. "A slave trader is not worthy of talking about honor. This is a stain on honor." Sir Jorah's hand also rested on the hilt of the sword. "I have the right to deal with poachers who break into my fiefdom. They are already guilty of death." Jon stared at Sir Jorah and said coldly, "This is not a reason you can sell slaves." Sir Jorah snorted coldly. "You really look like a Stark," he added. "When we return to Sunset Land, I'll give you a chance to prove your honor, kid." Their movements had already attracted the attention of others, and the tall and thin Anger walked over slowly. Anger nudged the Bear Island knight with his elbow and said, "Sir, it's rare to see you so patient." After the last serious injury, Anger became much more stable. He saluted Jon. "Good day, Sir Jon. I am Anger. I am." Before Anger finished speaking, Barona suddenly pushed him away and interrupted him. Barona first pinched her chin and examined Jon for a while, then raised her eyebrows and said, "You are very strong. I will come to you tonight." Anger, who was knocked aside, looked up at the roof in silence. Sir Jorah reached out and patted his shoulder. "What do you want to see me for?" The brave young man from the north took a step back instinctively. At this time, the maid sang, Her Highness Daenerys is here." Everyone bowed slightly in the direction of the voice. Daenerys, wearing a light golden silk dress, walked slowly towards them with a gentle smile on her face. After the greeting, the silver-haired princess stood beside Jon and solemnly introduced him to everyone. Barona had just returned this morning, and she could not hide her disappointment at this moment. How could he be a relative of Her Royal Highness the Princess? It is really hard to find a strong and handsome husband. The focus of their discussion together was still the arrangements for the tournament. After the meeting, Daenerys kept Jon. Daenerys sat upright, crossed her fingers and moved them, and her voice was full of apology. "Jon, my brother. King Viserys." After a pause, she continued, "Because of the tournament, there are a lot of things to do, and he has no time to see me for the time being." Last night, Daenerys asked to see Viserys for Jon's matter, but was rejected by him. Although Daenerys realized that Viserys was different, she had not yet associated it with the complicated legal issues. After all, she had lived a wandering life with her brother since she was a child, and had not received any teaching in this regard, and she had no consultants in this regard around her. Jon smiled gently and said, "Daenerys, I am already very satisfied with what I have now." He seemed to be worried that he had not expressed himself clearly, and added, "Believe me, I am telling the truth." Daenerys stared at Jon for a while with a serious face, nodded slightly, and said, "There will be a good time." Seeing Daenerys' firm expression, Jon smiled helplessly. The young man from the north was not good at expressing himself verbally. He would prove his words with actions in the future. He was really satisfied to have a relative like Daenerys. He already had a lover and relatives. Sometimes he was afraid that he would suddenly wake up and find that it was just a dream. Daenerys took a sip of the teacup and said, "Jon, what about Rhaenys?" Jon looked at Daenerys in confusion. Daenerys couldn't help but smile. "My Jon Guard, have you ever thought about bringing your Rhaenys here?" After a pause, she said gently, "I will protect you." Jon looked grateful and moved. He nodded and clenched his fists, secretly vowing he would use his sword to split all of Daenerys' enemies, and the North would never forget. That night, Barona, who was unwilling to give up, wanted to carry Jon into her room and leave him an unforgettable memory, but unfortunately lost to him in the sword skills contest. The next day, in the sword skills training field, Jon defeated another close guard of Daenerys, Asina from Crab Claw Peninsula. At the same time, Jon's strength was also recognized by the Daenerys group. On the third day, Daenerys invited a skilled blacksmith to make a full set of armor with black background and red patterns for Jon. The blacksmith expected to complete it within a month. On the seventh day, Jon defeated other competitors with his excellent sword skills and became one of the coaches of the princess's army. On the 11th day, Jon led 100 soldiers with Rolly, who had just joined, to destroy a group of robbers roaming around the city-state. On the 13th day, Daenerys gave Jon a luxuriously decorated sword as a reward. 14 days later, in the evening, Viserys' king's tent. Viserys smelled heavily of alcohol. "My dear sister, are you teaching me how to do things?" He stretched out a pale and slender finger, tapped Daenerys' forehead, and continued, "I am King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, protector of the realm, Viserys Targaryen III, the only true king of the Iron Throne." Finally, Viserys screamed, "The true king of the Seven Kingdoms." Viserys' loud voice immediately attracted Barona, Jorah, and Dick, who were waiting outside the tent. Seeing that the three had broken in without permission, Viserys roared, "Get out!" Among the three, only Dick hesitated, bowed and left the tent. Viserys showed a strange smile. He looked at Daenerys and said, "My dear sister, are you trying to awaken the wrath of my sleeping dragon?" Daenerys did not come here to quarrel with her brother. She turned her head and whispered, "You wait for me outside. Don't come in without my order." Viserys first watched Jorah and Barona leave the tent coldly, then picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said sarcastically, "Dany, my dear sister, you are so stupid. Why do they only listen to your orders? Why do they dare to ignore the real king?" Daenerys shook her head slightly and said calmly, "Brother, they are my helpers. Only with my helpers can I get the troops for you to take back the Iron Throne." After a pause, she continued, "I believe, when brother sits on the Iron Throne, you will definitely become a beloved king." After listening, Viserys laughed, and his laughter was full of sarcasm. "My sister's tongue is so sweet. I almost believed your lie." Viserys' words made Daenerys sad and heartbroken. The harm caused to her by her only biological brother was always doubled. Daenerys' eyes turned red. She took a deep breath and said, Viserys, I am your biological sister. How could I possibly lie to you? Viserys' handsome face twisted. He took a step forward and shrilly said, Aren't you looking for me for the blood of the usurper? With a bang, he smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground and said angrily, You want me to acknowledge a bastard with the blood of the usurper? You idiot. Bitch. Although tears welled up in Daenerys' eyes, she still looked up and looked directly at Viserys. Viserys, there are only 3 of us left in Targaryen. Viserys' purple eyes seemed to turn red. What a ridiculous reason. Listen, there only needs to be one true heir of the dragon, and that's me. Daenerys was in tears. She swore this was the last time she would cry for her brother. She swore to the gods. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Blood and Fire from the Same Origin, and Essos, Viserys City, West Harbor. Swamp marigold flags fluttered, and blue figures were everywhere near the dock. Grim Crab stepped down the plank from the mermaid, surrounded by his guards. The captain of the West Harbor Guard was one of Daenerys' 20 guards that Grim left at Crab's trading company in Pentos. He walked over quickly and saluted, Lord Grim. Grim smiled, patted the captain's arm, and said, Grim, thank you for your help. Regardless of the position and status, King Grim would remember every person from the Crab Claw Peninsula he had come into contact with, and he had never neglected them since he inherited the territory. The captain of the guard moved his lips, stroked his chest, and said, Grim, I am at your service. Grim was nearly 30 years old. If he was outside, he could be said to be an elite with rich combat experience, but if he was in the Crab Claw Peninsula, which was in chaos all year round, he would at most be considered one of the many experienced veterans. Jarrett has a rare advantage. He is a calm person in the simple folks of Crab Claw Peninsula, which is rare, so he was chosen by Green as one of Daenerys' guards. Green's brown eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the direction of the sunrise and said, Warrior Jarrett, I need horses, the more the better. After that, he looked at the steward Leighton who came with him, and said, You go with me and buy them at a high price. We have to set off as soon as possible. Yes, my master. Green looked at the direction of the sunrise again, which was the location of the main city of Viserys. On the way, Green and his party were changing horses, and a handsome young man came over with a horse. His blue hair shone silver in the morning light. Stranger, do you need a guide? Green raised his eyebrows slightly, and he threw a silver deer to the blue-haired young man. In the evening, Viserys' king's tent. Outside the tent, Jon Snow glanced at Jorah Mormont, who was looking gloomy, and looked at Verona, saying, Is Princess Daenerys still in there? Verona looked Jon up and down and said, Wait a minute, she doesn't want to be disturbed by others. After the fight that night, Verona's attitude towards him was sometimes good and sometimes bad, but Jon didn't take it to heart, and nodded. At this time, there was a quarrel in the tent, or it was Viserys' shrill roar. The 3 of them looked in the same direction, revealing a worried look. Bang! Not long after, there was a sound of heavy objects falling in the tent. Jon clenched his fists, paused, and took a step, but Verona stretched out his hand to stop him. Princess Daenerys has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb her without her permission. Jon looked at Verona, and when he hesitated in his heart, another sound of heavy objects falling was heard. Jon no longer hesitated. He said in a deep voice, I will go in and plead guilty. After that, he strode in directly. In the tent, Viserys, with bloodshot eyes, pushed over a large table, and Daenerys looked at her brother who was venting his anger motionlessly. Haha. After a while of heavy breathing, a cold smile gradually climbed up on Viserys' face. He turned his head and looked at Daenerys standing beside him. The corners of his mouth twisted into a terrible arc. You bitch, if it weren't for you, the Iron Throne of Targaryen would not have been taken away by the usurper. You are a sinner. You are the biggest sinner of Targaryen. Daenerys suppressed her anger and said, Brother Viserys, I ask you to calm down. I will not admit it, and I will not accept unwarranted charges. You still dare to quibble? Viserys strode forward, facing the wrath of the sleeping dragon. Daenerys looked up, and there was no fear in her eyes. Seeing Viserys raise his hand, Daenerys' body couldn't help but tremble slightly, remembering the beatings her brother had once given her. She clenched her hands tightly, full of anger. In the end, Daenerys overcame the fear that remained in her body, and she glared at Viserys. Daenerys clenched her hands tightly, and her voice was full of angry warnings. Viserys, I will never let you hurt me. Viserys paused, he turned his head to look at his raised hand, and burst out laughing. Retracting his raised hand, Viserys stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Daenerys who was glaring at him. Viserys's purple eyes were still filled with inexplicable madness. Yes, as the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, I should tell you about your crimes first. This is the king's mercy. He seemed to be very satisfied with his behavior. He nodded to himself and continued, your crimes. If you could be born earlier and marry Rhaegar, would the wrong spring have happened? If you married Rhaegar, would those people become usurpers because of a woman? If you married Rhaegar, it was because you were born too late that Rhaegar did not have a suitable wife, so there was that damn spring. And finally the usurper took away the Iron Throne of Targaryen. Viserys seemed to be sentencing, Daenerys Targaryen, your crimes are unforgivable, you deserve to die. How could my brother think like this? Is he crazy? Daenerys angrily pushed over the table beside her and shouted, Viserys, you are a bastard. At this moment, Viserys seemed to enjoy Daenerys' anger. He pointed at his sister and said, because of my mercy, I did not execute you and let you live to this day. You should be grateful to your king. And, Viserys' words suddenly stopped. He looked at a figure walking towards them, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Viserys grinned, I knew you would come in. Jon looked at Viserys, who had a crazy look on his face, warily, and walked quickly to Daenerys' side, and said worriedly, are you okay? He can't be my brother. Daenerys' eyes were a little dull, and she shook her head silently. Viserys looked at the two people's actions and murmured, they are all damned guys. Jon stood in front of Daenerys and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty Viserys, please allow us to leave. He felt that something was wrong with Daenerys, and Jon took her away without waiting for Viserys' response. You are. Viserys stopped Jon with a look of contempt. He stretched out a hand to grab Jon's shoulder and said, Are you the bastard? The dirty blood of the usurper. Jon glanced at the hand that Viserys placed on his shoulder and frowned. Your Majesty Viserys, I don't want to conflict with you. Viserys sneered, Oh? Why? He laughed strangely and continued, You don't really think you are Targaryen? Jon said coldly, I don't need to be a Targaryen. I have always been Jon Snow and will never change. Very good. Viserys let Jon go. Wait, let me think about it. He frowned and pinched his chin, while pacing slowly. He said excitedly, Maybe, we can really become. Before he finished speaking, Viserys suddenly staggered, as if he stepped on something, and fell straight towards Jon. Jon quickly stretched out his hands, grabbed Viserys' arms, and helped him stabilize his body. Thank you. Viserys raised his head, and the two looked at each other, and the corners of his lips gradually rose. Puff. Jon suddenly felt a sharp pain. He looked down stiffly. A dagger was deeply inserted into his abdomen. Daenerys' scream came to his ears. Viserys' eyes were bloodshot, and bloodshot was densely intertwined. I am the only descendant of the true dragon. Puff. 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 The dagger in Viserys' hand stabbed Jon's abdomen again and again, and blood gushed out of the wound. With a plop, Jon knelt on the ground, and the pain invaded him. The consciousness of the young man in the north gradually blurred. Viserys left the dagger where it last stabbed, and then kicked Daenerys who was trying to stop him. Outside the tent, with a bang, Barona and Jorah drew their swords almost at the same time. Barona took a fighting stance, glanced at the enemies surrounding them, and said, How did they get here? Sir Jorah raised his sword, held the hilt tightly with both hands, and said, They should be sellswords. At this point, Jorah and Barona's eyes collided. Viserys, Sir Jorah's fingers loosened slightly, then tightened the hilt again, saying, Leave it to Jon inside, we must hold on here. Barona licked her dry lips and said, No problem, old knight. Jon was lying in a pool of blood, while Daenerys curled up on the ground in pain. The severe pain made her unable to move for a while. Viserys straightened up, and the hand-dyed red even stroked his messy hair, and raised his chin high. Viserys' tone was like a declaration of victory. My dear sister, I told you not to try to awaken the wrath of my sleeping dragon. Daenerys' face was very pale, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Her voice trembled because of the great pain. Why? She seemed to have lost all her relatives. Viserys brought Daenerys a grief that was almost desperate. Viserys glanced at his sister lying on the ground with contempt. He reached out and opened an exquisite wooden box, which contained 3 dragon egg fossils. Do you think I will be grateful to you for secretly sending this thing to me, my dear sister? What do you think I am, a brother who sits under your sister, and eats obediently? Or, have you forgotten that I am your king? Or, do you have some delusions that you shouldn't have? Viserys turned around and took steps in the direction of Daenerys. As he walked, he said, Dany, my dear sister, when you accepted the blood of the usurper, I sentenced you to death. You want to kill me? Daenerys' tone was very calm. She was not surprised at Viserys' action. Daenerys felt that her heart was numb with pain. She gritted her teeth tightly, shook her petite body, and climbed up with difficulty. Viserys stood up, looking at his struggling sister mockingly, and slowly drew out his gorgeous sword. Daenerys seemed to have forgotten her grief. She straightened her waist, and there was no emotion in her voice. Viserys, my brother died a long time ago, I am sure of it now. Daenerys walked slowly to the brazier in the tent. Viserys suddenly felt startled and screamed, what are you doing? Damn it, don't move, you will die. Daenerys reached out and grabbed the brazier. Her hands were smoking, and her hands seemed not to feel the pain brought by the high temperature. This abnormality did not attract Daenerys' attention. At this moment, she was tightly surrounded by the despair brought to her by her brother. Fear flashed in Viserys' eyes, and he couldn't help but pause. Daenerys' eyes became gentle. She seemed to be looking through the present Viserys and looking at the Viserys in her childhood memory. Brother, we are finally going to meet. Daenerys picked up the brazier and threw the whole basin of charcoal at Viserys. There was no time to react, and the charcoal ignited Viserys' hair and clothes, and quickly ignited the flammable objects around. With a scream, Viserys put out the fire on his body, and there were obvious burn marks all over his body. Viserys roared. He bent down and picked up the sword he had thrown on the ground, and rushed towards Daenerys. The fire in the tent gradually rose. Daenerys looked at Viserys, who was rushing towards her with a sword, and murmured, you said that a true dragon is not afraid of fire. You lied to me. After that, Daenerys stood there and closed her eyes. She calmly waited for death to come. Green. You will remember. Your Highness. Puff. A stream of blood sprayed on Daenerys' cheek, and her final farewell in her heart was interrupted. Smart Dick. Daenerys suddenly opened her eyes, and she saw Viserys holding her neck tightly and Dick holding the dagger tightly. Chapter 94. Dick's whole body was shaking violently. I killed the king. Viserys' neck was cut by Dick's dagger, and his hand instinctively covered the wound, trying to stop the blood from gushing out. However, blood continued to flow from between his fingers, and he felt weaker and weaker. His legs could not support him, and he fell straight into a pool of blood soon. Dick finally came back to his senses, but his body was still shaking. Princess, I will take you away. Daenerys' eyes first slowly swept over Viserys and Jon, and finally stopped at her palm. The hands that grabbed the brazier had no trace of burns. Daenerys said softly, Viserys didn't lie to me. A real dragon is not afraid of fire. I am the real dragon. Daenerys looked at the wooden box containing dragon eggs and said, Dick, I need fire. Dick felt that Daenerys was very abnormal at the moment. He pleaded anxiously, Your Highness, the fire is getting bigger and bigger. We must leave immediately. I need more fire. Do as I say, Smart Dick. Dick pleaded desperately, if anything happens to you, Lord Green will never forgive me. I will help you explain. This is your only chance. Yes, Dick cried and ran out. Green looked at the blazing fire, his eyes trembling. A red comet appeared in the low eastern sky, and its long tail illuminated the entire night sky. The blue-haired young guide suddenly sighed. What a pity. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the person next to him. What a pity. Before the blue-haired young man could speak, he said again, Is it a pity that I can't be with you? After saying that, Green grabbed the back of his neck. What are you doing? You said your name is Little Griffin, right? Let go. Arwhoosh. Under the bright night sky, a black shadow flew into the burning fire, and the flames devoured everything like a furious dragon. Chapter 204, Burning Sword. The raging flames sometimes swirled, sometimes twisted, chasing each other, and climbing up towards the night sky. Dang 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 dang. With one hand holding the hilt of the long sword at his waist, Green Crab stood in front, and the huge flames blew up a strong wind, blowing the blue cloak embroidered with swamp marigolds. The firelight was reflected in Green's eyes. Should it be okay? Although he knew that Daenerys was not afraid of fire, at this moment, facing the raging fire directly, he still couldn't help worrying. How many dragons would it be? Green's eyes trembled slightly, and he seemed to be able to witness his own finishing blow. Who is Little Griffin? Green didn't think that Little Griffin was the real Little Aegon. He was more inclined to believe that this impostor was a descendant of the Blackfire family or a descendant of Arryn, the Bright Flame. This is a Game of Thrones, but Little Griffin was smart enough to take the initiative to contact him. As a qualified power player, Green would naturally not waste a good opportunity and would kill him first. As for the true origin of Little Griffin, it's not important. Lord Green has set up a new card table himself. Everyone come to the bowl. The flames rose high, waving huge and fiery wings, and the glowing embers floated into the endless night, like thousands of newborn fireflies. Varys. John Connington, formerly the Hand of the Mad King, alias Griffin, Little Griffin's adoptive father. The Golden Company. Green rubbed the thumb of his other hand against his index finger. The fireworks squirmed in front of Daenerys. They were like female dancers, spinning, dancing. They seemed to show the vitality in the flames, and they looked extremely beautiful. The flames devoured Daenerys' relatives. She smelled the smell of a cooked meat, which was no different from the familiar smell of barbecue. The fire melted the skin, leaving only dry bones. The high heat of the flames made sweat flow through every part of her body, and the tears that should have flowed were replaced by it, flowing down her cheeks. These were not tears. She had sworn that she would never cry for Viserys again. Daenerys' clothes began to smoke. She pulled her hand and let the object in her hand fall to the ground, bursting with red flames. A stream of hot air rose from the fire and rushed towards Daenerys. She did not move at all. She was a descendant of the true dragon and had a blazing flame in her body. The flames were so beautiful. Daenerys saw bright red fire lions, golden giant snakes, and unicorns made of light blue flames, each more beautiful than the other. Daenerys opened her arms and greeted them. Her skin glowed red in the hot flames. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he turned his head to look behind him. He just saw the warhammer of Montan Weshu hit the head of an orange-haired strong man fiercely. The warhammer was so powerful in Montan's hand that it instantly shattered the man's head, and the sticky red splashed everywhere and fell to the ground. The strong man fell to the ground on the spot, no longer having the breath of life. Seeing the Lord's gaze on him, Montan said naively, "My lord, he has been staring at you." Green's eyebrows slightly raised. As if realizing that his explanation was not very good, Montan scratched his head and added, "He has murderous intentions towards you." Montan has the intuition of a beast, and his sharpness is second only to himself. Green tapped his chin lightly, turned around, and walked over. While Green was looking at him, Asana's voice sounded, "My Lord Green, he is called Rolly, he is Jon's friend." Green looked at her. "Asana, is the blockade completed?" Crack. A loud sound of stone breaking suddenly sounded, and Green even felt a shaking of the ground. Crack. The sharp sound rumbled like thunder, thick smoke rolled up, and the ground shook again. Crack. The fire roared and shook the sky, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The flames went out and the ground cooled slightly. Crackling, Green took a step, and his feet made a crisp sound once stepping on the charcoal. Grim found Daenerys Targaryen in the ashes, surrounded by charred charcoal and glowing embers. Daenerys was naked, covered in sweat, and her beautiful silver hair in memory was burned out. Daenerys was safe and sound. She embraced the milky white and golden dragon and the bronze and emerald dragon with her hands respectively. The black and red dragon hung on her shoulders, wrapping its long and winding neck around her chin. Daenerys looked up at the blue figure. She seemed to think it was an illusion. Grim. The three little dragons opened their bright red eyes like charcoal, and followed Daenerys to look at Grim. Daenerys suddenly stood up and repeated, "Grim, hiss." The little black dragon blew a few wisps of white smoke from its mouth and nose in dissatisfaction, and the other two also joined its roar at the same time. Grim raised his eyebrows, and his eyes swept over the three little dragons. For a period of time, he was the strongest creature. Green pulled off his cloak and put it on Daenerys. She stared at him motionlessly, her violet eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Green gently picked up Daenerys by the waist. Her hands tightly grasped his clothes, buried her head in his shoulders, and called softly, "Green, hiss." The three little dragons spread their translucent wings, flapped the air, and cried in unison. Davos Seaworth looked at the port of Dragonstone, which became crowded for the first time. There were a large number of sailors carrying supplies at each dock, and every tavern was crowded with soldiers, gambling dice, drinking or searching for prostitutes. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain, because Stannis forbade prostitution on the island. Davos sent his son away and walked into the tavern alone. At the end of the noisy hall, his good friend Saladin Hirsan waved to him. Davos walked across the table and benches, pulled a chair and sat opposite. He looked at Saladin and nodded his chin. Saladin smacked his lips and said, "My friend, the flames will spread everywhere and it will hurt your eyes if it is too bright." Davos shrugged slightly. "She said the red comet is a prophecy from the ancient book of Ashay." Saladin curled his lips and said, "I think the red comet is a guide for me to return to my old job." Davos just curled the corners of his mouth slightly and said nothing. Saladin burped and said, "I didn't expect the leader of Casterly Rock to send his dwarf son to be in charge of King's Landing. Does he want to use that ugly face to scare away their enemies, or does he want the little devil to dance on the city wall and make us laugh to death?" Davos raised his glass and took a sip of ale, and said, "Saladin, how is the defense of King's Landing?" Saladin leaned back in his chair and said, "The city walls are high and thick. They are busy building catapults and giant crossbows, but what's the use? Those gold cloaks are all good birds, but except for them, there is no one else in the Lannister to defend the city." After a pause, he leaned forward and continued, "I think as long as we can attack quickly, like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit, the great capital will be ours. If the wind is favorable, our Lord Stannis will be able to sit on the Iron Throne tomorrow evening. By then, we can dress up the dwarf as a clown, poke his ass with a gun, and make him dance for us." He chuckled and added, "Perhaps your kind Lord Stannis will reward me with a wonderful night with a beautiful Queen Cersei. The thought of this makes me very motivated to fight, my friend." Davos put down his wine glass and replied, "Pirate, didn't you complain that the people of Westeros are too impatient? Lord Stannis is fair, and you will be rewarded for every effort you make." Saladin said sadly, "Dear old friend, what your poor friend wants is the shining gold, not the promise in black and white." Davos promised with a serious expression, "Saladin, you will get the gold when we seize the treasury of the kingdom of King's Landing. Stannis Baratheon is the most trustworthy person in the Seven Kingdoms, and he will keep his promise." Saladin waved his hand impatiently. Okay, my friend." Davos smiled. "Thank you, my friend." Saladin first sighed helplessly, then moved a little closer to Davos, and he restrained the smile on his face. "Davos, even if as you said, we take King's Landing, how long do you think we can hold it? Tywin Lannister has a large army, and Renly Baratheon." After a pause, he continued, "I heard that Stannis' brother-in-law is going to bring his young and beautiful queen, the group of flower lords and shining knights, and 100,000 soldiers, along the Rose Avenue to the big city we just talked about." Davos was surprised and said, "Are you sure? He wants to take his bride to fight." Saladin laughed, shrugged, and said, "It's a pity that the king never thought of explaining the reason to me." His expression became obscene, and he said, "Maybe he can't bear to leave the warmth of his bride for one night? Or he thinks he has won the victory." Davos pondered for a moment, and said, "I will report this matter to Duke Stannis." Saladin drank the rest of the wine in the glass in one gulp, wiped his mouth with his hand, and said, "Dear sir, when do you think our leader will give the order to set sail?" Davos frowned and said, "I think it should be soon, my friend." Still waiting for the guidance of the Red Priestess, Davos was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Saladin spread his hands and stood up from the chair. "I see. It seems that it won't be long before the two of us can feast in the Red Castle and listen to the cheerful tune sung by the dwarves." He walked over and patted Davos on the shoulder, and said, "When you meet King Stannis, please remind him for me that by the next new moon, he will owe me another 22,000 gold dragons. Well, if he lets me sleep with Queen Cersei for one night, I can waive some of the interest." After saying that, Saladin swaggered out of the tavern. Davos continued to sit for a while with a frown on his face, then glanced at the sky outside. He drank the ale in the glass in one gulp, pushed the glass away, and stood up to leave. Outside the Dragonstone Cathedral, flames shot up into the sky. The girl and the Virgin Mary, the warrior and the blacksmith, the old woman with pearl eyes, the father with a gilded beard, and the stranger who was carved to look like an animal were all in the sea of fire. Hundreds of people gathered here to watch the burning of the seven gods. At this time, even the soldiers who were maintaining order felt deeply uneasy about such disrespectful behavior towards the gods that most people have worshipped all their lives. Melisandre walked slowly around the blazing fire. She was dressed in a scarlet blood-red robe, and her eyes were as red as the large gem on her neck, as if they were burning. She chanted as she walked, "We dedicate these false gods to you. These seven-faced gods are your enemies. Please take them away and give us your light, for the night is dark and full of dangers. She cried out, O our healer, Lord of light! Come to us, mortals, in the darkness. Stannis stood and watched expressionlessly. His wife Selyse Florent was beside him, repeating the prayers devoutly with Melisandre. Seeing the gods being burned, Davos, who was standing behind and watching, frowned. Those who opposed the Lord of Light would either be killed or arrested and imprisoned. No one would stop this. He sighed secretly. For Davos, who was born a smuggler, the gods did not have any special meaning to him, but he opposed harming his own people because of issues such as true and false gods. Black smoke rose, swirling and twisting. Suddenly the wind direction changed. The spectators blinked, shed tears, and rubbed their eyes. Melisandre raised her voice and said, according to the prophecy of the ancient book of Ashay, after the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and the cold darkness will cover the world. At this horrible moment, a warrior will pull out a burning sword from the flames. That sword is the Lightbringer, the red sword of the hero. The one who holds the sword is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, and he will drive away the darkness that covers the world. She raised her voice, Azor Ahai, favorite of our healer. Warrior of light. Son of the holy flame. Come. Your sword awaits you. Draw the sword that is yours. As Melisandre finished speaking, Stannis strode forward as if he were going to a battlefield. In the fire, he grasped the hilt with his gloved right hand and pulled hard, pulling out the sword. The blade was wrapped in emerald green flames, and Stannis raised the sword high. Buzz! Everyone exclaimed in a low voice. Lady Selyse shouted, burning sword. There was silence for a moment, and then everyone shouted, burning sword, burning sword, burning sword, burning sword, burning sword. Melisandre raised her hands above her head and chanted loudly, look! The promised sign has come true. Look, that is the messenger of light. Azor Ahai has returned to the world. Cheer! Hail to the warriors of light! Hail to the son of the holy flame! She shouted, the night is dark and full of dangers. Lord of light, please give us your light. Suddenly, Davos saw Stannis thrust the flaming sword into the ground, then immediately took off his burning gloves and let them fall to the ground. The messenger of light stuck in the ground was still glowing red, but the flames wrapped around the sword were fading quickly. The long sword began to turn black, and it looked more and more like scrap metal. Davos thought, is this the red sword of the hero mentioned by the priestess? Chapter 205, Paper, Pen, and Crow. Essos, Viserys City, Governor's Mansion. Green stretched out his long legs and sat on the ground, his back leaning against the side of the bathtub. Hualala. Behind, Daenerys was soaking in the bathtub, and her two maids were rubbing her body. In front, three little dragons seemed to be asleep. Lord Green had a faint smile on his face, but his mind was full of thoughts. His eyes moved slightly, looking at the three little dragons who looked obedient at the moment. Green's brown eyes trembled slightly. Stay or not? Green's thumb and index finger were slowly approaching, but suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked back, and his eyes met Daenerys's. Daenerys' eyes were full of undisguised love, and her voice was very soft, as if she was worried about something. Green, this is not a dream, right? Daenerys' dark little hand tightly grasped the corner of Green's clothes, which was one of the important reasons why he was sitting here at this time. Green's fingers moved, and then, that hand gently covered the back of Daenerys' hand. He smiled, I'm here, my princess. Daenerys' eyes were slightly red, she slid over and hugged Green with both hands. After looking at each other for a while, she murmured, this is not a dream, answer me, Princess Daenerys, she interrupted softly, call me Dany. The two of them pressed together, and the low laughter of the maids came to their ears. Daenerys felt Green's warmth and breath, and her consciousness gradually blurred. Sleepiness swept over like a wave. She finally gave up the struggle with peace of mind and let sleepiness take her into a sweet dream. When they parted their lips, looking at Daenerys who had fallen asleep, Green unconsciously revealed a gentle smile. Hula la la. Daenerys, who was wet, was carried out of the bathtub by Green. After a pause, Green lowered his body again and signaled to Daenerys' maid with his eyes that one of the princess's hands needed to be washed. The two maids were well trained. One washed and rubbed it, and the other wiped it with a dry towel. Soon Green stood up again. Green sent Daenerys to the bedroom. When he returned to the bathroom, he had a huge ice sword in his hand. Closing the door, Green pulled the ice and walked slowly towards the three quiet little dragons. The tip of the ice sword made a harsh friction sound on the hard stone slab. The noise Green made woke up the three little dragons. They screamed and spewed out small black smoke from time to time. Green sat in front of the three little dragons, with the ice standing upright, and the ripples deep in the sword body were looming. It was still as sharp as when it was first forged. The ice was placed at an angle, and Green took out a rough whetstone. Hiss 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 hiss. The crisp and pleasant sound of sharpening knives gradually reduced the screams of the three little dragons. Chirp 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 chirp. Daenerys is no longer the one who grew up through many painful experiences. Because of his intervention, she is now just an exiled princess who has just found her strength and lost her relatives. But, can Green, who aims at the Iron Throne, trust her? Daenerys loves him very much, but what is love? Is love a special physiological reaction? Green, a time traveler and power player, tried to explain it with the memories of his previous life, but he couldn't find a definite answer for a while. Wow. Green is sometimes more willing to face those who are malicious than those who are kind to him, because this will not affect the speed of drawing his sword. Maybe it takes some time, not for others, but for himself. Hiss 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 hiss. The clear and pleasant sound of sharpening knives seemed to make the three little dragons find their own peace of mind one by one. Lord Green nodded secretly. The beautiful music really helped to deepen the feelings between each other. Today's music class ends here. Lord Green got up from his chair. He was very patient because he knew that fatherly love needs to be cultivated from an early age. The next day, afternoon, Daenerys, who was lying on the bed, looked at Green, who was sitting beside the bed with sleepy eyes. Green closed the book that recorded the legend of Valyria and smiled and said, "Daenerys, are you awake?" Daenerys stared at Green and nodded silently. Seeing that Daenerys was looking at him motionlessly, Green chuckled and said, "Princess, do you need the service of Green's servant?" Daenerys smiled and nodded again. Green stretched out his hand, but Daenerys followed his strength and fell into his arms. Daenerys hugged Green's waist tightly. "I missed you so much, my knight." Green put one hand around Daenerys and patted her back with the other hand. "I'm here, my princess." Daenerys nodded in Green's arms and she hugged him tighter. The two of them hugged each other quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Daenerys raised her head and asked, "Green, are you here for me?" Green tapped his chin and said gently, "Dany, I heard your voice in my dream on the first day, and the same dream on the second day, but I still couldn't hear what you were saying. On the third day, I heard it clearly. I heard you asking for help, so I came here." Daenerys responded to Green with warm warmth. Daenerys' breathing became heavy. She put her palm on Green's chest and pushed, and Green lay on his back on the bed. Daenerys sat on Green's body, then stretched out her hand. She habitually wanted to lift her long hair to one side, but her action paused. Green put his hands behind his head, and looking at Daenerys, who suddenly seemed to be frozen, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Daenerys touched the soft scalp, and her pupils widened. "Where's my hair?" She touched it again, and repeated in disbelief, "Where's my hair?" Green was about to speak, but Daenerys suddenly climbed off him and came to the dressing table barefoot. After staring at her bald image in the mirror for a while, Daenerys burst into tears. The scene should be said to be a little sad, but Green always wanted to laugh. He had to adjust the muscles of his face. After a pause, Green left the bed. Daenerys saw him coming in the mirror and immediately covered her face with her hands. "Dany, believe me, you are charming." Daenerys' fingers opened a little gap, and she looked at Green standing behind her through the mirror. "Green, this is burned by fire." As she said this, she suddenly paused. Her eyes caught sight of the bald head in the mirror, and Daenerys couldn't help crying again. Green thought for a moment and suggested, "Dany, should I ask your mate to help you find a prettier headscarf?" Westeros, Riverlands. The Lannisters swore knights led the free riders hired by Tywin Lannister and suddenly crossed the border between the Westerlands and the Riverlands. Thousands of cavalrymen, divided into many small units, began to burn, kill and plunder the Riverlands ruled by the Tully family. Originally, the vassal army gathered in Riverrun under the order of Edmure Tully, son of the Duke of Riverrun and Catelyn's younger brother. Now under his order, many lords returned to their fiefdoms with their own troops to defend against the raid of the Westerlands cavalry. The heir to the Duke of Riverrun vowed to do his utmost to defend every inch of the Riverlands and protect every man, woman and child who depended on the Duke of Riverrun. When the army of the Riverlands was dispersed, 15,000 Westerlanders led by Jaime Lannister marched eastward from the Golden Tooth in the Westerlands, the Westerland fortress that guarded the Riverlands, and the Riverland troops stationed in various parts of the Riverlands were easily defeated one by him. Jaime's Westerland army approached the Tully family's Riverine directly. 20,000 Westerlanders led by Tywin Lannister crossed the Red Fork River along the Golden Road and swept through the scattered Riverland troops. Wherever the Westerland army led by Duke Tywin passed, the castles of the Riverland lords were looted, and the villages were razed to the ground. Countess Hilaria Harrenhal surrendered to Duke Tywin because she did not have enough soldiers to defend against the attack of the Westerland army, and the Westerland army entered Harrenhal. Outside the gate of Harrenhal, a gallows was built. The corpse hanging on it swayed back and forth. Crows were all over the body. When someone approached, they cackled and flapped their wings. In the Red Tent, Lord Tywin sat at the table, waving the quill in his hand. Although Lord Tywin was over 50 years old, he still looked tall, with long legs, broad shoulders, flat belly, and thin but muscular arms. Since his golden hair began to thin, Lord Tywin shaved his head and shaved his beard around his lips and chin, leaving only the sideburns on his cheeks. Lord Tywin's eyes were light green with a golden color. It was rumored that a jester once joked that Lord Tywin even had gold in his shit, so he was imprisoned in the deepest dungeon of Casterly Rock. It was said that this person was still alive. Lord Tywin's younger brother Kevin Lannister hurried into the tent. Lord Tywin, I just received a raven message. Jaime fought a decisive battle with the main force of the Tully family under Riverine. The Riverland army was defeated. Edgemere Tully and many Riverland vassals and knights were captured. The quill in the hand of Lord Tywin paused. He looked up at his slightly fat brother and said, "Wait a minute, soon." Lord Tywin finished writing the letter and put the quill aside. Lord Tywin stretched out his hand, and Sir Kevin immediately handed Jaime's letter to him. After receiving the letter, Lord Tywin quickly read it and nodded slightly. After a moment's silence, Sir Kevin said, "Lord Tywin, the Lannisters still hold Sirich, and it is said that Valder Frey of the twins is also gathering troops. Will they affect Jaime's siege?" Lord Tywin shook his head slightly and said, "The old fox of the Frey family will never send troops unless they smell the scent of victory, and right now the air is filled with the smell of defeat. As for Jason Mallister of Sirich, he lacks the strength to fight alone. Once Jaime captures Riverine, both families will surrender." After a pause, he continued, "If the Starks had not sent troops to support Riverine, we would have won the battle." Sir Kevin's face was still a little worried. The Starks' 20,000 troops are stationed in the south of the Neck, and they may move south at any time. You can only know the sharpness of any sword after trying it. After a pause, Lord Tywin continued, "The kid from House Stark is still a child. He must like the king's games with horns blowing and flags flying. But war is a matter of massacre after all. I'm afraid he can't bear it for long." Speaking of Stark, Sir Kevin felt his head a little swollen. He rubbed it with his hand and said, "If Cersei could keep Billy and the wolf cubs, we could make House Stark surrender to us without using any soldiers." Hearing this, a vein bulged on Lord Tywin's head, and he snorted heavily. With her self-righteous cleverness, she likes to be smart, and she can't even control a little devil king. When the war is over, as he said this, Lord Tywin came to the long table covered with maps, lowered his eyes, and said, "We can't let her stay in the Red Castle any longer." Sir Kevin never opposed his brother's decision. He shrugged and said, "As you wish, I will keep an eye out for good places." Lord Tywin nodded slightly, stared at the map of the Seven Kingdoms, pondered for a while, and asked, "How is he doing in King's Landing? Who is he?" Sir Kevin naturally knew who he was referring to. He was the son of Lord Tywin, who didn't even want to mention his name, Tyrion Lannister. He did a good job, cleaning up a lot of the mess made by Cersei and Joffrey. Lord Tywin snorted contemptuously and said, "As a Lannister, that is his responsibility. Without the Lannisters, he would just be a dwarf for others to make fun of." Sir Kevin hesitated and said, "He came up with an idea that looks good." As he spoke, Sir Kevin took out another letter from his pocket and handed it to Lord Tywin. Lord Tywin began to read, "My dear father, I am sorry that you have to read the letter written by the dwarf. I dreamt last night that you almost twisted your waist in order to hug me." The veins on Lord Tywin's head bulged again, as if beating, and he continued to read, "Thank you very much for sending troops to the Riverlands for the dwarf who lost half of his nose. I think my proud father would not want to admit that he had done such a touching thing. In order to highlight the identity of Lannister, I spent a lot of money to get a nose made of gold at the suggestion of a friend. The effect is great. In the past, Others loved the golden dragon you gave me, but now they love my golden nose more. Lord Tywin always attached great importance to the exchange of letters, because he felt that some victories were won by swords and spears, while others were won by paper, pen and raven. So, he patiently read Tyrion's diligent greetings and finally saw the key point of this letter. Lord Tywin placed the letter in his hand on the table and frowned. He wants to promote a marriage with a Dornish. Sir Kevan nodded and said, he told me that his current problem is that Cersei does not want to marry Myrcella, and her attitude is very firm. Chapter 206, Paper, Pen, and Crow 2. Tywin Lannister said coldly, I still don't understand what a Lannister is. He looked at Kevan and said, write a letter from me, in my name, and tell Cersei that this is my idea. Kevan Lannister nodded slightly. Lord Tywin, I will arrange it immediately. When Lord Tywin and Sir Kevan were standing beside the map discussing military affairs, the voice of the captain of the guard outside the tent rang out, Lord Tywin, Sir Hareth wants to see you. Sir Hareth Swift is Kevan Lannister's father-in-law. It is rumored that the vassals in the west called him a shameless flatterer behind his back, and said that his greatest achievement in his life was to marry his daughter to Sir Kevan and climb up to the Lannister family. Let him in. Not long after, the elderly Sir Hareth entered the tent. He first glanced at Sir Kevan who was looking at him, and then saluted to Lord Tywin. Lord Tywin, Stannis' raven is here again. Hearing this, Lord Tywin looked sharply at Sir Harys, who shuddered. Sir Kevan said, Sir Harys, how did Stannis' raven find this place? The Lannister army had just entered Harrenhal, and Stannis was far away on Dragonstone, but his raven flew here. What does this mean? Could it be that Stannis' eyes were hidden among them? Sir Kevan's face became serious, and then he said, why is it in your hand? Sir Harys hurriedly explained, one of my men shot a raven, so I got a letter. After a pause, he added, look at the direction of the raven, its destination is the westerly. After the explanation, Sir Harys secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had thought of a perfect excuse on the way here, so he didn't reveal that he had secretly run out to hunt. Sir Kevan walked over and took the tightly rolled letter from Sir Harys, lowering his eyes to look at the new family crest of Stannis on it. You tell me what it says. Lord Tywin returned to the table and sat down. Sir Kevan opened the letter, read it carefully, and said, he claims to be Stannis I of the Baratheon family, and requires all loyalists to swear allegiance to him. Sir Harys stretched his neck to glance at the letter in Kevan's hand, and said, both Baratheon brothers have become kings? 2 kings. Sir Kevan glanced at Sir Harys, who immediately shrank back. No longer paying attention to his father-in-law, he looked at Lord Tywin who was sitting upright. How should we respond? After a moment of silence, Lord Tywin looked at Sir Harys and said, what do you think Stannis will do next? Sir Harys was very excited. Is Lord Tywin going to use his wisdom? He finally realized his ability? Thinking of this, he became even more excited. His voice trembled a little. Lord Tywin, Stannis controls Blackwater Bay, and he will definitely attack King's Landing next. After saying that, Sir Harys looked at the majestic Lord Tywin with anticipation, but he did not receive the appreciation and praise he had imagined. Lord Tywin stared at Sir Harys for a while, waved his hand, and said, you can leave. After Sir Harys left with a look of disappointment, there was a pause, and Lord Tywin's voice rang out, they will all think so. Sir Kevan said, but he is Stannis. Lord Tywin nodded slightly and said, Kevan, we still need some time, so we must let Stannis know that whoever wins between him and Renly will be the king of the 7 kingdoms. A pair of light green eyes dotted with the gold looked at Kevan, and continued. We are going to deal with the winner between the 2 of them, and that person will also be our final enemy. Kevan nodded solemnly, paused, and said, those people we bribed can at most spread some rumors in Dragonstone. They can't make direct suggestions to Stannis. Lord Tywin picked up a blank piece of parchment and said, that's enough. Rumors that someone is willing to hear will only have an effect. He wants to hear these now. We are helping him, you mean? After a pause, Sir Kevan nodded and continued, yes, it will be difficult for the troops on Dragonstone to capture King's Landing. Even if they win by chance, it will be a lose-lose situation. When Renly's army marches to King's Landing, he won't even be able to put up a decent resistance, he added. Stannis will certainly consider this, but, even if this is the case, Stannis' several thousand troops on Dragonstone are definitely no match for Renly's 100,000 troops, and the current lords of the Stormlands will not support him. Does it matter to him what others think? He is Stannis. Lord Tywin snorted coldly and continued, Stannis follows the laws of inheritance and bloodline. He must hate his own brother who doesn't know etiquette, Sir Kevin said respectfully to Lord Tywin, so, he is happy to accept our help. Lord Tywin picked up the quill pen, dipped it in ink, and said, may the gods. After a pause, he changed his words, may his new god bless him. Lord Tywin began to write with his quill, the Honorable Balon Greyjoy. The quill in his hand paused for a moment, and then added at the end, the king. Dragonstone, table room. Stannis Baratheon stood in front of the tall narrow window, looking at the rolling waves in the distance, his chin moving silently. Davos Seaworth stood behind the king with a respectful look. This time, there are not enough ravens on Dragonstone. King Stannis turned to the Onion Knight and said, although I am the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms, the lords of the Seven Kingdoms will choose to turn a deaf ear to me because they love Joffrey, Renly, or Robb Stark. He added, even if we have enough ravens, those meesters will take my letters into the study and bedroom and read them to their lords, and then, just like last time, either the letters are burned or the listeners keep their mouths shut. Davos stroked his chest and said, King Stannis, Davos is at your service at any time. King Stannis nodded slightly and said, Davos, I want you to drive Black Bessa north, passing through Gulltown, the Five Fingers Peninsula, the Three Sisters Islands, and even as far as White Harbor. Your eldest son, Dale Seaworth, will drive Sea Sprite south, across Cape Wrath and Cape Broken Arm, along the coast of Dorne, to the Arbor. Each of you will take a box of my handwritten letters, and send one to every port, every manor, and every fishing village. Nail the letters on the doors of the September and the Inn so that anyone who can read can see them. In addition to declaring that I am the legitimate king, I will also add Cersei's crimes, so that they will also know the ugliness of whores and bitches. King Stannis' teeth creaked. I want to see how those lords who have received letters before, can continue to play dumb this time. Davos hesitated and said respectfully, King Stannis, in many places. I'm afraid few people can read. After a pause, he said, perhaps, reading the letter to them will have a better effect. King Stannis pondered and said, it's good, but it's also more dangerous. Those hypocritical people are most afraid of having their darkness exposed by others. After a pause, Davos said, King Stannis, perhaps, you can let me bring some knights and let them read it, and things will be much easier. Stannis nodded slightly. He seemed very satisfied with Davos' suggestion. Okay, there are many cowardly knights on Dragonstone who would rather read letters than fight. I will send you people, he added, act openly in safe places, and cover up when it is dangerous. Use all the smuggling methods you have ever known to spread my announcement. If the letters are not enough, I allow you to capture a few monks on the way and ask them to make more copies for you. After a moment's silence, King Stannis continued, Davos, your second son Allard Seaworth. I will also be useful. I want him to drive the Lady Maria across the narrow sea to Bravis and other free trade cities, and bring these letters to the rulers there. I want the whole world to know that I, Stannis, am the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms. Davos looked up at King Stannis and nodded to accept the order. King Stannis glanced at Davos, who looked thoughtful, and said, Loyal Davos, what do you want to say? Davos immediately came back to his senses and said respectfully, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something. King Stannis frowned and said, Speak out, I want to hear your thoughts. Davos paused and said, I'm wondering if there is any way to get evidence of Cersei's incest, so that it will be more weighty when the time comes. I do have evidence, but the witness is at Storm's End. King Stannis walked towards the map table and said as he walked, he is Robert's illegitimate son, the illegitimate son who was conceived on my wedding night and in my wedding bed. His biological mother is Delena of the Florent family, so Robert had to publicly acknowledge the illegitimate child. Everyone calls him Edric Storm, and it is said that he looks exactly like Robert. I think that as long as the people of the Seven Kingdoms look at him and then look at Joffrey and Tommen, the truth will be self-evident. When King Stannis stopped in front of the map table, Davos said, King Stannis, if he was at Storm's End, I don't think Renly would hand him over disobediently, let alone put him together with Joffrey for others to compare. King Stannis fixed his eyes on King's Landing on the map table, and said coldly, when I catch the bastard, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will no longer be deceived by those hypocritical lords. I will judge these people's crimes according to the laws of the kingdom in public. He pointed at the location of Storm's End with his finger, paused, looked up at Davos, and said, Davos, if you have any suggestions, just say it. I made you a knight, but I didn't want you to learn the sweet words of my lords. Davos bowed slightly and said, King Stannis, the sentence at the end of the letter, flattering the Lord of Light, you are the first heir to the Iron Throne-in-law and the legitimate king. This is a fact, and no one can deny it. He hesitated, then continued, and I'm afraid your people of the Seven Kingdoms will not like this sentence. After a pause, he added, perhaps you can change it to, in the name of the gods, or, in the name of the old and new gods. King Stannis' eyes were cold. My Davos. When did a smuggler like you become pious? It sounds like you don't like my new god. Davos said frankly, King Stannis, I don't know much about this Lord of Light, but most people are familiar with the gods we burned. King Stannis said coldly, what we burned was just some wood. Davos looked at his king. Your Majesty, I have to advise you, your people will not think of it as you burning wood. What they see is that you overturned all the gods they have believed in for a long time, and then forced them to have a god whose name they can't even pronounce properly. This may make them lose their love for you. Is Arhalar so difficult to pronounce? Will I lose the love of the people? King Stannis snorted coldly and continued, Davos, tell me, when have they ever loved me? In that case, what difference does it make to me whether they love me or not? When I was in King's Landing, the High Septon kept nagging me that all justice in the world came from the seven gods, but all the justice I saw was done by man. His teeth creaked. From the day I witnessed my parents drowning, I no longer believe in God. I swear to heaven that I will never worship any god. Davos said in some confusion, since you don't believe in God, King Stannis interrupted, then why find a new god? I have asked myself this question. I don't know much about the gods, and I don't want to care, but I know that this Red Priestess holds power that mortals do not have. He stared coldly at the Stormlands on the table. I humbly asked the lords of the Stormlands for support. What did I get? I got no ridicule. Anyway, I will never be so cowardly again, and no one should laugh at me again. His eyes swept across Bitterbridge, King's Landing, and the Neck. According to the law, the Iron Throne should belong to me, but how can I win it? Now there are 3 false kings. All 3 of them are richer than me and have more troops than me. I only have ships, and her, the Red Priestess. He looked at Davos. Do you know? More than half of our knights dare not even say the name of Melisandre, so, even if she has no other strengths, she is very valuable just as a priestess who spreads panic. Before the battle, the soldiers will lose half of the battle if they are frightened. This is my only advantage over the 3 false kings. Finally, he said slowly, as far as I know, she may have other terrifying abilities. If she wants me to continue to support the King of Light she believes in, she needs to prove her other value to me. I think, she will soon be able to wait for such a good opportunity. Chapter 207, Popularity. What is love between men and women in Westeros like? Very direct. Glenn Crab glanced at Daenerys who was sleeping soundly, gently lifted the thin blanket, and climbed down from the bed. The moonlight poured down through the window of the room, reflecting the silver-white marble floor. Glenn came to the window, opened the window quietly, and the cool night breeze blew on his face. After standing for a while, Glenn rubbed his jet-black hair. It seemed that being direct also had its advantages. The transition from stranger to familiar was very fast. The next step. Glenn tapped the window sill with his slender fingers. What will his future with Dany be like? Do he and Dany need to agree on the ownership of the Iron Throne in advance? Is Dany now, or Dany in the future, interested in the Iron Throne? If he asked directly, would Dany be honest? Or, would the answer now be the answer in the future? Glenn's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at the dark night sky. At this time, was it necessary to break through this layer of paper? I don't know how long it took, but Glenn's fingers stopped tapping, and he made a decision, what everyone expected. Lord Green is unique. The first step is to start from the bed. This is not a political conspiracy, but a Westerosi sentiment. Daenerys called out in a warm voice at the right time, Green. Green looked in the direction of the voice. The Princess of Dragonstone was lying on her side with her cheek propped up. Seeing his eyes moving, she slowly lifted the covering on her body. Although the room was dim, Daenerys' fair skin seemed to be glowing. Not only did she show her gracefulness, she also hooked her finger. So rampant. Green's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. His footsteps moved towards the bed. The keen Green had long noticed that Dany's physical strength was different from that of ordinary people. Is this a unique buff of the Dragon Mother? Green felt that it was time to show his true strength. Low singing. Early in the morning, the Governor Mansion, the training ground. Green raised his special strongbow and pulled the bowstring to the full. The audience on the side were 3 little dragons with a morning mood. Whoosh, whoosh, swish, 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 swish. Every arrow Green shot brought a tingling sound of breaking through the air. The 3 little dragons stayed where they were. It seemed that they felt Green's fatherly love even more during the music class this morning. Green put away his longbow and handed it to the servant. He made a gesture, and the 3 obedient little dragons were put into a special box by the servants and taken away from the training ground. Not long after, Montan and Ange came over and saluted Green. Green handed the towel he had wiped his hands to the servant and said, "Does she have any symptoms of pregnancy?" Ange and Montan looked at each other, and he said, "My lord, I have consulted 3 doctors separately, and they all gave the same answer, that Rhaenys is not pregnant." After hearing Jon's romantic story from Daenerys, Green took control of Rhaenys, who had just arrived in the city-state of Viserys. The cautious Lord Green thought the story was too wonderful. Green nodded and said, "Ange, find a suitable reason to let Rhaenys leave," and then, after a pause, he said, "I need you to find out who those people behind her are. You suspect." Jon Snow's experience after coming to Essos is like a pre-written drama. This cannot be explained by coincidence. Little Griffin had been killed by him, so Green naturally had to take the initiative. Ange solemnly accepted the order. "My lord, I will arrange it. They can't escape my eyes." Green reached out and patted Ange's arm. "I let Montan stay to help you. I don't have any other specific orders. When you find a threat, I allow you to judge for yourself how to deal with it. I am only waiting for the day when I canonize you as knights in person. The valley is waiting for Lord Green to come. He can't stay in Essos for a long time, but he doesn't want to leave any trouble, so he chose the combination of Montan and Ange." In the hall of the Governor Mansion, Daenerys, wearing an exquisite turban, appeared with the Green's arm around her. Her purple eyes were as bright as stars, and her face was radiant and full of energy. It was easy for people to feel her joy. Everyone saluted, and she responded in a good mood. Daenerys paused in front of a sturdy old man with white beard and hair, took a quick look at him, and said, "Arstan the Whitebird? Champion of the tourney." Arstan the Whitebird glanced at Green, who was standing next to Daenerys. He bowed slightly and said, "It's my honor to meet you, the Targaryen Princess of Dragonstone." Daenerys nodded her chin lightly and said, "I heard that in the fire that night, your sword killed the leader of the rebellious mercenaries. You were very brave." Daenerys looked to the other side and called, "Sir Jorah." Jorah Mormont strode over, touched his chest and said, "Princess Daenerys." Daenerys continued, "Sir Jorah, I want you to knight Arstan." Sir Jorah stared at the white beard for a while, and said suspiciously, "You look familiar. Old man, tell me your true identity." Arstan straightened up and replied coldly, "A better knight than you, sir." After saying that, he looked at Green and said, "Lord Green, I didn't expect to meet you here. I've always wanted to thank you for your help in person. If it weren't for your leniency, I might have stayed in the Red Castle forever." Chapter 168. Daenerys frowned slightly. "Are you a knight?" She looked up at Green and asked, "Green, do you know him?" Green nodded slightly. "He is Sir Barristan Selmy." Sir Jorah's face suddenly turned red. "It's you." With a swish, he drew out his sword, and the tip of the sword was against Barristan, Arstan the Whitebird, neck. Fearless Barristan, captain of the King's Guard of the usurper Robert Baratheon, a Targaryen betrayer. Barristan held his head high, ignoring Sir Jorah's long sword, and replied coldly, "It's really a crow that calls the starling black. How dare you talk about betrayal?" Green looked at Sir Jorah, and his voice contained a warning. "Sir Bear Island, who allowed you to draw your sword in front of the princess?" Sir Jorah immediately glanced at Daenerys, who was frowning, hesitated, and the long sword left Barristan's neck. While putting away the sword, he said, "Princess Daenerys, Barristan is a usurper's man. We can't trust him." Sir Jorah's words were exchanged for a sneer of contempt from the old knight. Why did Jorah Mormont change his usual steadiness? Green's eyebrows were slightly raised. He was afraid that Barristan would reveal his hidden identity. After all, this is Dany's industry, and it is not easy for Green to deal with it directly on her behalf. Moreover, some things are unavoidable, which can also be said to be a kind of price of growth. Thinking of this, Green said, "Dany, Barristan has been expelled from the Red Castle by the Lannisters, and his current identity is," as he said that, he looked at the old knight, and then said, "a wandering knight." Barristan first nodded to Green to express his gratitude, and then knelt on one knee. "Princess Daenerys, if you are willing to accept, I will always be your loyal knight until the end of my life." After a pause, he continued, "Otherwise, I am content to serve a knight you trust and be his squire." Daenerys clenched her fists and said, "You were my father's king's guard, and you fought alongside my brother on the Trident. Later, you betrayed the exiled Prince Viserys and knelt to the usurper. On your honor as a knight, tell me, why is this, Princess Daenerys? I have defiled the white robe on my body, and no matter how good the excuse is, it can't excuse it." The old knight raised his head, tears in his eyes. "If the evil boy on the Iron Throne had not deprived me of my position, perhaps I would still be serving in King's Landing. I am ashamed to admit this, but it is the truth," he added. "When the white robe representing the sacred oath was taken away by the Lannisters and they sent people to hunt me down, the barrier in my eyes seemed to be suddenly opened, and I realized that I must find a way to atone for myself, even if it means sacrificing my life for it." Hearing this, Green's eyes trembled slightly. Why didn't he say that he was looking for the real king? Rumor has it, madness and greatness are two sides of the same coin. Whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods throw the coin into the air, and the whole world will hold its breath to watch its landing. Is he keeping his identity as an observer at this moment? Does he want to observe for a while to determine whether Daenerys will become the Mad King II? Sure enough. In the world of Westeros, noble blood is what they want. It can be said that Green's heart is not the slightest fluctuation, because he knew from the beginning that a game of power he chose was hell-level difficult. Lord Green is very optimistic. If the difficulty is not high, how can he show his excellence? Ahem. The future Lord Green is not panicking at all. Chapter 208 Knight Fearless. Daenerys Targaryen could not help but be moved by the old knight's sincere words. Seeing this, Jorah Mormont said gloomily, "Sacrifice your life? I can help you with that. As a traitor, it is not a pity to die." Barristan Selmy raised his lowered head and continued, "But, Princess Daenerys, I am at least honest. Before I obtained Robert's forgiveness, I fought bravely at the Trident." He turned to look at Jorah. "But you are the enemy of Targaryen, aren't you, Mormont?" Barristan looked at Daenerys again and continued, "Your Highness, I concealed my identity and approached you because I knew that there were eyes hidden by your side. His Majesty Viserys and you have been monitored by the Royal Council. For many years, Varys, the Chief of Intelligence, would report every move of His Majesty Viserys to the Royal Council. Since you left Pentos, there has been an informer by your side who betrayed your secrets. He used intelligence in exchange for the golden dragons and promises of the octopus spider." He pointed his finger at the Knight of Bear Island. "The informer is Jorah Mormont." With a clang, the sword in Ser Jorah's hand fell on the stone slab on the ground, as if it confirmed the old knight's accusation. "Impossible," Daenerys muttered, looking at Ser Jorah who was frozen in place in disbelief. "Why?" Green stretched out a hand and hugged Daenerys' waist. He felt her body trembling. Daenerys suddenly smiled and said to the old knight, "You are wrong." She looked at the Knight of Bear Island and said, "Tell him that he is wrong. You tell him that you are not an informer. Tell him how wrong he is." Ser Jorah's neck turned red. "Let the White Walkers take you away, Selmy." He turned to Daenerys. His face also turned red, making it difficult to tell whether he was angry or ashamed. "I tried to tell you the truth." Daenerys' body was shaking. "Why?" From Pentos to Cantos, she has always trusted him and entrusted him with important tasks. His true identity is the Eye of the Usurper. She listened to every advice from Ser Jorah because she believed in him. She was worried because of the unexpected confession, but she never doubted Ser Jorah's loyalty. "Why did you awaken her dragon's wrath?" Daenerys' eyes seemed to glow red, but her body paused. Grim was patting her lower back, and his movements were very gentle. Daenerys looked up and saw a gentle face. Her cold body seemed to warm up instantly. Grim tapped his chin lightly. He was silently comforting her. He was by her side. "It's great." Daenerys' mouth corners unconsciously curved slightly. Although Daenerys' dragon rage had subsided, her remaining anger had not yet subsided. Her violet eyes moved, and she looked at Ser Jorah, who was hesitant to speak. "Tell me, what did they promise you, sir?" Ser Jorah wanted to explain. "Your Highness, that was just the beginning. Before I knew you." "Enough." Daenerys interrupted Ser Jorah's defense and repeated, "Tell me, what did they promise you?" Ser Jorah trembled his lower lip and said with difficulty, "Varys said he could let me return to Bear Island." After saying that, he lowered his head. He couldn't face Daenerys' gaze. Daenerys clenched her fists. She also promised. She would restore Ser Jorah's honor. What a ridiculous promise. She said angrily, "Ser Jorah, I promised you that I would restore your fiefdom and honor, but you betrayed me. I will never forgive your betrayal. Ser Jorah shook his head and said in panic, No, you don't want to do this, you should forgive me. Daenerys' eyes flashed with anger. Why didn't Ser Jorah feel that he was wrong until now? Why didn't he beg for her forgiveness? Doesn't he know the fate of the betrayer? She replied coldly, No, Ser Jorah said in a sad voice, Your Highness, I protect you, fight for you, kill for you. Daenerys turned her face away. She couldn't cry. If she cried, she would be soft-hearted. Daenerys didn't cry, but she was still soft-hearted. Her voice was trembling. Sir, you are exiled. Go back to King's Landing and ask for your pardon. Princess Daenerys, please, listen to me. Daenerys ignored Ser Jorah's pleading. She looked at the old knight who was kneeling there with his head down and said, Sir Barristan, I have had enough of the hypocrisy of the knights of Westeros. You, leave. Sir Barristan stood up stiffly and slowly. His movements at this moment were consistent with his age. He looked old and weak. There was a hint of grief in the old knight's voice. Princess Daenerys, Barristan is grateful for your listening, Ser Jorah said in a voice that was almost desperate. Please. The hem of her skirt swirled, and Daenerys turned her back to them. She asked herself, it was obviously their fault, why couldn't she face their pleading eyes? Green's voice rang out, Dany, I think you need to rest for a while. Leave the rest to me, I have Green. Daenerys seemed to have regained her peace of mind all of a sudden. She nodded silently to Green and left directly. When the princess figure disappeared, Green waved his hand to signal the waiters and guards in the hall to leave. Soon there were only 3 people left in the hall. Green spoke as if reminiscing about the past. Sir Barristan, I heard that after you threw your sword at Joffrey's feet, you declared that you would serve the true king. Are you here for His Majesty Viserys? Barristan withdrew his gaze from the direction where Daenerys left. He took a deep breath and replied, Lord Green, I am still looking. Green pointed his finger at the hilt of the long sword at his waist and said, Sir, you are very honest, but your answer is very contradictory. Barristan looked puzzled, and Green continued, According to you, even if Princess Daenerys accepts you, when you find the true king in your mind, you will immediately break your oath and leave the princess, right? Barristan opened his mouth, but could not say the right words. Green shook his head slightly. Sir Barristan, I can roughly guess what you are thinking in your heart, and everyone knows. Ser Jorah, who was standing still like a statue, suddenly moved his feet, and his movement also interrupted Green's words. Green blocked the way of the knight from Bear Island and said, Where do you want to go, snitch? Ser Jorah stared at Green, who blocked his way, and said coldly, I must explain to Her Royal Highness the Princess, you get out of my way. Before he finished speaking, with a bang, his abdomen was hit hard by Green's punch. A sharp pain spread rapidly from his abdomen. The strong man instinctively curled up to try to relieve the pain. Green said coldly, Don't mistake the princess' kindness for her cowardice. You are behaving like a bad person who only knows how to bully the weak. Barristan's face flashed with shock. The strength and speed displayed by Earl Green reminded him of the mountain. He immediately shook his head secretly. He was much stronger than the mountain. This was a strength that made it easy for people to lose the idea of resistance. Ser Jorah's face was very pale, his face twisted by severe pain, and the corners of his mouth twitched in pain. I am not, I hope so. Do not act rashly, Bear Islander. After saying that, Green turned to Barristan and continued, Old sir, who is the real king? If you mean Stannis or Renly, I don't think you would be here, and everyone knows that Princess Daenerys is the last Targaryen. The embarrassment on Barristan's face flashed away, and the old knight picked up the last bit of pride, and his chin raised slightly. Lord Green, I appreciate your kindness, but I want to know, in what capacity are you asking me this question? Barristan Selmy was already a famous white knight in the Seven Kingdoms, and Green was just a little-known lord, and he wanted to use this to reject Green's question. Your words are so clumsy. Green sneered and continued, Old sir, don't you think that I am your only chance now? If you leave like this, the so-called road to redemption you talked about will really become a joke known to all the Seven Kingdoms. After Green finished speaking, there was silence for a while, and Barristan sighed, but his turbid eyes were brighter. Barristan shook his head slightly and murmured, I am really not suitable for this kind of thing. After a pause, he first stroked Green's chest to apologize, and then said, Lord Green, your eyes are sharp, you are indeed right. I have actually sworn that I will only serve Princess Daenerys for the rest of my life. Green glanced at Ser Jorah, who was gradually straightening up. and said, "Old sir, no matter what the reason is, the fact is still the fact. You can't always hope that Princess Daenerys will be soft-hearted one day and pray for the lost honor." Barristan's eyes trembled. Robert was an excellent knight. He was grateful for his forgiveness and was impressed by his charm. Now thinking about it, these are all excuses to convince himself. Maybe the real reason is that Prince Rhaegar has died in the battle, and Prince Viserys in his childhood has made him realize that he is the son of the Mad King. He is a little boy who is completely different from Rhaegar. This is the truth. Barristan's face is bitter. He is really a foolish man who is smart. While breaking his oath, did he make a choice for the whole kingdom in a self-righteous way? So, is he finally going to receive the punishment he deserves for betraying his sacred oath? The gods were too kind to him. Green patted Barristan's arm and said, "Old sir, the honor of a knight comes from the sword in your hand, and that's what you are good at." He waved his hand to stop Barristan from speaking, and then said, "According to my investigation, there is a threat in Essos that is related to the safety of Princess Daenerys, and also related to the real cause of death of His Majesty Viserys." Green's eyes moved to the old knight's white hair, frowned slightly, and continued, "I can't hide it. This mission is very dangerous. I think if it's not a fearless person, it's impossible to take on this heavy responsibility." The old knight felt a kind of contempt mixed with pity from Green. Could it be that this young man didn't know his name in the Seven Kingdoms? His words were really clumsy. The old knight couldn't help but straighten his still strong chest and said, "Mr. Earl, the knight is fearless." Hearing his heroic declaration, Earl Green showed reluctance. Although he had guessed that this was an intentional act, the old knight still couldn't help getting angry. Green seemed unaware of the fire flashing in the old knight's eyes. He sighed lightly and said, "Old sir, listen to what I have to say first, and then make a decision." The old knight slowly repeated, "Knight fearless." After a pause, Green said, "The Golden Company." When Green finished speaking, the old knight's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "The Golden Company whose words are as golden as gold." Green continued, "Gold is above, and iron is below." Not long after, Barristan's mouth curled slightly and said, "Lord Green, as you said, I never touched my sword again after I threw it at Joffrey's feet. I was only willing to wield the sword again after I received it from Princess Daenerys." The old knight seemed to be sighing. After a pause, he asked Green directly, "Tell me, what should I do?" Jorah Mormont rubbed his stomach, coughed lightly, and said, "This old snitch, you seem to lack a strong helper." Barristan snorted coldly. The old knight didn't want to pay attention to the despicable Bear Island knight. Green nodded in agreement. This was exactly why he allowed the Bear Island Knights to stay in the hull to eavesdrop on the secrets. Montan and Anguy were Green's hidden cards, while Barristan and Jorah would be the visible cards. Green slowly said, "There is a name that you should be familiar with. That is John Connington, the hand of King Aerys II. Governor's Mansion, the room of the three little dragons." Green pushed the door open and saw Daenerys feeding the three little dragons. Daenerys looked up, her little face with a gentle smile, and her smile deepened when she saw Green. "Green," Daenerys waved. Green sat down next to Daenerys and said, "My maid told me that they can eat several times their body weight every day." She pointed to a plate of raw meat with blood, and continued, "When I was young, Viserys told me that only dragons and humans enjoyed cooked food. They really don't want to eat raw meat." After a pause, she said with some doubt, "They seem to have suddenly become quiet, become obedient." Green chuckled, paused, and said, "Dany, I have arranged a very dangerous task for the two of them. They may lose their lives because of it." Daenerys nodded silently and leaned on Green's arm. Green reached out and hugged her in his arms. The two stayed in silence for a while, and Green suddenly said, "Have you thought of their names?" Chapter 209, Paper, Pen, and Crow 3. Viserys told me that the Targaryen dragons are generally named after the names of ancient Valyrian gods. Visenna's dragon is called Vhagar, Rhaenys' is Meryx's, and Aegon himself rides the Black Death, Balerion. It is rumored that Vhagar's breath can melt a knight's armor. Meryx's can swallow a man and his horse in one gulp. The flames that Balerion spits out are as black as his scales, and the shadow of his wings can even cover a town. Daenerys pointed to the little dragon with a shiny black body and scarlet stripes on its black scales, and said, "My maid told me that it looks like the reincarnation of Balerion." Her eyes gently swept over the three little dragons that were eating, "But I don't want them to be the reincarnation of the legendary dragon." After a silence, Daenerys said, "They are my children, born with the blood of my relatives, and I will name them after my relatives who were taken away by the gods." Green could feel Daenerys' sorrow for the loss of her loved ones and her longing for them, so he hugged her a little tighter. Daenerys pointed at the white and gold dragon and said, "Although Viserys is cruel and weak, he's my brother after all. Name him Viserion." She pointed at another dragon, bronze and green. "Although the time was short, Jon made me feel the true love of family. Name him Jones." She pointed at the black and red dragon, which was obviously larger than the other two dragons. "Last night, I dreamed of the brave brother Rhaegar wearing black armor, and there was a flame burning in the narrow slit of the helmet. Name him Regal." Daenerys turned her head and looked up at Green, saying, "Glyn, do you like the name I gave you?" Green lowered his eyes and looked at her. He nodded his chin and said, "Dany, your loved ones have not left you." Daenerys tilted her upper body slightly, and she put her arms around Green's neck and murmured, "My knight." Hiss. 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 The warmth was interrupted by the chaotic cries of three little dragons. Grimm separated from Daenerys, raised his eyebrows, and moved his eyes to the three little dragons, who immediately ate obediently. Daenerys couldn't help laughing and said, "They only become obedient in front of you." She imitated Grimm's behavior, raised one eyebrow slightly, and said, "Take me to the bedroom." "Yes, my princess." Red Castle, Mead Tower. "Get out." With Cersei Lannister's angry cry, a golden cup whizzed over, and the little demon prime minister dodged it very cleverly. "Hey, we are siblings." Before he finished speaking, Tyrion Lannister saw Cersei pick up the wine jug, and he limped away. Outside the gate of Mead Tower, Tyrion was still panting, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead with exaggerated movements. "My sister is so gentle." Tyrion's little squire Podrick Payne silently handed over a clean towel, and his captain of the guard joked, "My lord, this time is more enthusiastic than the last time." Tyrion's captain of the guard, named Bronn, was a swordsman that his little squire helped him find. Chapter 179. When they first met, Bronn was a free rider with messy hair, messy beard, and wearing a faded blue cloak. He was thin and had a fierce appearance like a hungry wolf. When he saw the golden dragon, his face was full of vulgarity, so Tyrion quickly fell in love with him, his greedy smile. Bronn's ability quickly won Tyrion's trust, and he was promoted to the captain of his guard. On the day he was appointed as the captain of the guard, he gave him a Lannister's crimson-bottomed gold-handed cloak as a gift. Today, Bronn's black hair was neatly combed, his beard was clean-shaven, and he wore a black breastplate of a gold-cloaked officer, and a Lannister cloak hung from his shoulders. Tyrion pinched his chin and looked up and down at his captain of the guard, saying, "Bronn, your dress. I heard that they like it very much." Bronn spread his hands and grinned. "My lord, you are always successful." Tyrion said seriously, "My captain of the guard, why do I worry that you will betray me every time I see your happy smile?" Bronn saluted gracefully with his chest. "My lord Tyrion, my loyalty belongs to you alone." When he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the purse hanging on Tyrion's waist. Tyrion laughed. He patted his purse and said, "Now I feel relieved." Tyrion took a step forward with his short legs, and Podrick and Bran followed him on the left and right. As they walked, Bronn whispered, "Lord Tyrion, I heard that your queen mother-sister ordered your handsome cousin to contact a lot of mercenaries in King's Landing. She has some small moves every day. This is the interest of my smart sister." Tyrion paused. He looked back at Mead Tower in the distance, sighed helplessly, and said, "She has too many responsibilities on her beautiful and white shoulders. As her favorite brother, I have to try my best to reduce her burden." After that, the three of them were silent for a while. Podrick carefully glanced at Tyrion with a deep face. He comforted awkwardly, "My lord, although Queen Cersei seems not to understand your painstaking efforts, but I think she will feel your consideration sooner or later." Hearing this, Tyrion and Bronn looked at each other and pursed their lips. Tyrion coughed lightly and stood with his hands behind his back. "Pod, you are right. My gentle sister will understand my good intentions sooner or later." Bronn turned his head to the other side and chuckled. Tyrion patted the little servant's thigh with a smile, and he showed a satisfied look. He took another step and said as he walked, "Bronn, the gentle queen sister is very angry today. The gods can't know her next step. You have to have someone keep an eye on her." Bronn smiled evilly. "As you command, my lord." Tyrion rubbed his hair. It was only a matter of time before the enemy arrived at the city. In order to control the gold cloak as soon as possible, he moved too frequently. Even with the cover of his good cousin, Cersei still noticed something was wrong. Tyrion laughed happily again. Unfortunately, it was too late. His Sir Jekyll and byword had already controlled most of the gold cloaks for him. Chapter 185. Tyrion pinched his chin. Green was indeed a reliable ally. In return, he had to meet his nephew King as soon as possible. Thinking of Green, Tyrion regretted it a little. He should have asked him for more skills to serve Cersei. Facing the anger of the lioness, Tyrion was very cautious. The reason for caution is not only because of Tyrion's character and his understanding of Cersei, but most importantly, the former Prime Minister has left him with valuable lessons from his personal experience. Good sister, he is not Eddard Stark. Retracting his thoughts, Tyrion hummed the King's Landing tune happily. Bronn smiled evilly again. My lord, I have something to tell you. Your pet is back. Tyrion's face froze, and his voice was mixed with pain. Countess Tanda is here again. Countess Tanda's name is Tanda Stockyorth. She is the Countess of Stockyorth Castle in the royal territory. She has 2 daughters, the eldest daughter Pharis, 35 years old, married, and the youngest daughter Lollies, 33 years old, unmarried. Bronn replied, Countess Tanda invites you to dinner again. She has prepared a large piece of venison leg, 2 stuffed geese with mulberry sauce, and, Tyrion scratched his hair painfully, and he continued, her little daughter, right, since Tyrion took the position of Prime Minister, in order to deal with the blockade of supplies to King's Landing by the Baratheon brothers, he has set his sights on Stockyorth Castle, which is located not far from the north of King's Landing like Rossby. The owner of this castle is none other than Countess Tanda. The process and result of Tyrion's meeting with Countess Tanda were very pleasant, but then she pursued him relentlessly, using eel pie, wild boar and delicious cream soup as weapons in turn. Her goal was to marry her little daughter to Tyrion. As for her little daughter, Lollies, half a man has seen a mountain, it's better not to mention it. Tyrion looked into the distance, he groaned, I have paid too much for this kingdom. Bronn said seriously, Lord Tyrion, King's Landing now cannot do without the support of Stockyorth Castle. Tyrion heard the gloating in Bronn's voice. He looked at his captain of the guard with a scrutinizing look and said, Bronn, do you want to own a castle? Bronn's eyes lit up immediately, and a lewd and flattering smile appeared on his face. Dignified and wise Prime Minister, Bronn is at your disposal. Tyrion grinned. Countess Tanda's Stockyorth Castle. Prime Minister's Tower, Prime Minister's Study. Varys clasped his hands and nodded. Good day, Prime Minister Tyrion. Tyrion smiled and said, Varys, I really hope you don't bring any disturbing news. The roar of the lioness is enough to keep me awake at night. Varys smiled. He took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Tyrion. Tyrion picked up the letter and read it. As he read the letter, he said as if talking to himself, the news that Stannis has declared himself king, Renly Baratheon was supported by the lords of the Stormlands and the Reach. Although he was very powerful, Tyrion put his threat level below Stannis Baratheon. Compared with Renly, who liked to play pretend games, Stannis was strict and ruthless, and he was experienced in combat. His royal fleet could suddenly appear at the gates of King's Landing at any time. No matter how many fishermen Tyrion spent money to recruit to go to Dragonstone to spy, no one came back, and even the little bird that Varys placed next to Stannis was missing. What he was most worried about was the Baratheon brothers joining forces. If Stannis attacked from the sea while his brother Renly led his army to attack the city, it would not take long for Joffrey's head to be on the tip of a spear. What's worse, his own head would be stuck next to him. For a while, this depressing scene often popped up in Tyrion's mind, until the Raven came with Stannis' declaration of kingship. When he got the news, Tyrion toasted with everyone on the spot, and he wanted to dance for Sister Cersei. Both Baratheons have declared themselves kings. If one of them attacks King's Landing first, no matter whether he wins or loses, that person may be picked by the other Baratheon, so Lannister will also get more precious time. Gods bless him. He looked up at Varys and said, Lord Varys, isn't this news from decades ago? Varys smiled lightly and said, My Lord Prime Minister, please read on. Tyrion nodded slightly and lowered his eyes. After a while, Tyrion placed the letter on the table. He frowned and murmured, The Crab Claw Peninsula in the King's territory supports that Stannis is the legitimate king. He looked at Varys and continued, Legitimate king? This term sounds familiar, Lord Varys. Varys shrugged. Prime Minister Tyrion, my little bird has checked, and the source of this news should be Dragonstone where Stannis is. Tyrion's eyes moved slightly. He laughed, leaned back in his chair comfortably, and said, After Stannis became king, did he also like this kind of political tactics? If it were me, I would at least make up a more reliable story. For example, after a pause, he continued, Stannis Baratheon and Robb Stark met with the best female branch in King's Landing to discuss the plan to capture the Red Castle. This will at least scare away all the visitors, he added, or, he said he was going to kneel down and lick Renly's boots. Well, this news will definitely scare me away. Varys first smiled and shook his head, then he sighed and said, my little bird told me that on the way to Mermaid Harbor, Lord Green's mermaid with swamp marigolds floating on it stayed at Dragonstone for a while. Tyrion asked, a while? Varys replied, about half a day. Tyrion's eyes moved slightly, and he said seriously, Lord Varys, do you have any other information? Varys restrained a smile on his face, and he lowered his voice slightly. My little bird told me that Lord Green suddenly left the territory with 6 ships and has not returned yet. Tyrion's eyes turned, he leaned forward, and said in a deep voice, Lord Varys, do you think Lord Green betrayed the Red Castle? Varys shook his head quickly, and he added a gesture of denial, my Lord Prime Minister, this is impossible. I don't think even the White Walkers would believe such a thing. After a pause, he added worriedly, I would rather believe that Lord Green has defected to Renly than to Stannis. At least a former can deceive many people. Tyrion stared at Varys, who looked a little nervous, and said with a smile, Lord Varys, I support your hypothesis. I think many people in King's Landing are secretly planning how to defect to Renly, who has an army of 100,000. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Prince of the Iron Islands. Varys clasped his hands together, nodded slightly, and said, Prime Minister Tyrion, you have helped us regain the confidence to win. King's Landing is unbreakable. Tyrion climbed down from the chair, limped to get the wine jug and wineglass, and said while pouring the wine, what I am most worried about is still the appearance of traitors in the city. A friend of mine told me that a strong fortress is often first breached from the inside. Lord Green said this at the royal meeting before leaving King's Landing. Chapter 186. Hearing Tyrion's hint, Varys' eyes moved slightly. Varys took the wineglass, took a sip, and agreed, Lord Green is a rare friend. Tyrion secretly observed Varys' expression while drinking. Well, he looks very honest. Then, Tyrion leaned against the table and said seriously, my friend, please tell me your purpose. He fixed his eyes and continued, what is the purpose of reporting this to me? Varys gently put down the wineglass, paused, and sighed, my lord, I'm worried about the Queen Regent. As far as I know, the news has spread in the Red Castle. Tyrion shook the wineglass and pondered, how do you think my sister the Queen Mother will react when she hears about this? Will she believe it? Varys sighed again, Lord Tyrion, this is exactly what I'm worried about. We all know that the Queen Regent is more willing to believe her own feelings than rational speculation. After a pause, he continued, the situation is chaotic now, and the army on the Crab Claw Peninsula needs stability. Tyrion tapped the table with his fingers and said, actually, everyone knows that Lord Green is the sharpest sword in Cersei's hand, except for her herself. Varys nodded slightly and said, even if the stable Crab Claw Peninsula does nothing, it can still contain Stannis' Dragonstone. I think they realize this, so what happened later happened. Tyrion thought for a while, he took a sip of summer red, and said, according to Cersei's character, she will order Green to return to King's Landing regardless of the consequences. He looked at Varys, whose face became heavy, and asked, my friend, do you think Lord Green should come back? As Tyrion finished speaking, Varys' pupils shrank slightly. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, there is no other way, my lord. Tyrion raised his eyebrows and said, I want to hear your reasons, Lord Varys. Varys said slowly, Prime Minister Tyrion, you not only took control of King's Landing in a short period of time, but also formed a delicate balance with the Queen Regent while holding the dominant position. Your methods are admirable. Tyrion grinned, but, hearing this, Varys' eyes widened slightly, and then he smiled lightly. He continued, Queen Cersei can tolerate you temporarily for the sake of the upcoming war, but Lord Green cannot. For her, whether or not she realizes that Lord Green is a sharp sword in his hand, he is her exclusive vassal, so you cannot interfere in this matter. Tyrion shrugged and said, the roar of the lioness, this is Sister Cersei's private matter, and the analysis is very appropriate. Varys smiled. To borrow the words of Sir Jaime, loyalty is not afraid of tests. I believe that when Lord Green returns to King's Landing, Queen Cersei will no longer doubt his loyalty. Tyrion laughed and said, I believe more in Green's skills in serving my sister. Varys' eyes flickered. Prime Minister Tyrion. I heard that she was a little angry today. Perhaps you can take the initiative to help Queen Cersei. Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly and grinned. Varys' smile gradually deepened, and his eyes became deep. The rocky coast in the west of the north, the warship Booze. The gray-haired old warrior said, today is a day of victory, but you don't smile. The living should laugh, because the dead can't, boy. After that, the old warrior smiled himself for demonstration. The old warrior's name was Dagmar. Although his smile was ugly, it brought back countless memories for Theon. When he was a child, this smile was with him, every time he drove his pony over the mossy low wall, every time he threw a flying axe to hit the vertical target, every time he blocked Dagmar's attack, every time he shot a seagull's wing, every time he used the tiller to guide the longship through the tangled reefs, this smile was always with him. Dagmar gave him more smiles than his father, than Eddard Stark. Theon said irritably, according to the rites, my sister's mission should have been given to me. I want to talk to you, Uncle Dagmar. Dagmar was not Theon's biological uncle. He was just one of his father's many men. It was said that he had a little Greyjoy bloodline 4 or 5 generations ago, which was accidentally obtained from an affair. Despite this, Theon still called him uncle. Dagmar looked bitter and advised, the young wolf of House Stark is your friend. House Stark has kept you for 10 years, Theon. Theon stared at the old warrior. Uncle Dagmar, I'm not a Stark, I'm Greyjoy, and I'm the heir to the King of the Iron Islands. If I don't show you good results and prove it to the Iron Race, how can I convince them of my prince? Dagmar continued to persuade, our mission is only to plunder the rocky coast. You are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Theon smiled cunningly, as long as the purpose of looting and harassment is achieved, what difference does it make who executes it? You have lost interest in the activities of this bandit, right, Uncle Dagmar? Dagmar seemed to be moved, and was silent for a moment, and said, what are you going to do? Theon raised the corner of his mouth and said, if my sister can take a castle, then so can I. Dagmar raised the horn cup, took a sip of wine, and said, Theon, Asha has 4 or 5 times as many people as we do. Theon raised his chin and said, Asha is only a woman after all, but I have 4 times her wit and 5 times her courage. Asha is not an ordinary woman. Dagmar thought so in his heart, but did not say it out loud. The old warrior always felt that the Iron Race wanted a male king, not a queen. He hesitated and said, your father's side. Before Dagmar could finish, Theon interrupted and said, when I hand over an entire kingdom to you, my father will thank me. He added proudly, the actions I plan will be sung by bards for thousands of years. Dagmar's turbid eyes gradually brightened. His hair may have turned white and his teeth may have loosened, but his desire for glory has not diminished in the slightest. Dagmar drank the wine in the cup in one gulp, threw away the horn cup, and said, what role will I play in your plan? Your name is the only way to fill the enemy's heart with fear. Theon leaned forward and continued, I want you to track the defenders of Winterfell. Dagmar. Winterfell 3 days later. Mr. Lewin, I dreamed of that raven again last night, the one with 3 eyes. It flew into my bedroom and asked me to go with it. Mr. Lewin threw a piece of wood into the fireplace and said, little Bran, remember my words, refuse it. Bran Stark inherited the appearance of the Tully family from his mother. He has chestnut hair and blue eyes. Since he fell from the watchtower, chapter 149, although he survived, he lost the ability to walk and needed servants to carry him to complete daily activities. Hearing Mr. Lewin's admonition, the 9-year-old Bran just nodded and said nothing. Mr. Lewin sighed and said, Bran, you should know that dreams have no meaning. Bran's voice was a little stubborn. I heard that the children of the forest know about dreams. Mr. Lewin shook his head slightly and replied, little Bran, the children of the forest themselves only exist in dreams. They have disappeared long ago. What is this? Rickon's childish voice suddenly came. In Mr. Lewin's study, books were piled on the tables and chairs almost higher than his height. There were rows of bottles and jars on the shelves beside the wall, and the furniture was full of burnt candles and dried wax strips. There were star maps hanging on the wall, scattered maps were spread on the straw mat, and papers, quills and ink bottles were everywhere. Rickon Stark was 4 years old this year. He was the youngest son of Lord Eddard. At this time, he was staring at the black arrow that he had finally turned out with curiosity. Bran glanced at the shining arrow in his brother's hand. Is it glass, dragon crystal? Mr. Lewin corrected first. Its scientific name is obsidian. The fire of the gods forged this substance deep in the core of the earth, he continued, thousands of years ago, because the children of the forest did not know how to smelt metals, they used obsidian to hunt. Their arrows and blades were all made of obsidian, he warned Rickon again. The arrowheads are very sharp, don't cut yourself, Bran said. Mr. Lewin, tell me about the children of the forest. Mr. Lewin's tone was kind. Little Bran, what do you want to know? Bran hugged Rickon, who leaned over to listen to the story, and said, I want to know every aspect. Mr. Lewin pulled his master's necklace, and said slowly, the children of the forest are a group living in the Dawn Age. They are the first rulers of the world, long before the emergence of kings and kingdoms. At that time, there were no castles, no villages, and no markets. There were no men then. Only the children of the forest dwelt in the lands we call the Seven Kingdoms. How long they ruled, or whence they came, no one knows. Throwing a log into the fireplace, he went on, the children of the forest are a dark and beautiful people, small in stature, even the grown men are no taller than our children. They live in the deep woods, in caves, on marshy islands, and in secret tree towns. Small as they are, the children of the forest are swift and graceful, and both men and women hunt with bows and arrows made of weirwood and with flying nets. They worship the ancient gods of forest, stream, and rock, whose names are secret. Their wise men are called green seers, and they guard the forest by carving strange faces on the weirwoods. About 12,000 years ago, the first men appeared, riding on horses, carrying brown swords and great leather shields, and coming across the sea from the east, passing through the still unbroken arm of Dorne. When the first men built houses and farms, they cut down the trees with faces and burned them for firewood. This horrified the children of the forest, and they went to war with the first men. The first men were taller and stronger, and wood, stone, and obsidian were no match for bronze, so the children of the forest suffered heavy casualties. Ancient songs said that the green seers cast powerful magic, causing the sea level to rise, sweeping across the land and shattering the arm of Dorne, but it was too late. The war continued until the blood of the first men and the children of the forest dyed the land red. The chieftains and heroes of the first men, as well as the green seers and wooden seers of the children of the forest, came to the Isle of Faces in the God's Eye and made an oath. An oath? What kind of oath? Bran asked. Mr. Lewin nodded and said, the oath stipulates that the first men will have the coasts, plains, meadows, mountains, and swamps, but the great forests will belong to the children of the forest forever, and no weirwood will be cut down in the kingdom again. The signing of the oath ended the Dawn Age and began the Age of Heroes, and also started 4,000 years of friendship between the first men and the children of the forest. In time, the first men even abandoned the beliefs they brought from the east and turned to worshipping the mysterious gods of the children of the forest. Bran asked puzzledly, according to the oath, the children of the forest still live in the forest. Why do you say they disappeared? Mr. Lewin was patient. As long as the kingdom of the first men still exists, the oath will remain valid. But about 1,000 years ago, tall, blonde Andals crossed the narrow sea with weapons forged of fine steel and a 7-pointed star symbolizing the new gods painted on their chests. Dong dong dong, there was a rapid knock on the door. Mr. Lewin, Benfertel heard of Torhounds Square, located on the lake southwest of Winterfell, asked for help. They were attacked by pirates. The leader of that group of pirates is called Dagmar of the Iron Islands. The next morning, Stark's retainer, Sir Roderick Castle, led 800 soldiers from Winterfell and nearby manors to set out urgently. Only some symbolic guards were left in Winterfell. 2 days later, Theon led dozens of Ironborns and appeared quietly under a wall of Eastfall. His mouth curled up and his face showed a smug look. Under Theon's leadership, dozens of Ironborns swam smoothly across the moat of Winterfell without alerting the guards on duty and appeared here. Theon first stretched his neck and observed quietly for a while, then raised his hand and made a gesture. Several lean Ironborns opened their bags and took out iron claws and ropes from them. They put the ropes on their backs, took a few steps, and suddenly jumped up, inserting their iron claws deep into the cracks of the wall. They repeated this process, and several iron species climbed up the wall one by one. Before long, the ropes were thrown down one by one. With a wave of Theon's big hand, the remaining iron species climbed up the wall with the help of ropes. Chapter 211, Incomparable Trust. If you don't fly, you will fall to your death. The three-eyed crow pecked at him and screamed. Bran Stark cried and begged. The three-eyed crow had no mercy. It first pecked out Bran's left eye, then his right eye. When both of his eyes were blind and he fell into darkness, it pecked at his forehead again, and the terrifying sharp beak drilled deep into his skull. Bran screamed wildly. The pain was like an axe splitting his head in half. But when the crow pulled out its sticky beak covered with broken bones and brain matter, Bran could see again. With 2 eyes you can see a face, with 3 you can see a heart, with 2 eyes you can see the oak tree now, with 3 you can see the acorns of the past and the broken stumps of the future, with 2 eyes you can see the edge of the wall, with 3 you can, south to the summer sea, north to the wall. Bran. 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 Maester Luwin's urgent voice finally woke Bran up from his dream. Bran Stark said in a trance, Maester Luwin. Bran blinked. It was the first time he had seen Maester Luwin look so anxious since he could remember. Maester Luwin quickly ordered the people beside him, hurry. The scene in front of Bran turned, and he was lying on the broad back of the stable boy Hodor. Bran reached out a hand and grabbed Maester Luwin's clothes. His voice was calm. Maester Luwin, tell me what happened. It was Theon. He led the pirates to attack Winterfell. He is familiar with this place. Maester Luwin exhaled and continued, Little Rickon has been captured. You and Rickon are Rob's heirs. We can't both fall into Theon's hands, my brother. Maester Luwin ruffled Bran's hair and said, don't worry, I will protect him. A tall woman stroked her messy brown hair and said, the city gate is full of enemies holding hatchets and sharp blades. The petite girl with brown hair and green eyes tightened her belt and said, Maester Luwin, I will protect him. The thin boy in green robe and green eyes said, let's go north. Maester Luwin slowly glanced at the people in the room with a kind look, tapped his chin lightly, and said, go through the tombs and leave Winterfell from there. He looked at Bran and continued, go north to the wall and find your uncle, Benjen Stark. Maester Luwin stroked Bran's cheek and said, little Bran. From now on, you must be strong. In Eastfall, the fire in the Lord's Hall was burning. The benches were leaning against the wall, with nowhere to sit. The people of Winterfell gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and no one dared to speak. Theon Greyjoy, wearing a black coat embroidered with a golden sea monster emblem, sat high on the throne of the Stark clan leader. Maester Luwin held Rickon Stark's hand and stood under the throne. The childish voice of little Rickon rang out, Theon, that's Rob's seat. Theon patted the wolf head on the front of the huge stone armrest, and said playfully, call me Prince Theon, little guy. His eyes moved, and he looked at the Maester of Winterfell, and said, who has ever dreamed of such a situation? The Stark's Winterfell is in my hands, Maester Luwin. Maester Luwin put his arm around Rickon, first motioning him not to speak, and then said, Theon, Lord Eddard is your adoptive father. Theon sneered and said, the adoptive father of the hostage? It's a pity that he will never come back. He pretended to look at the indignant little wolf cub with sympathy, and then said, your disabled brother left you alone and ran away. You are really pitiful, little guy. Maester Luwin pulled Rickon behind him and said, you can't hurt him. Theon raised his chin proudly and said, listen. As soon as the fighting outside is over, my men will gather the remaining residents of the city into the hall. The little kid next to you will go with me to talk to them. He must tell them that he has surrendered and handed over Winterfell to Prince Theon. He will order them to obey the new master as they served and obeyed the old master. He leaned forward, and his voice was full of undisguised threats. Do you understand, old man? Rickon shouted in his childish voice, I will never surrender. Maester Luwin quickly pulled little Rickon back, and Theon's smile became dangerous. This is not a child's game, little guy. His eyes turned to Maester Luwin. My father has put on the ancient crown of salt and stone, and was crowned king of the Iron Islands. As a conqueror, he has the right to annex the entire north, and you are all his subjects. He raised his voice slightly and threatened coldly, if you want to stay safe, you'd better obey my orders. Do you understand? Maester Luwin, who seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, closed his eyes sadly and nodded slightly. Theon nodded slightly with satisfaction, waved his hand, and said, take them down. After the old man and the young girl left, Theon's attention shifted to the group of noble ladies below. Theon pinched his chin with interest. They once dared to despise or ignore him, but now they have become his captives. They are terrified or disgusted, but if they don't want to be insulted, they can only beg or please him. He is the king here now. It's a pity that there are no women from the Stark family here. Theon licked his lips. Tonight, No. It will be possible in a while. Who will be the first? Or 2 or 3 together? Theon's eyes were like a hungry wolf. What did Theon see? He saw on their faces, fear, begging, flattery, anger, hatred. It's really exciting. Is this the pleasure of a conqueror? What else can they do? Theon couldn't help laughing. Prince Theon tried to suppress his laughter. Huff, he was a conqueror, ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Theon knelt on the ground, looking at the black boots covered with mud in his sight, his eyes full of fear, his body trembling involuntarily. Theon didn't want to kneel down, but his limbs became weak and powerless due to fear, so he could only kneel on the ground. Theon, you disappoint me. Hearing this voice, Theon tried to control his body, his neck turned red, and he raised his head with difficulty. Wasn't he dead? Why didn't he die? The veins on Theon's neck bulged, like winding earthworms, crawling all over his neck. He roared with all his strength, hypocritical Stark, everything was over. Theon wanted to die. He didn't dare to face the current situation. He wanted to die in the hands of his adoptive father as soon as possible. Eddard Stark's figure was still upright and burly, and his gray eyes looked at Theon kneeling on the ground indifferently. There was no anger on Lord Eddard's face. Theon only saw deep disappointment in himself. Theon clenched his fists, his knuckles turned wide, and he roared like crazy, "Kill me!" Stark, Lord Eddard still had a serious face, and someone in the hall suddenly shouted, "Kill him!" Others shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Facing the deafening shouts, Theon suddenly smiled. His goal was achieved. He is the Prince of the Iron Islands, the dead are not dead. Lord Eddard raised his hand slightly, and everyone in the hall immediately stopped talking. Lord Eddard's voice was like winter. "Child, I didn't teach you well." Fingertips embedded in the palm of the hand, Theon screamed, "Stark! I am not your child. I am your hostage. Hostage! Hostage! Hostage!" The roar ended. Theon was panting. He opened his eyes wide, staring at Lord Eddard. After a moment of silence, Lord Eddard said, "My child, you have made an unforgivable mistake." Hearing Lord Eddard's words, Theon's twisted face showed a strange smile. Lord Eddard sighed and continued, "There is a place where you can redeem your lost honor." Theon was stunned, his pupils shrank, and his determination to die was shaken. "If you are willing," Lord Eddard turned around, his back to Theon, and said, "I can let you wear black clothes." Buzz! Lord Eddard's voice fell, and the people standing around were silent. They may not understand Lord Eddard's decision, but no one will speak out against his decision, because the person standing there is Eddard Stark. Theon's body trembled again. He hated himself, hated his cowardice, and hated his courage for betraying himself. Why did he still have a trace of joy of escaping death in his heart? I just don't want to die, am I wrong? I don't want to die. I want to live. Theon Greyjoy's forehead humbly pressed to the ground, and his voice was filled with tears. "I am willing to wear black clothes. Master Stark." Viserys City, Governor's Mansion. Stepping onto the bed, Green Crab looked at Daenerys sleeping with a headscarf, with a smile in his eyes. Daenerys was very persistent about wearing a headscarf, and he hadn't seen her bald since the last time. Green recalled what happened in the past few days, and it seemed that most of his memories were about Westeros-style love between men and women. Green hugged the sleeping Daenerys tightly and closed his eyelids, a little. The next evening, a lake full of reeds, the sound of splashing water, the sound of low singing. The stars in the night sky were twinkling, and the lake was as quiet as a huge mirror, reflecting the beauty of the night sky. Beside the campfire, Daenerys leaned on Green's chest with her eyes closed, and there was a faint blush on her cheeks. Green moved the hand that was around Daenerys' waist, and she chuckled. After a pause, Daenerys turned her head and looked up at Green, and their eyes met. Daenerys, with wet eyes, suddenly said, "Green, are you leaving?" A hint of surprise flashed in Green's eyes. How did Dany detect it? Was it some kind of intuition? Green's brown eyes moved slightly. He sighed softly, and said, "The hatred of the Crab Claw Peninsula for the valley has accumulated for more than 10 years. I am the ruler of the Crab Claw Peninsula, and my subjects are looking forward to me leading them to start a war of revenge." Daenerys lowered her violet eyes, and she suppressed her loss. Her voice was trembling. "Green, I believe, you will definitely win." Green's mouth corners curled up slightly, and said, "I only use 6,000 soldiers to march to the Vale, and there are tens of thousands of cavalry in the Vale. Do you still believe that I can win?" Daenerys raised her eyes again, nodded seriously, and said, "Green, You will definitely win. I believe you will become a legendary hero, and the gods will bless your battle of revenge." Green stretched out his hand and squeezed one of Daenerys' hands, but she lowered her head and murmured, "I will wait here for you to return triumphantly." Green called softly, "Dany." Daenerys did not respond. She buried her head in Green's arms. Green first curved his mouth corners slightly, and then said, "Dany, I plan to conquer the Vale. Do you believe I can do it?" Daenerys nodded silently in Green's arms, and then she hugged Green tightly. Not long after, Green felt a warmth in his chest, and Daenerys' hot tears wet his clothes. Green sighed again. "Dany, don't you believe I can conquer the Vale?" Green felt Daenerys' body stiffen for a moment. She quietly wiped away her tears, and the two separated. Daenerys looked up at Green. She held back tears, shook her head, and said, "Green, I believe you." After that, she nodded again. "Dany, thank you for your immense trust." Green reached out and gently wiped Daenerys' tears, saying, "Since you believe in me so much." As he said that, he showed a gentle smile and continued, "You come back to Crab Claw Peninsula with me, my princess." Daenerys' pupils shrank suddenly. She stared at Green motionlessly for a while, but shook her head with a depressed look, saying, "The usurpers will not let me go. I can't let you down, I believe." The Princess of Dragonstone turned her face away and said, "Later." Daenerys wanted to say, "Maybe there will be a good opportunity in the future, or wait until her 3 little dragons grow up," but these are too far away for her. She really can't bear to be separated from Green. Daenerys even thought about letting Green stay here, but she knew that Green had finally restored Crab Claw's rule over the Crab Claw Peninsula, and he didn't have an heir yet. She had to give up the idea. Green stretched out his fingers and gently pulled back Daenerys' little face, and asked, "Don't you believe me?" "I believe it, but, Dany, no buts." "But, no buts, my Dany." The two looked at each other for a long time, and tears slid down the corners of Daenerys' eyes. She lightly tapped her chin. Green smiled, lowered his head and left a warm touch on Daenerys' forehead, and said, "Then, my princess, I will tell you about my plan." Daenerys' beautiful eyes were sparkling. She gently touched Green's face, and then, reached out and pushed. "Green, lie down." Chapter 212 Baratheon. Daenerys Targaryen was a decisive person. That night, she announced that she was leaving the city-state. Her excuse was to continue to seek the guidance of the gods. The next day, Green saw with his own eyes what a harrowing script was. In the governor mansion, the wealthy merchants of the city-state first symbolically tried to retain their governor Daenerys, and then praised her achievements while moving boxes of jewelry. Green sat quietly in the corner and counted, 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. When Lord Green counted to 12 boxes, another wealthy businessman made a gesture with his big fat hand, and his servants carried boxes in one after another. Green continued to count, 13 boxes, 14 boxes, 15 boxes. Facing the enthusiasm of the wealthy merchants of the city-state, Daenerys did not show any strange color on the surface, but Green could feel that she was also surprised. Green retracted his gaze. He thought of the earthquake-like movement when the 3 real dragons were born. Did the unknown fear bring generosity? When she heard that Daenerys was going to leave by boat, before she could finish her words, a sea trader waved his hand and directly gave her a sea boat. Lord Green looked up at the roof, and he recalled the hard days when he worked hard to make money in the Red Castle. Green's eyes suddenly moved. Dragon, 8,000 and sullied. He was tempted, but soon gave up, because he couldn't afford it. Temporary storage. In addition to the maids and waiters, and the guards of the Crab Claw Peninsula, there were about 50 soldiers willing to follow Daenerys away, most of whom were slaves she rescued from the slave merchant ship. Chapter 123. On the 3rd day, as a return gift to the city-state's wealthy merchants, Daenerys handed over the soldiers who were willing to stay in the city-state directly to the new governor they elected, and everyone was happy. That night, on the terrace garden of the governor mansion, Green Crab looked at the petite figure not far away, moved his feet, stood beside Daenerys, and looked into the distance together. Green looked at Daenerys and said, "Dany, do you like this city?" Daenerys shook her head slightly. "Viserys took me to wander around since I was a child." After a pause, she continued, "Later, I didn't allow myself to like a certain place, because I knew my brother would take me away from that place soon." After a moment of silence, Green suddenly said, "Dany, do you want to know why you and Viserys have been wandering? Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a secret." Daenerys turned her head to look at Green. She said in confusion, Isn't it to avoid the pursuit of the usurper? According to my investigation, that is only the superficial reason. Dany, do you remember Illyrio Mopedus of Pentus? Daenerys nodded slightly. Of course she remembered him, the insidious man who dared to manipulate real dragons at will. Green said slowly, tell me, the man who sent you the dragon egg claims to be a supporter of the true dragon hidden among the usurpers. His name is Varys, and he is the chief of intelligence of the Red Castle. He and Illyrio are good friends, and the two of them are allies in a certain conspiracy. Daenerys' eyes trembled slightly. She turned around and asked, a certain conspiracy? Green nodded with a heavy face and said, the first step of this conspiracy is to train Viserys to be the second Mad King. Daenerys' body trembled slightly, and she paused. She asked, how did they do it? Green said, many people say that Viserys had the shadow of the Mad King when he was in the Red Castle, but I think it was more likely that the child at that time was simply imitating his father out of admiration, or an imitation game. I think maybe because of this, the two people thought of the later conspiracy, which was to turn Viserys into a real Mad King. After a pause, he continued, they have been monitoring your whereabouts. Whenever Viserys wants to breathe a sigh of relief, the killer they arranged will appear, forcing him to continue to flee, again and again, year after year. Living in fear all year round, I think anyone else can't keep themselves normal, let alone Viserys who grew up like this. Daenerys' body was trembling. She reached out and grabbed the balcony railing, muttering, my brother. They made me lose my brother. It turned out that the so-called pursuit was a drama they planned. Daenerys had never seen the killer before and suspected that the killer in Viserys' mouth might be his own hallucination. Now she finally knew the real answer. This turned out to be a dirty conspiracy deliberately targeting her brother and her. They all deserved to die. Daenerys clenched her teeth, clenched her hands, and her breathing began to become rapid, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Green came behind her and hugged Daenerys tightly. She immediately felt that she was in a gentle breath, so warm. Green's steady voice sounded, Dany, you have already executed Illyrio. Leave the remaining man to me. Let me help you avenge. In the narrow sea, hundreds of ships were sailing majestically on the vast sea. They were neatly arranged into a spectacular scene, like a majestic army. The raged ship, with a flaming red heart flag fluttering, the waves hit the hull, stirring up a white wave. The messenger shouted loudly, Your Majesty, a fleet of 9 ships appeared in front of the left, and their flag is the Swamp Marigold. Stannis, wearing a flaming red gold crown, looked in the direction pointed by the messenger. The sun was dazzling, and Stannis squinted slightly. Melisandre beside him said, King Stannis, this may be the guidance of the Lord of Light. You are the legitimate heir to the King of the 7 Kingdoms, you have been crowned, and you can order them to join our glorious fleet. Stannis said coldly, Priestess, I have allowed the neutrality of the Crab Claw Peninsula. A true king will never go back on his word. Davos Seaworth and others all saluted King Stannis. King Stannis, it is our honor to serve you. King Stannis snorted in disgust. He just did what he should do, which was not worthy of compliments from others. Davos shrugged slightly. They had long been accustomed to King Stannis' severity. King Stannis said coldly, Davos, we will soon enter Shipbreaker Bay. Don't let the waves and reefs there affect our battle plan. Davos bowed slightly and said, King Stannis, I have sent my 2 sons to explore the way in advance. I promise that our army will land safely on the coast of Storm's End. King Stannis pondered for a moment and said, Onion Knight, the night is the best cover. I want to tell Renly that war is not a game. Before Davos could speak, Melisandre spoke first. Your Majesty is the son of fire, and the Lord of Light will help you win the war. After Melisandre's voice fell, Davos frowned. The battle depends on the bravery of the soldiers, not the blessing of God. Davos usually keeps a distance from the Lord of Light, but he cannot tolerate the priestess despising the merits of the soldiers. He nodded as if in agreement, and said, Yes, I believe that every one of our sailors will grow the eyes of an owl, allowing them to accurately distinguish which reef will be the one that will kill him on the rolling dark sea. Melisandre smiled gently. Her red eyes looked up and down at the Onion Knight and said, Sir, you have not yet experienced the greatness of the Lord of Light. Our healer can do everything. She walked lightly to Davos and her slender fingers brushed across his chest. The night is dark and full of dangers. You will have a chance. Although the Onion Knight was expressionless and motionless, when the red-robed priestess's fingers approached him, the blood in his body seemed to be drained instantly, and fine cold sweat broke out on his back instantly. Davos politely took a half step back, no longer looking at Melisandre, but knelt on one knee in front of King Stannis, bowed his head and said respectfully, "I will only serve the great King Stannis." Melisandre looked at Davos and slightly bent the corner of her lip, then turned back to King Stannis' side. King Stannis raised one hand slightly, motioning Davos to stand up. He said slightly irritably, "Davos, I must defeat Renly as soon as possible." Grinding his teeth, King Stannis continued, "Doran Martell not only began to reinforce the fortifications of Prince's Pass, it is located in the Red Mountains of Dorne and is a major land route from the Riverlands and Stormlands to Dorne, but his army is also ready to go." Davos pondered for a moment and said, "King Stannis, I think the Dornish will wait for you and Renly to decide the winner before deciding their next step." King Stannis nodded slightly and said, "Let Martell dream of power and glory, and I will always remember his actions." Bitter Bridge in the Riverlands. On the tower, Renly Baratheon stood with his hands behind his back. On his right was Randyll Tarly with a short hard grey beard, and on his left was Margaery Tyrell wearing the queen's crown. The full moon was high in the sky, and the vast plain was covered with the bonfires of the army like falling stars, which seemed to be an endless sea of stars. King Renly gazed at the distant horizon and said leisurely, "The Dornish have summoned at least 50,000 soldiers, but the Duke of Mace has only brought 10,000 soldiers back to defend Highgarden. I am a little uneasy." Randy remained silent. Margaery's brown eyes moved slightly and said, "Your Majesty, I thank you for your concern on behalf of my father. Before leaving, my father specifically told me to lead the army north with peace of mind. He is confident that he can protect your rear." King Renly looked at Queen Margaery and grinned, "My queen, as long as I see your charming smile every day, I will be confident every day." Queen Margaery smiled shyly and said, "My king, if my smile can make you happy, it is my honor." She added, "It's a pity that I don't know how to fight." "God bless you, you have many loyal and brave knights who will fight for you and win the glory that will be spread across the 7 kingdoms." King Renly laughed heartily for a while and said, "I am even more confident, my queen." After a pause, King Renly looked at Lord Randyll of Hornhill and asked, "Lord Randyll, what do you think Prince Doran's army will do? Where will their army go?" Lord Randyll thought for a moment and replied, "King Renly, Lord Tywin is at Harrenhal, and his eldest son is attacking Riverrun. The Westerly can be said to be undefended. If I were the commander of the Dornish, I would march to Casterly Rock immediately." King Renly smiled and said, "What a pity that the Dornish do not have the famous General Randyll." He pinched his chin and said, "Robb Stark has declared himself king, and my brother now calls himself king too. It's really messed up." Lord Randyll said, "King Renly, our army will make them take off the crowns on their heads on their own initiative, and they will have no choice but to surrender to you in the end." "Surrender, I like your advice." King Renly smiled and patted Lord Randyll on the strong arm, saying, "As long as they are willing to submit to me, they will find that I am a very generous man. I will be happy to recognize all his territories, titles and honors. I will even allow them to retain the title of king." He stretched out a finger and continued, "I have only one condition, just kneel down and submit to me and acknowledge that I am his master. The title of king is just a word, and obedience, loyalty, service, these are the purpose of my uprising." He said leisurely, "I am not worried about other people, but my brother is too stubborn. He may not understand my painstaking efforts." Margaery had a sweet smile on her face. She seemed to admire her king very much. At this moment, her eyes seemed to only have her high-spirited husband. Lord Randyll pondered, "If our army goes north to Harrenhal, I think the Starks will be happy to submit to you." King Renly nodded slightly and agreed, "The Lannisters are common." He suddenly stopped talking, took a few steps and looked down at the tower. A rider wearing a winged helmet urged his panting mount hard, shouting, "Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter to report." King Renly poked his head out from the battlement and shouted, "I'm here, sire, your Majesty." The knight kicked his horse forward and shouted, "I did my best to get here from Storm's End. We were ambushed, and Sir Courtenay is fighting them." "But," King Renly interrupted in disbelief, "this is impossible. If the Lannister army left Harrenhal, it would not be possible to hide it from me." The knight hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, it's not Lannister, it's Stannis at the gates." King Renly's eyes suddenly widened and said, "Stannis," he repeated, "my brother Stannis Baratheon." The knight nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, it is Stannis. His army has surrounded Storm's End." King Renly had to accept the news no matter how unbelievable it was. Why would he attack his Storm's End? Is he crazy? Is he teaming up with the Lannisters? Is this possible? Chapter 213 Baratheon 2. At Mermaid Harbor, the mermaid slowly docked at the East Pier. On the bridge deck, Daenerys Targaryen, wearing a blue hooded cloak, slowly walked to the guardrail and looked at the bustling scene at the pier with interest. Glenn Crab came to Daenerys' side and pointed to the south, saying, "If there is a favorable wind, we will reach Dragonstone in about a day and a night." Daenerys looked in the direction Glenn pointed and murmured, "Dragonstone." The Princess of Dragonstone withdrew her gaze, her eyes were somewhat empty, and said, "Glenn, Viserys told me that my mother, Rhaela Targaryen, crowned him there, and later she died giving birth to me on a stormy night." Her eyes were slightly red. "My brother said that I took his mother's life." As she spoke, she pinched her wrist and continued, "I used to be most afraid of Viserys remembering this incident, because every time he mentioned it, he would awaken the wrath of his sleeping dragon. Facing his punches and kicks, I could do nothing but beg for mercy. In fact, what I fear most is that my brother will abandon me one day, so I would rather." A drop of crystal slid down Daenerys' cheek. "Being a good object for my brother to vent his resentment can also give him a reason not to abandon me. My most desperate moment was when my brother wanted to sell me to the barbarians in exchange for 10,000 soldiers to take back the Iron Throne." She stroked her cheek with her hand, and continued, "Viserys suddenly ordered me to please a half-wild noble from Westeros." Before she finished speaking, Daenerys chuckled to herself. Green smiled, put his arm around Daenerys, and said, "Your Majesty, Viserys made a wise decision." Daenerys looked up at Green and said, "Although Viserys became like that because of the conspirators, I still hate him, and I will miss him." She said again, "Am I very conflicted, Green?" Green shook his head slightly and replied, "Dany, you can hate him because of his bullying of you, and you can also be grateful to him because he never left you. This is not only normal, but also very reasonable." Daenerys nodded, paused, and said, "Green, my alias is Rhaela of the Summer Islands. The Summer Islands are located in the Summer Sea south of Westeros. It is a verdant archipelago consisting of more than 50 islands. Each of its small islands has its own prince and princess. Whether it is in the archipelago or outside the archipelago, there are countless people with this title. Daenerys' true identity needs to be concealed for the time being, so Green calls her external identity as a princess who was stranded on an island in the Summer Islands. As for the alias Daenerys gave herself, Green knew that she was commemorating her mother, which was very Westeros. Green's mouth corners curved slightly. "Princess Layla, I think Crab's retainers will prefer to call you Mrs. Crab." Daenerys blinked, thought for a while, and smiled. "It seems that they are looking forward to your marriage very much." The government hall of Mermaid Harbor. Steward Herschel bowed, his face full of smiles. "Princess Layla, Herschel is at your disposal." Herschel's behavior made Daenerys smile. The chubby butler looked at his lord eagerly again. Green rubbed his hair and said, "We will hold the wedding after the battle in the valley. You can plan ahead." Butler Herschel nodded quickly and said, "I will tomorrow." After a pause, he looked at the dusk outside the window and continued, "It's still early. I will start preparing in a while, my master." Green drove him away. "Go away." When Herschel hurriedly left, Daenerys couldn't help laughing. The next day, in the Whispering City, taking a bath, Butler Cyrana served Daenerys in a bath and glanced at the hairstyle of the future mistress. She lowered her eyes and thought about something. It turned out that Lord Green liked it. No wonder. Soaking in the hot water made Daenerys feel relaxed physically and mentally. She closed her eyelids and recalled what she saw and heard after entering the Crab territory. Daenerys' impression of Westeros mostly came from Viserys' words and what she heard in Essos. It was her first time to set foot on the continent of Westeros. She did not see the dirt and stench she thought in the territory of Crab. The White Mermaid Harbor occasionally made her mistakenly think that she was in the beautiful Pentos. Under the sunshine, the Whispering City with white walls and blue spires was like a castle in a ballad, very charming. There was no gorgeous decoration inside the Whispering City, but the simple-looking stone slabs and wooden boards were combined into a different kind of gorgeousness, the simple beauty brought by the micro-manipulation and time travel of King Green. Is this the territory of the half-wild nobles? Why is Crab called a half-wild noble? Daenerys slowly opened her eyes, and she seemed to have found the answer. That is Green. "Lady Cyrana, can you tell me the story of Green?" Cyrana's personality is very direct. "Madam, this is my honor." Whispering City, Lord's bedroom. Green was reading Cersei Lannister's handwritten letter, asking me to go back to the Red Castle. His brows were slightly frowned. Green put down the letter. The news that Stannis' fleet was heading south should have reached the Red Castle. He reread the wording in the letter. Although the wording was ordinary, Green, who was familiar with Cersei, sensed from the lines that she had some suspicion of him. What happened in the Red Castle? Green picked up another letter, which was Tyrion's handwritten letter. After reading it, he pondered for a while, and Green's eyes trembled slightly. Octopus Spider, it turned out that Varys wanted him to go back to the Red Castle. Green's eyes moved. There was another letter in Tyrion's envelope. The material of the paper was Joffrey. Green opened the seal of the letter and finished reading the letter. The corners of his mouth curled up. The content of the letter was, in the name of King Joffrey, conquer the Vale. Tyrion Lannister is indeed a reliable ally. The door was pushed open, and Daenerys, who had wrapped her headscarf again, entered the bedroom. She had changed into a soft light golden nightgown. The curvaceous figure moved within Green's sight and handed him a glass of summer red. Green, you seem to be in a good mood. Green took the glass, shook it, and said, the Red Castle sent the king's edict of the Crab Claw Peninsula to conquer the valley. He pointed to the letter on the table and said, it's legitimate. Daenerys moved and sat on Green's thigh. My knight, this is indeed worth celebrating. Daenerys' nightgown slowly slipped off. She stretched out her fingers to gently lift Green's chin, raised one eyebrow slightly, and said, Mr. Earl, I heard that you need an heir. At the same time, in a valley northeast of Whispering City, the garrison commander Mason Baker couldn't help but fall to the ground, and said in disbelief, Dragon. Dragon, the three little dragons that had just been released from the special wooden box by Sansa and others were very arrogant and screamed at Crab's retainer knights. In the morning, across the rain-soaked fields and rocky and rugged hills, the huge storm's end stood in the sky, completely blotting out the ocean behind it. The emblem of the crowned stag was outlined in the flaming heart of the banner, and the sun-colored banner fluttered under the light gray rocks. King Stannis Baratheon kicked his horse's belly and led the standard-bearer, who was dressed in a fiery red outfit and his face hidden in a scarlet hood, forward. Seeing Stannis riding in his direction, Renly Baratheon smiled playfully and urged the beautiful mare under him to move forward. His standard-bearer was the resolute-faced Randyll Tarly. On the 12-foot lance in Lord Randall's hand, the black-crowned stag leaped on the golden surface, and the wind blowing from the sea drew endless ripples. The Baratheon brothers stopped their horses a horse's length away. King Renly wore a crown embellished with golden roses, a golden emerald necklace around his neck, a coat of green velvet, a silk cloak trimmed with squirrel skins, and the scabbard of his sword was set with countless large black diamonds, finely cut. King Stannis wore a crown of red gold shaped into the shape of flames, a studded leather vest over a cotton coat, a belt studded with garnets and topazes, coarsely woven brown breeches, well-worn boots, and a large square ruby set in the hilt of his sword. King Stannis's jaw moved silently, and he said, Lord Renly. King Renly corrected him cheerfully, it's King Renly, brother Stannis. King Stannis's face was tense, and he said, Renly, I am your elder brother, and I am ahead of you in the order of succession. According to the law, I am the legitimate king. You should be loyal to me and obey me, but the 7 kingdoms all deny you, my brother. Renly spread his hands as if helpless, and continued, the old man muttered denial when he died. The unborn baby kicked and denied in his mother's belly. The Dornish denied you, the people of the River Reach denied you, and the people of the Stormlands denied you. He sighed and said, my brother, it's a pity that no one wants you to be his king. King Stannis clenched his jaw and said, I swore that as long as you still wear that rebellious crown, I would never have anything to do with you. I should have kept my oath long ago. King Renly shrugged and said, Stannis, I am a little curious. Since you think you are the legitimate king, King's Landing and Dragonstone are so close, why don't you occupy them instead of running so far to attack my Storm's End, your Storm's End? King Stannis' voice was filled with anger. Really, I am here to take back what belongs to me according to my right. As King Stannis finished speaking, King Renly's expression became serious, and his hand suddenly reached for his waist. Stannis's eyes became sharp, and his hand quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword, but before he drew his sword, his brother took out a peach. King Renly grinned, a peach from Highgarden, would you like one? Feeling that he was being played by Renly, Stannis' teeth were creaking. Under Stannis' fiery gaze, King Renly took a big bite of a peach and chewed it for a few bites. He glanced at the flaming heart flag and suddenly said, Stannis, you, whose flag are you flying? King Stannis narrowed his eyes and said, this is my flag. Standard-bearing officer Melisandre said, The emblem of Stannis' eye is the flaming heart of Arheller, Lord of Light. Renly seemed to find it very interesting. He laughed heartily and said, Stannis, I fully agree with this. Otherwise, if we both carry the same crowned stag flag, it would be strange if the soldiers don't get confused when fighting. King Stannis said angrily, Really, if all you have to say to me is nonsense, our conversation ends here. After that, King Stannis was about to pull the reins and turn his horse around. Well, wait a moment. King Renly threw away the peach in his hand with boredom and said, Stannis, I have a good suggestion. King Stannis did not say anything. He looked at Renly sharply. King Renly restrained the smile on his face. He said seriously, Stannis, I suggest you dismount immediately, kneel on one knee, and swear allegiance to me. King Stannis suppressed his anger. You will never get it, King Renly said in some surprise. Stannis, since you can serve Robert, why can't you serve me? King Stannis gritted his teeth. Robert is my elder brother, and you are just my younger brother. King Renly shrugged. Yes, I am younger than you, I am more popular than you, I am kinder than you, I am more generous than you. Really, you are a thief. You are a usurper. King Renly shrugged again and said, the Targaryens also call Robert a usurper, but this accusation has no effect on him, so. Stannis, I don't care. King Stannis took a deep breath and said coldly, Really, I am the legitimate king. You are just a traitor, and traitors will eventually meet their doom. King Renly sneered and said, My brother, don't accuse others of being traitors at will. What is the difference between you and me? You say you are the legitimate king, but according to the laws of the kingdom, Joffrey is Robert's legal heir, followed by little Tommen. So, according to what you said, in fact, both of us are traitors. King Stannis said coldly, My letters clearly state that Joffrey and Tommen are not Robert's children, and neither is that girl. All three are illegitimate children born of incest. King Renly smiled and said, I've read it. It's indeed a wonderful story. I admit that I never thought you had such a brilliant plan. Stannis, according to the story you made up, you are indeed Robert's legitimate heir. A vein on King Stannis's forehead throbbed. Really, do you suspect I am lying? King Renly sighed helplessly and said, My brother, the more exciting the story, the more ironclad evidence is needed. Are you sure you can produce it? Chapter 214 Baratheon 3. Stannis Baratheon, after a moment's silence, he said, I told Jon Arryn about my suspicions. Renly Baratheon said in confusion, Stannis, since you have such suspicions, why don't you tell Robert directly? Stannis's chin moved a few times, and he said, I believe Robert will be more inclined to listen to Jon Arryn's opinions than to my own brother, because he respects his prime minister. I don't want Robert to misunderstand that my purpose is to put myself at the top of the order of succession to the Iron Throne. King Renly spread out his hands and said, So, my brother, it's a pity. The old Duke has passed away, and we have no evidence at all. Who will believe you? He added, even if you can produce evidence, what can you do? In the final analysis, nothing can be changed. Stannis, the fact is that my army is much larger than yours. He raised his chin slightly, and continued, As your blood relative, I hope you can consider my advice carefully, my brother. King Stannis gritted his teeth and said, Really, now that I'm here, do you think I'm afraid of your threats? King Renly first smiled and shook his head. Stannis, I'm not threatening you. Then, his tone changed and he said seriously, If I wanted to threaten you, I would say it openly. King Renly's blue eyes looked at Stannis, who had a tense face, and said, To be honest, Stannis, I have never liked you. But you are my blood brother after all, and I don't want to hurt you at all. He pointed to the majestic castle in the distance, and continued, If you want Storm's End, take it. Just treat it as a gift between blood brothers. Just as Robert gave it to me, now I give it to you, my brother Stannis. Renly's seemingly generous words made King Stannis even more angry. It's not your turn to give it. According to the law, Storm's End belongs to me. King Renly sighed. He turned slightly and looked at Randyll Tarly with a serious face. He said helplessly, My lord, what should I do with this brother? He ruthlessly rejected my kindness. As my blood brother, he even refused to attend my wedding. King Stannis' voice was filled with sarcasm. Really, I'm not blind. You and I both know that your wedding is just a clumsy farce. Do you think I don't know that you and your stupid men planned to make that girl another cousin of Robert? I once wanted that girl to become Robert's new queen. King Renly shrugged and continued, But what does it matter? In the end, the Wildboar took Robert away, and I took Margaery Tyrell away. His face was full of joyful smiles. Little Rose was still a virgin when she married me. You should be happy for me, my brother. King Stannis snorted coldly, and his eyes were full of disgust when he looked at his brother. My brother, I think she would rather choose Robert's fate than share a bed with you. After hearing Stannis' sarcasm, King Renly's smile froze for a moment. What a pity. I thought she would give birth to a fat boy for me this year. His smile became more joyful, and then he said, Stannis, how many sons do you have? If I remember correctly, it seems that there is none. King Renly sighed again. I actually understand you. If my wife is as ugly as your wife, it would be great to have a daughter. He seemed to suddenly remember something, and said, Stannis, I heard recently that your daughter is not your child? She is actually Axel Florent. Chapter 186. King Stannis interrupted angrily. Enough. I will never allow anyone to insult me in person. No one. Do you hear me clearly? He roared. I will never allow it. King Stannis drew his sword with a swish. The blade of the sword in his hand flashed a strange light, sometimes red, sometimes yellow, and sometimes turned into a blazing white light. Lord Randall pulled out the Valyrian steel sword of the Tarly family, Brockenheart. He warned, Stannis, put down your sword. King Stannis pointed the shining sword in his hand at his brother and said, I don't want to taint the blade of the Lightbringer with the blood of my own bloodline. For the sake of our mother who raised us together, I will give you one last chance tonight to reflect on your mistakes. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Really, serve me before dawn, and I will make you the Duke of Storm's End and retain your seat as an important minister in the Royal Council. Even before my son is born, I will still designate you as my heir. If you don't do as I say, don't blame me for punishing you according to the laws of the kingdom. King Renly was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, Stannis, your glowing sword is so beautiful, I envy you. But I wonder if the light of this thing has affected your eyesight. As he said that, he pointed in the direction of Stannis' army camp and said, My brother, do you see those flags? Do you really think that you can declare yourself king by relying on a few poles wrapped in wool? He restrained a smile on his face. The lords and lords of the Stormlands all support my claim to be king, as do the lords and lords of the Riverlands, including your wife's family. They all support my claim to be king. The knights of the entire south have come with me, and this is only a small part of my army. My infantry is still behind, a full 100,000 soldiers with swords and spears. His voice was filled with contempt. You said you would deal with me according to the laws of the kingdom? Why? With your prayers? Or with your thousands of messy soldiers? I guarantee that as soon as the battle starts, at least half of them will run to my side. His eyes were somewhat suspicious. I heard that your cavalry is less than 400. Don't you know that your free riders in leather armor are simply vulnerable to the impact of heavy armor and spears? Finally, King Renly said coldly, Stannis, I don't care how experienced or invincible you think you are, but the facts are in front of you. As soon as my vanguard charges, all the mob under your command will be finished. King Stannis' eyes were sharp as he said, We shall see, my brother. He sheathed his sword and said, At dawn, we shall see. King Renly shrugged and said, May your new gods bless you, my brother. Stannis snorted coldly, his expression full of contempt. He pulled the reins, turned his horse's head and rode away. Remember your own sins, Lord Renly Baratheon. After saying this, the red-robed female standard-bearer stared at Renly, who was looking at her with interest, for a while, and then rode away in the direction Stannis had left. King Renly spread his hands and said, I am such a kind king, pulling the reins and turning the horse around. He looked at Lord Randall beside him and said with a smile, Does the glowing sword in my brother's hand look interesting? Lord Randall said, Your Majesty, that's just a trick to scare people. Hearing Lord Randall's answer, King Renly laughed. After laughing, he murmured in a voice that only he could hear, If Loras were still here, he would definitely give it to me as a gift after the war is over. Returning to the camp, King Renly gave an order in high spirits, Tomorrow, I ask you to put on your armor, take your weapons, and get on your horses at the first ray of morning light. Tomorrow morning will be a morning that Stannis will never forget. At night, Stannis' king's tent. A map of the area around Storm's End was spread on the long table. King Stannis stared at it motionlessly, his brows twisted into a knot. Melisandre, in a red robe, entered the tent and walked lightly to King Stannis' side. Melisandre bowed gently and said, My king, I foresaw the destruction of the traitor Renly Baratheon in the sacred fire. King Stannis' brows gradually relaxed, and he turned his head to look at the red-robed priestess. Melisandre's red eyes seemed to be burning, and she chanted, Green tents, candles, Screaming women, bleeding. King Stannis' eyes froze slightly, and he was silent for a long time. He slowly said, "What should I do?" Melisandre showed a charming smile, and soon, her silky robe fell on the blanket on the ground. The fire in the tent flickered, and Melisandre's body seemed to be glowing white. She moved her bare feet and stood in front of King Stannis, with a long table covered with maps behind her. Melisandre stretched out a hand, her fingertips lightly brushed King Stannis' chest, and said softly, "It's very simple, my king." After that, she faced King Stannis and sat down lightly on the long table. "I need to use the power of Azor Ahai, the reincarnation." Melisandre slowly opened her round and slender breasts and said, "What are you waiting for, my king?" King Stannis' breathing became heavy, and the priestess's white fingers reached for his waist. 7 seconds later, a long moan sounded in the tent. Melisandre gently stroked Stannis' withered cheek and whispered, "My king, I need you to prepare a guide who can row a boat for me." King Stannis suddenly felt an inexplicable dizziness, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He closed his eyelids and nodded slightly. Melisandre bent down and picked up the red robe on the carpet, then bowed and left. Not long after the priestess left, Davos Seaworth hurried into King Stannis' tent. When the Onion Knight saw King Stannis, his heart skipped a beat. In just one dinner, his god seemed to have aged all of a sudden. Stannis, with his eyes closed, looked like a corpse. Davos' face was full of worry, and he saluted carefully. "King Stannis, you called me." After waiting silently for a while, King Stannis opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a sword out of its sheath, which made Davos feel a little relieved. King Stannis' voice sounded without any emotion. "During the negotiations during the day, Renly wanted to give me a peach. He laughed at me, provoked me, threatened me, and finally wanted to give me a peach. I thought he was going to draw his sword, so I almost drew my sword. Is this his intention, to make me show fear in front of him? Or, is this another boring joke of his? Or, is there actually a deeper meaning?" After a pause, his teeth creaked. "Renly. Only Renly can use a fruit to make me so irritated. Until the day I go to the grave, I will never forget that peach." Stannis' sharp eyes shifted to the Onion Knight. "Davos, I love my brother very much. But he is a traitor and he must be destroyed." Davos felt a chill on the back of his neck rising up. "King Stannis, you want? I don't quite understand what you mean." For some reason, he suddenly thought of assassination. Davos instinctively reached for the leather bag on his neck. He touched the finger bones inside, his lucky charm. King Stannis' cold voice rang out, "Onion Knight, do you still keep them? Do you still think about them?" "No." Davos shook his head to deny. King Stannis' eyes were scrutinizing. "Then why do you keep them?" "I have always been curious," Davos replied respectfully. "King Stannis, because they can remind me what kind of person I am, where I come from, and your fairness and selflessness." Stannis nodded his chin slightly. "You are both a hero and a smuggler. Good deeds cannot offset evil deeds, and evil deeds cannot cover up good deeds. Each behavior has its retribution and treatment. This is the justice of the law," he added. "Renly is usurping the throne. This is an unforgivable evil. For the sake of justice, he must be destroyed." Davos was hesitating how to speak, but King Stannis' voice rang out again, as if he had seen what the Onion Knight was thinking. "Davos, you don't need to understand, you just need to follow my orders." Davos licked his lips and stroked his chest, saying, "King Stannis, I am your loyal servant." "What can I do for you?" King Stannis said. "It's something you are familiar with. I want you to use a small boat to take Melisandre to where she wants to go, but this matter must be kept absolutely confidential and no one can know. Can you do it?" In the dark night, Davos drove a small boat with black sails across the ocean of the broken ship A. His passenger was Melisandre, who was curled up on the crossboard and covered from head to toe with a dark red cloak. The sound of running water hitting the hull was the same as always, and the Onion Knight's eyes trembled slightly. 16 years ago, he brought onions and life. 16 years later, he brought the red-robed priestess of Ashay, and he seemed to bring death. Chapter 215 Baratheon, and in the dark night, only a few stars dotted the boundless sky, casting faint starlight. The black sailboat rode silently, leaving shallow ripples. Davos Seaworth liked flowing water. Whenever he lay on the swaying deck, he could fall asleep easily, and the sigh of the sea breeze blowing on the rigging sounded much sweeter to him than the tune plucked by the singer on the strings. Davos frowned, and even his beloved sea could not comfort him tonight. The soft voice of the Red Priestess sounded, I smell fear in you, Onion Knight." Davos turned his head and looked over. Melisandre's face was pale under the hood. After a pause, Davos said, "That's because people often say that the night is dark and full of dangers," he added. "Besides, tonight I am not a knight. Tonight I am once again the smuggler Davos, and you are my onion." As Davos finished speaking, the Red Priestess laughed, and her laughter tonight was a little hearty. Melisandre said, "Mr. Smuggler, are you afraid of me? Or are you afraid of our current mission?" Davos denied. "Lady Melisandre, this is your own mission, and it has nothing to do with me." Melisandre's tone was gentle. "No, you set the sails and you steer the rudder, Davos." The Onion Knight was silent, and he turned his attention to the ship he was driving. After a moment's silence, the Red Priestess asked, "Are you a good man, Davos Seaworth? Would a good man do such a thing?" Davos seemed to be sighing. "I am a man. I am good to my wife, but I have also met other women. I try to be a good father and fight for a place for my children in this world. Yes, I have violated many laws. I can only say that I am a complicated person. Lady Melisandre, I have good and bad sides of me." The Red Priestess looked up at the Onion Knight and said, "Neither black nor white, but a mixture of both. You are a gray man. Is that right, Sir Davos?" Davos shrugged slightly. "Even if it is, so what? In my opinion, most people in the world are like this." Under the shadow of the hood, Melisandre's eyes shone like a light red candle. "If half of the onion is rotten and black, it is a bad onion. If a man is not a good person, he is an evil person." The ship suddenly shook, and the sails swayed. Melisandre calmly held the side of the ship, while Davos calmly pushed the tiller. The black sailboat headed towards the coast, and a forked ripple followed behind the ship. "You just mentioned men and onions," Davos asked. "What about women? Aren't they the same?" "Lady Melisandre, are you a good person or a bad person?" After hearing Davos' words, Melisandre giggled. "Good question. Dear sir, from my point of view, I am also a kind of knight. I am a fighter for light and life." "Light and life?" Davos raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "Tonight, I only smell the scent of death." Melisandre laughed again. "Sir Davos, you are lost in darkness and chaos." Davos shrugged. "I am always full of doubts. Servants of foreign gods often hide their dark hearts in gorgeous lights, so Arheller gave the Red Priests the ability to expose disguises." Melisandre sighed lightly, and then said, "Davos, you are a kind and good knight. Even if you are lost in darkness and chaos, you will not change your honesty and integrity." Davos said calmly, "I am just a servant serving King Stannis." Melisandre looked at the Onion Knight with strange and blood-red eyes, and said, "Dear sir, there is a blazing fire burning in your body. If you are willing to serve your king, please visit my room one night, and I will bring you unprecedented pleasure." The priestess's words were full of temptation, but Davos felt a chill spreading along his back. Davos didn't want to have anything to do with her or her god, so he changed the subject abruptly. "Lady Melisandre, the destination you chose is very close to the enemy. What are we going to do?" Melisandre curled her lips upwards, and she remained silent until Davos' body became as stiff as ice, and then she spoke. "Shadows are servants of light and descendants of flames. Only the brightest fire can reflect the darkest shadows, sir." Although Davos was confused, he stopped talking. He rode silently and moved forward in the undulating black waves. After landing, the red-robed priestess observed the direction and took the lead, followed by Davos. Melisandre and Davos walked in the dense forest. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground through the gaps in the leaves, and the figures of the two were looming in the shadows, like ghosts in the dark. Melisandre paused in front of a cave and stood silently for a while. Her deep voice rang out, "Let's go here." The priestess moved towards the cave. Davos looked at the flickering light in Renly's camp and followed her in with a solemn look. Inside the cave, Davos seemed to be swallowed by darkness. He could only hear the low chanting of the priestess. When the chanting ended, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Davos put his hand up to cover his eyes. Melisandre lifted her hood and shook off her tight dark red cloak. The priestess was wearing nothing. The big red ruby on her neck seemed to be burning. Her belly was swollen and seemed to be about to burst. Fear imprisoned Davos in place. He murmured, "God's bless." Melisandre smiled lightly. Her voice was low and hoarse. "The blessing of the Lord of Light." The imaginative voice seemed extremely strange. Melisandre's eyes were like burning flames. She gasped, squatted down, and spread her legs. Liquid as black as ink kept pouring out from between her buttocks. Melisandre cried and screamed, and it was hard to tell whether she was in pain or in a frenzy. After a while, Davos saw the head of the child wearing the crown struggling to squeeze out of the priestess's body, followed by two hands, which twisted, grasped, and entangled. Finally, the black shadow stood up, taller than Davos. The black shadow was very fast, and it flew away from here in almost a blink of an eye, but Davos recognized it at once. In the darkness before dawn, the candlelight in the king's tent in Renly's camp was bright, and the silk tent seemed to be glowing, like a majestic, magical castle emitting green light. In the tent, coal balls were burning in a dozen small iron basins. Brienne of Blue, one of the 7 rainbow guards, was helping Renly Baratheon put on armor. The dark green armor was like the color of leaves in the dense forest in summer, so deep that it seemed to absorb the flames of candlelight. The golden light flickered on the buttons and ornaments of the armor, like will-o'-the-wisp fire swaying in the woods. Lord Randall Tarly of Hornhill and Lord Mattis Rowan of Golden Tree Castle were discussing deployment and tactics. King Renly, Lord Mattis stepped forward and saluted. "Our army is ready now. Why wait until dawn? Blow the horn and let us march." Brienne was tying the dark green back and breastplate on King Renly's padded coat. His eyes moved slightly and he said, "Lord Mattis, I want a glorious victory, not a victory by a sneak attack without chivalry." Dawn is the agreed time to start the war. Lord Randall came over and said, "King Renly, dawn is the time chosen by Stannis. He wants to attack us with a rising sun on his back. At that time, our soldiers will be almost half blind." King Renly was very confident. Stannis's troops can only cause a moment of terror at most. Brienne fastened a green belt for him and buckled the golden button. Renly turned around and said with a smile, "After my brother dies, no one is allowed to insult his body. He is my blood brother, and I will never allow anyone to put his head on a gun and show off everywhere." Lord Mattis smiled and bowed slightly. Lord Randall frowned and asked, "King Renly, what if he surrenders?" King Renly raised his chin to let Brienne fasten his throat guard. "Surrender? My brother would rather eat rats than surrender." Lord Mattis smiled and said, "Our Lord of Highgarden knows this well." King Renly laughed and gathered his hair. Brienne tied it with velvet ribbons and put a small padded hat on his ears to reduce the weight of the helmet. Then Brienne put the cloak on King Renly's broad shoulders, with a crowned stag of House Baratheon inlaid with black jade. King Renly put on his golden antler helmet, moved his neck, and suddenly said, "By the way, if Barristan Selmy is in my brother's camp, remember to capture him alive." Lord Mattis hesitated and said, "King Renly, Sir Barristan has disappeared since he was driven out of the Red Keep by Joffrey. I know that old man. He needs a king to protect him, otherwise what is he?" King Renly put on the lobster-shaped, gold and green glove on his left hand, and Brienne knelt on the ground to tie his belt, which seemed heavy because of the long sword and dagger. King Renly moved his body and continued, "Although Robb Stark claims to be king, he is not qualified to inherit the Iron Throne. So, since he did not stand on my side, only Stannis is left. As you wish, he will not be harmed, my majesty." Lord Randall and Lord Mattis bowed and left together. Not long after they left, a gust of wind suddenly blew open the tent door. At this time, only King Renly and Brienne were inside the tent. Brienne immediately grasped the hilt of her sword. Her usual dull expression had long disappeared, and her eyes looked sharply in the direction of the door. Brienne, who was ready to draw her sword, frowned slightly. She clearly felt something moving in, but found nothing. King Renly noticed Brienne's movement and asked casually with a smile, "What's wrong, my blue guard?" Brienne's heartbeat accelerated, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. She turned her head. Although there was no basis, Brienne had to report the inexplicable danger she felt to her king. This was her duty. Turning back, Brienne's pupils shrank suddenly. A black haze appeared in the green tent, and the candlelight flickered and trembled. Renly's sword was tucked on his waist, but his swaying shadow raised the sword. King Renly's confused voice rang out, "It's so cold." Brienne's pupils dilated instantly. The steel plate at King Renly's throat guard was gently cut open by a non-existent shadow sword, like cotton cloth. He only had time to let out a small and rough gasp before the gushing blood blocked his throat. "No!" Brienne cried heartbreakingly, like a frightened little girl. The candles went out one after another, and King Renly staggered and fell into Brienne's arms. Large pieces of blood flowed in front of his armor. He struggled to speak, but was choked by his own blood. Brienne raised her head and shouted, but she couldn't utter a word in extreme pain. There was a smell of rain in the night air. King Renly's tent was completely on fire. The rising flames rushed straight into the night sky. People ran past in a hurry, shouting fire, murder and witchcraft. I never held him until the moment he died. I will kill him with my own hands and avenge him with this sword. I swear. I swear. I swear. The morning light caressed the fields of Storm's End with its slender fingers. Under the mist, warriors rode on horses and held shadowy spears. The tips of 10,000 spears flashed with golden cold light, and the endless flying battle flags showed red, pink and orange, showing blue, white and brown, shining with noble golden color. An hour ago, they were still the army of Renly Baratheon, but now they all belong to Stannis Baratheon. Crab Claw Peninsula, Whispering City. In the study, Green Crab waved the quill in his hand. Respected Ned. The quill paused, and Green's eyes trembled slightly. Robb Stark had declared himself the King of the North after all, so the title of Eddard Stark needed to be considered. This is related to political stance. Green thought for a moment and added at the end, Uncle. Green continued to wave the quill in his hand. I write this letter with an extremely heavy heart. Jon won the respect of everyone in the strange continent with his integrity and courage. After a pause, he dipped his pen in ink and continued to write. Jon had a sweet love, and he also found the warmth he once longed for. He led his troops to wipe out several bandit groups as a commander. He did it for his duty. He did it for his honor. May the new and old gods bless. After writing the letter, Green put it in an envelope and sealed it with the seal of swamp marigolds. Chapter 216, United We Stand. In the study, Clever Dick touched his chest and saluted. Good day, Lord Green. Green's brown eyes moved slightly, looking at the person in front of him. His figure was still so thin, and his eyes still liked to move around habitually. Feeling Green's eyes on him, his heart seemed to skip a beat, and a sense of tension arose from the bottom of his heart, making him involuntarily tense up. I don't know how long it took. When Dick's back was wet with cold sweat, the gaze finally moved away, and he could finally breathe normally. Green's voice rang out, My people Dick, what kind of people do you think can keep a secret forever? The nerves that were gradually relaxing tightened again, and Dick couldn't help but kneel down and murmured, I. Dick's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Green raised his eyebrows slightly, paused, got up from the chair, walked over, and personally helped Dick, who was trembling, up. Green seemed not to notice Dick's abnormality. He casually said, Have you seen Julia? Is she okay? Dick said in a daze, My sister is doing well. His body stiffened for a moment, and he quickly said, Lord Green, thank you for your shelter. We will always remember your kindness. Green patted Dick's arm, then he walked to the bookshelf and pulled out an envelope, saying, Dick Wishu, as agreed. Chapter 101. Green turned and looked at Dick, and continued, In the name of the king, you and your sister will legally own a surname Kleber. He showed a gentle smile, and then said, Congratulations, Dick Kleber. Dick stood motionless for a long time with his mouth open. He suddenly knelt down and choked. Thank you, really grateful to you. I have no way to repay you, although some unexpected situations occurred, but, given the situation at the time, your decisiveness can be regarded as completing the task. Green once again reached out to help Dick Crab, who was crying, and said, So, this is the reward you deserve. Green's voice was so beautiful that Dick wiped his tears carelessly. His gratitude was beyond words and could not be repeated. Green took Dick to the map and pointed to a forest in the west of Crab Claw Peninsula and said, Dick Crab, I was going to reward you with the land here. He tapped the map with his fingers, paused, and continued, Your dagger prevented a tragedy. Daenerys is grateful to you. This small piece of land is not worthy of your contribution. Green's finger moved to the top of Maiden Spring Town. He was silent for a while. Lord Green was not angry at all. Chapters 57 and 62. Retracting his thoughts, Green said, Legend has it that when Florian first met Joni, he peeked at her and her sisters bathing here. He smiled and continued, Maiden Spring is one of the richest fiefdoms in the Riverlands, and that's the point. Dick's Adam's apple rolled. He swallowed hard, and said, Lord Green, what you mean is, Green nodded his chin slightly and asked, Do you like it here? Dick rubbed his hands nervously at first, and Green's gentle look gave him great courage, and he nodded heavily. Green's gaze shifted to the Crab Claw Peninsula and said, Dick Crab, do you know how the Andals conquered the Crab Claw Peninsula? Dick nodded and replied, I dare not forget. Thousands of years ago, the Andals tried to seize the Crab Claw Peninsula, but ended up bleeding in the valley, drowning in the swamp, and hitting a wall everywhere. They couldn't conquer us. So they turned to infiltration through marriage. Later, their beautiful daughters won what their strong sons couldn't get with swords by kissing. Dick's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, before the Andals came to Westeros, the mutant family of Maiden Springtown tried to conquer the Crab Claw Peninsula. Green said seriously, the cowardly Earl William Merton sent people to discredit the reputation of the Crab Claw family during last year's royal hunting. Their ambition for the Crab Claw Peninsula is still alive, and Crab will never forget it. Dick bowed slightly and said solemnly, we are united. Green reached out and patted Dick on the shoulder, saying, Crab is already the ruling family of the Crab Claw Peninsula. I will support you. Then, Green told Dick about the current situation of the Mutton family in Maiden Spring in detail. Finally, he asked, Dick, tell me, do you like Maiden Spring? Dick glanced at the land of Crab Claw Peninsula that Green had pointed out before, and stared at Maiden Spring for a while. He exhaled and said loudly, Lord Green, I like Maiden Spring. Since Daenerys came to the Crabble territory, Lord Green could obviously feel that his burden was lightened a lot. For example, because Green needed to struggle in the Red Castle, he had to stay away from his territory all year round. Although his retainers guarded the territory, it was very dangerous for a lord without an heir. To put it in an analogy, if there were treasures that seemed to be ownerless piled up in front of him for a long time, it would become Lord Green's deliberate attempt to shake the loyalty of his subordinates. This was a completely unnecessary test. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation as much as possible, Lord Green had to spend a lot of energy on micro-manipulation of his territory while jumping around in the Red Castle. Now, King Green, who was preparing to go north, breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Daenerys did nothing in the Whispering City, her presence could unite the hearts of the people. Why is that? Because this is the continent of Westeros. Goose, 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 goose. Daenerys' cheerful laughter interrupted Green's thoughts. Green smiled and asked, did you find anything interesting? Daenerys was still covering her mouth and laughing, her eyes curved like crescents, and she nodded. After a pause, she smiled and said, it's a greeting from the old land of Crab. They call me. She shook the letter in her hand and continued, Madam Chief. After that, Daenerys giggled again. Green smiled and said, it's a very reasonable name. Daenerys couldn't help but bend down, and even difficultly waved her hand towards Green. Green's answer seemed to hit the princess's funny spot again. Daenerys' face flushed. She picked up the wine glass and took a big sip of summer red. Seeing Green about to speak, Daenerys immediately raised her hand to stop him. Her tone sounded like a request. Green, I need to slow down. Green reached out and held the princess' hand, with a slight smile on his lips, and said, it's business. Daenerys first looked at Green suspiciously, and then she seemed to have thought of something and said, Green, are you leaving? Daenerys was thinking of the Crab Claw Peninsula's conquest of the valley. Green nodded slightly. He pulled Daenerys into his arms, stayed quietly for a while, and said, I will leave the day after tomorrow, and I will leave this place to you, Dany. Daenerys whispered unconfidently, Green, I'm worried that I won't be able to handle the affairs of the Crab Claw Peninsula well. Dany, you have a fair and compassionate heart, and the people will love you. Daenerys hugged Green tightly and nodded silently. I have appointed Samwell Tarly and Dick as your chief steward and deputy chief steward respectively. They will assist you. Daenerys turned her head and looked up at Green, saying, my knight, I will wait for your triumphant return here. After that, she put her arms around Green's neck and gave him a long and gentle kiss. The sadness of parting soon turned into low singing. Gulltown is the main port in the Vale. It is located southeast of the Eyrie, on the shore of Crab Bay, and south of Runestone City. Gulltown has a naturally sheltered harbor. It is one of the 5 major cities in Westeros and is about the same size as White Harbor. During Aegon's conquest, the port of Gulltown was the site of a naval battle between the Targaryen and Arryn families. Although the result of the war was the destruction of both fleets, it delayed the Vale's surrender to Aegon. Since then, the city has grown and developed during the rule of the Targaryen dynasty. In the early stage of the War of the Usurper, Gulltown was the center of the royalist army in the Vale. Jon Arryn and Robert Baratheon lost a large number of knights and soldiers in order to break through the city. After the War of the Usurper, although Gulltown quickly recovered its former prosperity, its political status became awkward during the Baratheon dynasty. Since then, Gulltown has changed from a port town with military and trade to a pure trade port with only limited defense forces. Rumor has it, one night last year, dozens of bandits of unknown origin even set fire to a merchant family in Gulltown. It is said that, Earl Grafson of Gulltown added 10 security guards to appease the people's uneasy hearts. Gulltown, Vale, Lord Hall. Earl Grafson sat on the High Lord's chair, and behind him hung a huge yellow burning tower clan flag with a black triangle on a red background. The middle-aged sheriff of Seagulltown hurried into the hall. He saluted and said, "Your Excellency, Earl Grafson, the Red Castle envoy requests to see you." Earl Grafson slightly opened his sleepy eyes and asked in confusion, "The Red Castle envoy?" After a moment of silence, he looked at his bachelor. The Seagulltown bachelor pondered and said, "My lord, I think the Red Castle envoy is here for Lady Lyssa of Eagle's Nest." Earl Grafson was even more confused. For such a thing, why would the Red Castle come to me? The Seagulltown bachelor coughed lightly and said, "I think the Red Castle envoy's destination is Eagle's Nest. They are just passing by here. I heard that Lady Lyssa has blocked the Bloody Gate and does not allow anyone to enter or leave." Earl Grafson nodded his head. Yes, I remember, it is true." After a pause, he said distressedly, "Why didn't the Red Castle envoy go to the old anchorage of the Melker family, a coastal city east of the valley? I don't want to have any contact with the area before the League of the Just and the League of the True just decide the winner." The Maester of Gulltown said, "My lord, the final ownership of the Iron Throne is not clear either." Lord Graveson agreed. "We all thought that Renly's army would break through King's Landing, but, Lord Graveson's servants whispered in his ear, Stannis, yes, Stannis. As a result, a few thousand soldiers from Dragonstone defeated Renly's 100,000 troops, and he even lost his life, and his servant whispered again, Storm's End, yes, Storm's End. No one can understand the current situation. Only the gods know who will become the master of the Red Castle." The sheriff who delivered the message reminded cautiously, "Lord Graveson, the envoy from the Red Castle is still waiting for your audience outside." Earl Grafson touched the top of his head and said, "Go and tell them that I'm recovering from an illness recently and it's not suitable for me to entertain distinguished guests from afar." After a pause, he said, "You try to find out whether their destination is Eagle's Nest Castle. If it is really there, I suggest that they go to the old anchorage of the Malcolm family." After that, Earl Grafson looked at his bachelor worriedly again. The bachelor of Seagulltown bowed slightly and said, "My lord, your decision is wise. Now is not the time for us to express our position." After listening to the advice of the Maester, Lord Graveson waved his hand and asked people to leave. Looking at the sheriffs departing back, Lord Graveson was in deep thought. In the war more than 10 years ago, the Graveson family abandoned the ruling family of the Vale, the Arryn family, in order to support the Targaryen Iron Throne. This time, before the situation of the Airy Castle becomes clear, before the situation of the Red Castle becomes clear, the Graveson family is determined to maintain its neutrality. In less than an hour, the sheriff stepped into the Lord's Hall of Seagulltown again. Earl Graveson looked at the people below with a puzzled look on his face. The middle-aged sheriff said respectfully, "Your Excellency Lord Graveson, the envoys from the Red Castle heard about your health condition, and they expressed their concern and blessings for you." He added, "Then, I followed your instructions and hinted to them another route to the Airy Castle." Earl Graveson asked, "What did they say?" The sheriff smiled and replied, "The Red Castle envoys thanked me for my suggestion. They hope to stay in Seagulltown for one night and go to the old anchorage port early tomorrow morning." "Well handled." Earl Grafson nodded slightly. "The Red Castle envoy's request is very reasonable. Treat them well and make them live more comfortably." The sun gradually set, and the afterglow illuminated the beautiful Seagulltown, covering this prosperous port city with a layer of golden veil. However, in this charming scene, the shadow of death is quietly approaching. Night fell, the moon rose quietly, and the warriors in blue robes broke open the ancient gate of Seagulltown and poured in. The flag of the swamp marigold fluttered in the moonlight. "Long live Kleber, long live the Crab Claw Peninsula, fight for Lord Green." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The Bloody Count. The sound of the city gate being knocked open was particularly harsh in the silent night. The Seagulltown guards in the tower rushed over in a hurry, but the enemies they faced, the soldiers in blue robes, were extremely brave, and they fell in a pool of blood. Under the soft moonlight, patches of blue shadows spread towards the city. The shouts of the soldiers, the collision of swords and shields, and the whistling of arrows intertwined, blood splashed, and life was fleeting. Sword holders, kill! Sword holders, kill! Sword holders, kill! The unified battle slogan of the Kleber soldiers made the Seagull Town soldiers, who were almost on the verge of collapse, lose their will to fight even more. Puff! Puff! The companions who had been together day and night fell one by one. A Seagull Town soldier trembled all over, and the spear in his hand fell to the ground. Similar scenes were repeated in the city. But, the fire of revenge of the Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers has been ignited. Only a few of the Seagull Town soldiers who threw away their weapons and gave up resistance were lucky enough to survive. The hatred that has been accumulated for more than 10 years is being vented. It is more like a kind of barbarism. Westeros advocates blood debts with blood. Green Crab holds the whip of revenge. All the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula are waiting for their lord to lead them to revenge. Only kill the sword holders. This is the battle slogan set by Green before the station. This is the greatest mercy that Lord Green can do. Corpses and broken weapons are gradually piled up in the alleys of Seagull Town, and the air is filled with a strong smell of blood. The Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers held high the flag of the swamp marigold representing crab. Years of training have made them accustomed to top-down orders, which to a certain extent restrained their fire of revenge. At least, the Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers did not have enough time to break into a house. Hey! What, you are fast. According to the territorial laws set by Green, those who leave the team without permission during the battle will be killed without mercy. Similarly, those who uphold the laws of the territory during the battle can also gain military merit. The higher the military merit, the richer the reward from the Lord. The laws of Crab's territory are as cold as winter and as warm as summer. Bang! Amid the exclamations of men and women, the door of the Lord's Hall of Seagull Town was knocked open, and Crab's retainer Knight Perpili and his blue robes rushed in. Earl Grafson sat high on the Lord's chair, and around him were the terrified tribesmen. Although Earl Grafson tried to remain calm, he could not control his body shaking. His voice was trembling. "You are committing a crime." The Seagull Town scholar stood up straight and shouted, "You are robbers. I will accuse you of your crimes to King Joffrey and Duke Robert." Everyone seemed to have regained their courage and followed suit and shouted. Sir Pale held a blood-red longsword and strode over. Then, with a flash of cold light, the head of the maester rolled to the side weakly, and the headless neck opened horribly, and blood gushed out instantly. Buzz! The bloody scene was horrifying. Grafson's people looked at this scene in disbelief, and the air in the hall seemed to solidify. How dare he? Their eyes were full of helplessness, not knowing how to face this cruel scene. They dared not speak, for fear that their voices would break the silence and bring misfortune. Earl Grafson trembled and said, "I can pay the ransom." The answer to him was a suffocating silence. Tap 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 in the strange silence, the footsteps on the stone slabs were unusually loud. "Good night, Earl Grafson," Green, wearing silver armor, said as he walked slowly, and the blue robes made way for their lord. Only then did Lord Grafson notice the emblem of the swamp marigold, and he seemed to be slightly relieved. But as Green got closer and closer to him, Lord Grafson moved restlessly in his chair. He felt a greater danger from the person in front of him. Lord Grafson's Adam's apple rolled a few times, and he said, "Lord K. Lord Crab, this is the Valley of the Arryn family. You are invading." After a pause, he said, "I hope you leave immediately. Otherwise, tap 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 tap." Green stepped onto the stairs and came in front of Lord Grafson. Green looked at the people gathered around the Lord's chair and said casually, "What else, Earl Grafson?" After a moment of silence, he showed his pride as the ruler of Seagull Town. "Earl Crab, don't you understand what crime you are committing now? Not only the Red Castle and the Eagle's Nest, the entire Seven Kingdoms will not tolerate your sins." After a pause, he softened his tone and said, "If you are willing to leave now, I promise not to pursue your crimes tonight, and Seagull Town will open its doors to the Whispering Castle." He gave a forced smile. "The friendship between the Graveson family and the Crab family begins tonight." Green raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "The noble Graveson family is willing to establish friendship with a half-wild family." He chuckled and said, "Do you like to exchange your blood for so-called friendship?" Graveson's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "I promise, I can swear to the gods." Earl Crab, Green looked up at the burning tower flag hanging behind the Lord's chair, and said leisurely, "Earl Grafson, I am not here for hatred, Lord Green." The anxious voice of Butler Layton suddenly came. Green's eyes moved slightly, and he made a gesture. Butler Crab hurriedly stepped onto the steps and came directly to his side. Leighton's face was filled with suppressed excitement. He whispered in Green's ear, and Lord Green's ears moved. The Grafson family is the ruling family of Seagull Town, so the treasury of Seagull Town is also the treasury of the Grafson family. Littlefinger Pettier Beelish once served as the tax collector of Seagull Town. With his shrewdness, he knew the location of the Seagull Town treasury very well. On the night when Green saw Pettier off from King's Landing, he heard Green's curiosity. He just smiled meaningfully and told him the information about the Seagull Town treasury truthfully. Tonight's Blue crossing the sea, the task of the little housekeeper Leighton is to guard the treasury of Seagull Town. Why is Leighton so eager to meet his lord? After Leighton flipped through the blood-stained account book, he was excited and scared at the same time. Millions of gold dragons. Green's brown eyes trembled slightly. Green had to admit that his identity as a poor lord limited his imagination. When he received material support worth 500,000 gold dragons from High Court, Lord Green's pursuit of gold dragons was no longer so urgent, because he had exceeded the goal he set for himself. Just now, Green's little housekeeper told him in a trembling voice that there were several million gold dragons in several treasuries in Seagull Town. So much? How to spend it all? Seagull Town is indeed one of the 5 major cities in Westeros. Green raised one eyebrow and looked at Leighton. How many millions exactly? Leighton was not sure. He blinked. 4 or 5 million. Green looked at Earl Graveson, who pretended to be calm. The original plan was to escort Graveson and others to the Red Castle in the name of Lady Lyssa's accomplices to show King Joffrey's military merits. But there are too many gold dragons in Seagull Town. Although millions of gold dragons have now fallen into his pocket, they theoretically belong to the Graveson family. These gold dragons are engraved with the invisible Burning Tower emblem. Therefore, whether it is the journey to escort Graveson and his group to the Red Castle or after arriving at the Red Castle, there are many variables. Green looked at the retainer knights standing below and said, "Pell, take them down." Amidst various voices, Graveson and his group were roughly taken away from the hall by the blue-robed soldiers. Sir Pell took off his helmet, hugged one hand, and asked Green, "My lord, what should we do with those people, in the name of the king?" As he said, Green stretched out a hand and made a beheading gesture. The golden dragon without its owner was about to be engraved with the invisible swamp marigold emblem. Green sat in the lord's chair of Seagull Town, tapping his fingers on the armrest carved into the shape of a seagull. It's only a few million owed in more than 10 years. The rich man Green suddenly felt that Robert I was not too extravagant. Green's eyes trembled slightly. Can you buy as many supplies as you have with gold dragons? This is impossible, because the limited productivity of Westeros has brought about a limited amount of supplies. Scarcity makes things valuable. If Green buys a large amount of a certain item, the price of that item will increase as time goes by. Therefore, again, how should I spend so many gold dragons? The next morning, Seagull Town, one of the 5 major cities in Westeros, hung the flag of Crab. Some bold men and women began to walk out of their houses and carefully inquire about the situation outside. They found that except for a few more patrolling blue robes, it seemed no different from usual. But the smell of blood floating in the air and the dry blood on the ground told them that a fierce battle had indeed taken place in the city. At dawn, more and more figures shuttled through the streets, and the whole city seemed to be waking up. I heard that we will be under the control of the barbarians from now on. God bless us, barbarians. SHH, don't be so loud. I heard that they will eat people when they are hungry. Yes, I heard that too. They especially like to eat children. Oh, God bless my children. Woo woo woo. SHH, try not to go out recently. Duke Arlen will definitely send troops to drive out the barbarians, and then everything will be fine. Hey, stop talking. Let's go. What's wrong? What happened? All the people of the Grafson family are dead. Their heads are hung on the city gate. Oh, isn't that our governor? Gods, hurry up. You may not be able to see it if you go too late. Yes, let's go. Let's go. The news of the death of the Grafson family spread, and the nobles, merchants, and mercenary representatives of Seagull Town gathered at the door of the Lord's Hall, loudly protesting against Crab's atrocities. At noon, Lord Green personally met with these indignant representatives of Seagull Town, and he patiently explained the charges of the Grafson family. What was Graveson's crime? Green explained that Graveson was not only an accomplice of Lady Lyssa, but also openly opposed King Joffrey's Iron Throne. Moreover, Gravesend not only refused to meet the Red Keep envoys who came with good intentions, but even used force to expel them. Therefore, Green arrested them in the name of the king, but was met with armed resistance from Gravesend, and had to execute them. Green thought he spoke well, but dozens of representatives from Gulltown said in unison, "We don't believe it." Lord Green maintained a gentle expression and tone, listened patiently enough to the representatives' questions, and explained the legality of the execution over and over again. It took the whole afternoon for the representatives to resolutely refuse Green's invitation to the banquet, and they were still indignant when they left. The next day, it was the same. The third day, it was the same. On the morning of the fourth day, 2,000 blue robes entered Gulltown according to Green's orders, and the city ushered in a cruel and bloody massacre. The first time, when the total number of gold dragons in the treasury reached 6 million, Green withdrew his soldiers. Green met with a slightly smaller number of Gulltown representatives, but he read hatred in their eyes. The second time, when the number of gold dragons in the treasury reached 8 million, Green met with the Gulltown representatives again, whose number was nearly half of that of the previous meeting, and Green sensed their forbearance. The third time, when the number of gold dragons in the treasury reached 9 million, the Gulltown representatives took the initiative to meet with Earl Green, and he felt a kind of love from them. Green still had a gentle face and tone. He personally sent the Gulltown representatives, who were nearly 2/3 less than the first meeting, to the door. When their figures gradually disappeared, Green looked at the retainer knights who followed him and said, "Per, you can stop." Per, who always had a serious face, rarely showed an unnatural smile, touched his chest and saluted, saying, "My lord, I am always at your service." Green seemed to be hallucinating. Per Peely's loyalty increased by 1. Green reached out and patted Per's arm, saying, "Go, the curfew will continue, and our war has just begun." After the retainer knight left, Lord Green paced and rubbed his jet black hair. The simple Crab Claw Peninsula soldiers loved killing the most, not to mention the war of revenge. Green's thoughts were flying, and he had to find a balance here, because his goal was to rule the entire valley. After a while, the little housekeeper Leighton came to report, "My master, they are all here and are waiting for your summons." Because of Crab's reorganization, Gulltown lost a lot of big merchants. He planned to promote some small businesses to fill the gaps in the market. For the first payment, the generous Lord Green took out 1 million gold dragons and prepared to issue interest-free loans to reputable but weaker businesses to restore the prosperity of Gulltown as soon as possible. The bleeding stopped, and the cake sharing was about to begin. The newcomers filled the old ones' positions, and the Lord's Hall of Gulltown was filled with laughter. Chapter 218 The Bloody Count, and starting from the next day, the governor's office of Gulltown purchased goods from outside in waves. The golden dragon seemed to be jumping in front of their eyes. At first, a few people laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths, and then more and more people followed suit. There were more and more beneficiaries. Many people felt that Count Kleber, who claimed to be the temporary guardian of Gulltown, seemed to be a very good person. On the 9th day, when the swamp marigold flag flew over Gulltown, the door of the Lord's Hall was opened, and Count Kleber listened to the petition of the people of Gulltown for the first time. After the petition, the people of Gulltown spread privately. Lord Kleber was a kind governor. The petition in Gulltown lasted for 7 consecutive days from dawn to dusk. At the same time, the people suddenly found that the evil people living around them disappeared one by one, which made them unconsciously ignore the increasing number of blue patrols on the streets. Ding ding ding, the bell of the largest square in Gulltown suddenly rang. Then, the people saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. They heard someone loudly reading out the crimes, followed by a scene of heads rolling. Fear was spreading, but the people soon found that their lives had become much easier than before. Are they afraid of the new governor who made the bloody smell of Gulltown linger? Of course they are afraid, but they are more afraid of the evil people around them who are closer to them. Normally, they can't avoid these people in their lives, but their new governor is so cruel that he eliminated those people directly from their lives. As time goes by, they love the bloody wrists of the new governor more and more. The laughter and joy of Gulltown also bloomed among the lower-class people, and they began to affectionately call their new governor the Bloody Earl in private. The camp of the Justice Alliance in the south of Eagle's Nest City, where the elite of the Royce family, the Waywood family, the Hunter family, the Redford family, the Belmore family, and the Templeton family gathered, with a total of 6,000 soldiers from each family. Yesterday, The army of the Justice League launched a symbolic attack on the area, using practical actions to warn Lysa Tully, who was hiding in the area. Everyone, I think a siege will be enough. It is impossible for us to break through the area with our military strength. According to the intelligence I have obtained, there are a lot of food stored in the area. Only the gods can know how long we will stay here. Why hasn't the messenger we sent come back yet? God bless her, she can poison her own husband. She is a lunatic. I don't think she would dare to do anything to hurt the messenger in this situation. Poisoning can be done secretly, but there are thousands of eyes staring at her here. She absolutely dare not, unless, is she really crazy? Gods, please don't forgive her, has Sir Blackfish of the Bloody Gate replied. Brynden Tully said that he would not interfere in the dispute between the League of the Righteous and Lady Lysa, but he asked us not to stop him from loading vegetables into the hanging baskets of the area. What does he mean? Doesn't this mean that he supports his sinful niece? What about his knightly honor? Maybe this is why Duke Tully doesn't like his brother. The actions of the Knights of the Bloody Gate will make us a laughingstock. I think we should just block the Gate of the Moon and cut off the supply to the Eagle's Nest. My lord, a raven from Seagull, when Bronze John and others were holding a combat meeting in the tent, they received the news that Seagull Town in the valley had been captured. Sir Simon Templeton of 9 Stars shouted angrily, "This is an invasion, this is a crime." Lady Anya Waywood of Iron Oak City read the letter and frowned. Earl Crab of Crab Claw Peninsula. Lady Anya's young brown hair has turned gray, wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and loose skin on her chin. After reading the letter, she handed it to Bronze John and said in a deep voice, "The Gravesend family has disappeared forever." Sir Simon Templeton stood up suddenly and shouted angrily, "These barbarians must pay with blood." Lady Anya signaled Simon Templeton to sit down with her eyes, and said calmly, "You can read the contents of the letter first." Bronze John's grey eyes were half hidden under his thick eyebrows. He pondered for a while after reading the letter, and then handed the letter to the bearded Earl Jerwood Hunt of Longbow Hall. After a moment of silence, Lady Anya said, "The Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula conquered the Eagle's Nest in the name of King Joffrey, and the Gravesend family was framed by him as Lysa's accomplices." Earl Jerwood Hunt sneered and said, "It's better to say that it's the revenge of the half-wild family." Everyone present understood the hatred of the Crab Claw Peninsula people towards the nobles of the valley, because their families had participated in the blockade of the Crab Claw Peninsula. Sir Simon Templeton said contemptuously, "Just relying on the few troops in Crab Claw Peninsula." Lady Anya said, "Sir Simon, don't underestimate any enemy." She glanced at everyone and said, "My lords, will the Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula join forces with Lysa Tully?" Bronze John shook his head slightly and said, "Anyone sitting on the Iron Throne cannot tolerate the crimes committed by Lysa Tully." Everyone, Bronze John said slowly, "We all know that Stannis is reorganizing his troops in the south, and the battle in King's Landing is inevitable." After a pause, he said, "My question is why the Queen Mother Lannister sent her confidants to the Vale at this time." Lady Anya's eyes moved, and asked, "Earl John, what are you thinking about?" Bronze John shook his head and replied, "I originally guessed that the Lannisters wanted to take this opportunity to extend their hands into the Vale. Now I think," after a pause, he continued, "the Lannisters have enemies everywhere. This is not worth it." The silent Earl Beneda Belmore of Hong Song City touched his pear-shaped belly and said, "I heard that the food supply problem in King's Landing has not been solved. Could it be that the Queen Regent has set her eyes on the food in the valley?" After he finished speaking, many people nodded, but Lady Anya retorted, "Stannis Baratheon will not give the Lannisters so much time, at most 3 months. I think this time is enough for Stannis to subdue the troops in the south." Bronze John tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers and said, "Everyone, we have to decide as soon as possible. Lady Lysa, Crab Claw Peninsula. Which one should the Alliance of the Righteous solve first?" As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the guard guarding the door strode in and said, "My lord, Lord Petyr Baelish requests to see you." Bronze John said in surprise, "Petyr? Why is he here?" Simon Templeton's voice was sarcastic. "He may have come back to see the magnificent fortress on the Five-Finger Peninsula." When Simon Templeton finished speaking, many people in the tent laughed quietly. Petyr walked into the tent with an elegant step. He curled the corners of his lips and bowed slightly, saying, "Everyone, it's an honor." After Petyr sat down, Bronze John asked directly, "Petyr, why are you here?" Petyr spread his hands and said with a smile, "Lord John, you are not asking about the rumors about me in King's Landing, right?" Bronze John stared at Petyr for a while and said, "You can refuse to answer." Everyone's eyes were focused on Petyr. He sighed lightly and said, "It seems that I still need to explain." He added, "Everyone should know that I am the adopted son of Duke Tully. I grew up with his children in Riverrun." Petyr glanced at the people present and shrugged. "Later, I heard about Lady Lyssa from Duke Stark. I couldn't be mute at that time." Lady Anya's eyes moved slightly, and she said, "I heard that you were imprisoned in the Black Prison of the Red Castle." Petyr's gray-green eyes trembled slightly. According to Eddard Stark's character, he would never reveal his problems to others before the formal trial, so he was very sure at this moment. Petyr's expression was as if he had heard a joke. "Dear Lady Wellwood, you should believe in the honor of Lord Stark. He just doesn't like me to ignore honor because of personal feelings." Bronze John nodded his chin slightly and said, "So, why are you here? Who are you here for?" Petyr restrained the smile on his face and said, "My lords, I come for the alliance of the righteous and for peace in the Vale." After a moment of silence, Simon Templeton mocked, "Ha, little femur, this is the Vale, not the Red Castle that plays word games. Do you think we brought soldiers here to relax?" Petyr spread his hands, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "This is really a good idea." Sir Simon stood up suddenly from his chair, his hand grasped the hilt of his sword, and he glared at Petyr, who looked calm. Petyr looked at Bronze John and said, "Lord John, it is not an honor to draw a sword during a negotiation." The other members of the Just Alliance spoke to comfort Simon Templeton, and he sat back in his chair. When everyone was quiet, Bronze John said, "Petyr, are you representing Lady Lyssa?" Petyr nodded at first, but then shook his head. Bronze John raised his hand to stop the others who were about to speak, and said, "Petyr, we don't like guessing games. I hope you can be more direct." Petyr shrugged helplessly and said, "Okay, let's get straight to the point. My lords, and my lady, what do you want to do to Robert Arryn's mother? Or, what is your ultimate goal?" After Petyr finished speaking, the eyes of the members of the Just Alliance collided with each other, and finally they all looked at Bronze John. Bronze John stared at Petyr for a while and said, "Lyssa Tully must be tried in public." Petyr smiled and said, "Robert Arryn is young and sickly, he is so pitiful." Bronze John answered Petyr's cryptic question, "Petyr, I will take him to my Runestone City and make him a knight that will make Lord Jon Arryn proud." Runestone City? Petyr seemed very curious. Why not Iron Oak City or Longbow Hall? Or the castles of other lords? Beneda Belmore raised her voice and said, "Anywhere is fine. Lord Robert will visit our castles in turn." Lady Anya's sigh interrupted everyone's thoughts, and she said, "Earl Petyr, your provocation is clumsy. It will not affect the alliance of the righteous." Petyr's eyes flashed. "Lady Wellwood, my lords, can you represent the Vale?" The atmosphere in the tent became solemn, but he continued, "I have many good friends in Gulltown. I heard some bad news not long ago. I think you should also know what happened there." He continued, "Madam, my lords, this is related to the honor of the entire valley. My suggestion is, let's get rid of the common enemy first. How about it?" Red Castle, royal meeting. Varys' fat face was filled with fear that was difficult to hide. "Queen Cersei, my little bird brought specific information," Cersei Lannister said. "Varys, tell me about it." Varys nodded slightly and replied, "My little bird told me that Renly Baratheon was murdered horribly in the army. The sharp blade pierced through steel and bone like cutting cheese, and cut his throat from the left ear to the right ear." Grand Maester Pycelle opened his sleepy eyes and said, "It's unbelievable." Cersei frowned and said, "Varys, have you found out who did it? Is the murderer Stannis?" Varys shook his head helplessly. "Your Majesty, Renly died suddenly, and rumors have spread like mushrooms in the dark. A groom said that Renly was killed by one of the Rainbow Guards. A washerwoman claimed that Stannis sneaked into the camp with his magic sword and killed his brother. Some soldiers believed that the murderer was a woman, but they could not agree on which woman. One of the soldiers thought the murderer was the girl who was ruthlessly abandoned by Renly. Another soldier said that the murderer was the maiden who served Renly on the eve of the battle, and the third soldier dared to guess that the little Rose of Highgarden was the real murderer." Queen Cersei interrupted impatiently, "Varys, you are wasting my time with these gossips. Please remember, I want the truth." The lioness was roaring, and Varys couldn't help but shrink his neck. Tyrion grinned, "At least we can be sure that Renly is dead. It seems that King Joffrey will be very disappointed. It is said that he has prepared many sharp spears for Renly's head." Queen Cersei snorted coldly, her voice full of pride. "It can also be used to pierce Stannis' head." Tyrion blinked. "My dear sister, Renly's death is not good news." Tyrion originally hoped that the Baratheon brothers would have a bloody battle in the south, so that they would both suffer losses. Now, Stannis may be the real rival of Lannister. Tyrion looked at Varys and said, "My Lord Intelligence Manager, what is the situation of Renly's 100,000 troops?" Chapter 219 Hear Me Roar. Outside the throne room, dark clouds gathered, foreshadowing the coming of a rainstorm. Inside the throne room, candlelight flickered. Varys spoke slowly. Renly left most of his infantry at Peterbridge. Most of the lords and knights who followed him to Storm's End at night have joined Stannis. Queen Cersei raised her glass and took a sip of summer red, frowned, and said, "Varys, I don't mind that the small royal meeting will become smaller." She put down her glass and said, "I want to hear specific information, please remember." Varys shook his body, and immediately restrained the inscrutable expression on his face, saying, "More than 10,000 cavalrymen at Storm's End have been owned by Stannis, which is almost all the heavy armored cavalry in the entire south." He added, "As for the thousands of free riders originally hired by Renly, they should still be waiting for Stannis' generosity." Grand Maester Pycelle's tone was a little sarcastic. "It must be the Florent family that took the lead. Many people know that family is a chameleon." Varys chuckled and said, "Maester Pycelle, you guessed right. It was indeed Lord Alistair Florent of Brightwater who first defected, and most of the lords followed suit." Tyrion suddenly said, "Most? You mean not all?" Varys nodded slightly, and said, "Except Randall Tarly and Mattis Rowan. The two of them led the knights who refused to surrender to Stannis and returned to Peterbridge." Tyrion grinned. "Finally, there is good news." Varys smiled and said, "Renly's queen, the Little Rose of Highgarden, is still in Peterbridge, and there are 80,000 infantry gathered there." Shaking his head slightly, he continued, "Not only did so many soldiers lose their king, but many of the lords they served surrendered to Stannis at Storm's End. I believe they don't know where to go at this moment. It's really pitiful." Tyrion's eyes moved, and his upper body leaned forward slightly unconsciously. "In my opinion, this is our chance. Everyone loves Renly, but Stannis does not. We can win Highgarden." After Tyrion's words fell, there was a sudden silence, and then Queen Cersei said coldly, "My Prime Minister, does the Golden Rose love Lannister?" Tyrion grinned. "Obviously, this is unlikely." His tone changed, and he said seriously, "The Renly they love is dead. As long as we can prove that Joffrey is a little better than Stannis, that's enough." The Lannister lioness's green eyes trembled slightly, and her hands under the table clenched into fists. Varys seemed very curious. "Prime Minister Tyrion, how do you prove this?" "I think the late Renly gave us a good example." Tyrion glanced at everyone and continued, "We use marriage to gain an alliance with a Golden Rose." Maester Pycelle glanced at the silent Queen Mother Cersei and said tremblingly, "Prime Minister, do you want King Joffrey to marry Margaery Tyrell?" Queen Mother Cersei looked at Tyrion coldly. His sister's gaze at this time made him a little flustered. He quickly showed a smile that he thought was well behaved as his response. She taunted, "Tyrion, you are so whimsical. Have you forgotten Loras Tyrell and Garland Tyrell?" Tyrion shrugged and replied, "Of course I remember. The big dog my father raised caused something regrettable." Queen Cersei snorted coldly and said, "So, you are really naive?" Tyrion smiled and said, "The Little Rose of Bitterbridge has just lost her new husband. Look at it from another perspective. The Golden Roses are in need of comfort now. They need very sincere comfort." Cersei Lannister's eyes were trembling. She didn't forget the prophecy of the witch, "One day you will be the mother of the country, until another woman comes. She is younger and more beautiful than you. She will overthrow you and take away everything you truly love." When they first met in Meek Tower, Chapter 112, Cersei suspected that Margaery was the woman who was prophesied to take away everything from her. Later, Margaery married Renly, and she put aside this suspicion. Now, Cersei feels that the prophecy of the witch is approaching her step by step. "Want to be my son's queen? Want to take away everything from me? Margaery Tyrell will only end up in ashes." Queen Mother Cersei's eyes were full of coldness. "Let my son marry a woman who harbors hatred? Who knows when the fire of her hatred will ignite?" At a lively banquet or on the bed late at night, Tyrion laughed and said, "The Little Rose in Highgarden is very charming. Joffrey will be very willing to share a bed with her, and all men will be jealous." Queen Mother Cersei interrupted angrily, "Enough. What do you think of my son? You ugly dwarf." Tyrion's smile disappeared in an instant, and his pair of heterochromatic eyes stared at Queen Mother Cersei motionlessly. After a pause, he said word by word, "Regent Queen, this is a royal court meeting." Queen Cersei sneered and said contemptuously, "Be your puppet. I warned you, my sister, if you do this again, I will be really angry." How ridiculous, you dare to threaten me? Are you going to complain to father again? Perhaps, this time it is another surprise, my dear sister. Cersei glared at Tyrion, and Tyrion looked back calmly. The atmosphere was solemn, and the siblings were unwilling to give in to each other. Cersei's voice was cold. I can put you in the dark cell right now, Tyrion grinned. I don't think you can do it. Ahem. The new royal finance minister, Earl Giles Rossby, who had been silent, coughed a few times and said, Your Majesty, I think the marriage proposed by the Prime Minister is worth a try. Our biggest enemy is Stannis. It will be difficult to defend King's Landing with their current military strength. Varys also advised, Queen Cersei, you have the heart of a loving mother, but those of us who are presumptuous in governing must give priority to our kingdom and everything and temporarily put aside our own desires. After a pause, he said solemnly, This may be the only way to keep King Joffrey alive until the wedding night. The affectionate gaze between the siblings ended, and Queen Cersei leaned back in her chair. She was still unmoved. Whatever you say, my son is proud by nature. He will never like Renly's leftovers, and he will never agree to this marriage, Tyrion said. Before Joffrey comes of age, you are his regent queen mother, and I am his prime minister. He has to marry whoever we tell him to marry. Even if it is leftovers, he can only make do with it. Everyone was looking at Cersei Lannister, who was sitting upright. After a long silence, Queen Cersei's eyes suddenly moved slightly, and she said, You can find someone to arrange it. If this matter angers Joffrey, you will have to ask the gods for help. The change in Queen Cersei's expression did not escape Tyrion's eyes. What tricks is his self-righteous sister planning again? Queen Cersei's voice fell, and there was no time to think about it. Tyrion immediately said, I'm glad that everyone has reached a consensus. Seeing that his sister was about to speak, the good brother spoke first. We need to choose a good envoy. We have to let the Golden Rose happily marry their little Rose. Tyrion's eyes swept across his sister, who seemed to want to eat her brother, and swept across the ministers present. Everyone was thinking. Queen Cersei looked at the dwarf prime minister with her beautiful eyes. She showed a charming smile on her face. We sent Sir Jacqueline Bywater, the current commander of the Gold Cloaks, south. He is trustworthy, isn't he, my prime minister? Tyrion blinked. My dear sister, do I look so easy to deceive? Can your plan be a little more clever? Tyrion grinned. It seems that his sister finally realized that the gold cloak was taken away by her well-behaved brother? Unfortunately, it's too late. He shook his head slightly and said seriously, Queen Mother Cersei, we don't want a mouthpiece. The envoys we send must be able to negotiate with a Golden Rose on behalf of the king and the royal council and get things done quickly. He swept his eyes over the people present again and continued, Stannis will not leave us too much time. After another silence, Queen Mother Cersei's voice sounded, the Prime Minister is the king's spokesperson, so, you are the most suitable candidate, so it is no different from Joffrey coming in person. Her voice became very gentle, my Tyrion, your tongue is as powerful as Jaime's sword. Who is better than you? I believe he will never come back after he leaves. Why does my sister always mistakenly think that other people are fools? Tyrion sighed secretly. You are flattering me. Tyrion smiled and replied, Sister Cersei, in fact, in my opinion, a mother is more suitable than an uncle to arrange a marriage for the child. The corners of his mouth rose. Besides, you have a talent for making friends, and I admire your skill very much. The Lannister lioness's eyes flickered with fire, and the siblings once again looked at each other affectionately. If only Lord Green were here. Varys' voice eased the solemn atmosphere. Tyrion's eyes moved, and his sight shifted to Varys, who had a faint smile on his face, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Facing the various gazes of the crowd, Varys said slowly, Duke Mace likes Earl Green very much? Everyone says that the two of them are like father and son. He sighed lightly, and then said, if he was still in the Red Castle, he would be the best candidate to be sent as an envoy to the Golden Rose. After a pause, Varys smiled lightly, and said, Earl Green's tongue is as good as Sir Jaime's swordsmanship. Grand Maester Pycelle had a complicated expression. The Minister of Finance, Earl Giles, said, Your Majesty, Prime Minister, we must indeed treat this marriage seriously, so the person we send should preferably be someone that the Golden Rose can trust. Cersei's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Varys, where is Green now? Before Varys could reply, Tyrion spoke first. Sister Cersei, in accordance with your son's orders, didn't Green go to the Vale to capture Lysa Tully and Robert Arryn? The Lannister lioness finally resisted the urge to rush over and slap Tyrion. She said angrily, This is all your conspiracy, isn't it? Tyrion was stunned for a moment. Did my elder sister misunderstand something? His eyes turned. She must know that I had met Joffrey before I ordered Green to go to the Vale to arrest people. Did she think that I deliberately moved her sword? Judging from the result, there is really no excuse. In the side of Queen Cersei, Tyrion's expression at this time revealed a guilty conscience, and her hands could not help but clench. Not long after, she showed a smile. Can the conspiracy she saw through still be called a conspiracy? Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and said, "Let Green come back." The Lannister lioness slowly swept her warning eyes over the crowd and said, "I want Green to come back, immediately. No one is allowed to stop me, otherwise." She raised her voice and said, "Listen to my roar." In the pavilion outside the Prime Minister's tower, Bronn led a dozen golden robes and stood outside, and Tyrion and Varys stood inside the pavilion. Tyrion stared at Varys, who looked respectful, and said, "I always thought you were my ally, Lord Varys." Doubt flashed across Varys' fat face. He bowed slightly and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, I am at your disposal." In the thick dark clouds, the sun briefly peeked at the earth, and Tyrion's golden nose shone. He said with a sullen face, "Varys, you have been doing a lot of little things recently. Your goal is to get Green back, right?" As Tyrion finished speaking, Varys' face showed a moment of panic. He shook his head quickly and said, "It must be my inappropriate behavior that caused you to misunderstand, my Prime Minister." Tyrion was unmoved by Varys' denial. He raised his hand, and the golden robes outside turned around and faced the direction of the two men, and their hands grasped the hilts of the long swords at their waists. "Lord Varys, I'm giving you a chance to let me know what your purpose is." Varys calmly glanced at the gold cloaks surrounding them, and said, "My Lord Prime Minister, I have to admit that you have a keen eye." He sighed, "I'm honest with you, but this is something only you can hear." Tyrion stared at Varys for a while with a sincere look, then he made a gesture, and the gold cloaks retreated one after another. After a pause, Varys said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, in fact, our Queen Mother has long realized that she has lost control of the gold cloaks." Tyrion stared at Varys motionlessly and said, "I didn't reach out to the gold cloak guards of the Red Castle." Varys sighed again. "Many people volunteered to be spies of Queen Cersei. Your actions can't be hidden from her, and she doesn't trust Sir Lancel very much." Tyrion raised his eyebrows and said, "So?" Varys moved closer to Tyrion, and he lowered his voice and said, "My little bird told me that they saw the lioness trying to win over some strange monks. I smell danger there, my Prime Minister." In the Prime Minister's study, Tyrion picked up the letter that his little servant had just delivered. He glanced at the golden ink on it and opened the envelope. The content was still about the marriage of Myrcella, but the old line far away in Harrenhal changed his plan. Princess Myrcella's marriage partner was no longer the Martell family of Sunspear as Tyrion had proposed, but Robert Arryn of the Eyrie. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The kind father did not explain the reason for this in the letter, he only gave the order in a cold and hard tone. Thinking about it, Tyrion felt a headache, and he couldn't help scratching his hair with his hands. Chapter 220 Fearlessness and Loyalty. Peterbridge, River Reach. Ever since the news of Renly's death, Lord Caswell has closed the main gate of Peterbridge and cut off contact with the outside world. Margaery Tyrell did not express dissatisfaction or anger at Lord Caswell's presumptuous behavior. She just stayed quietly in her queen's tent. The clouds in the sky were low and heavy, rolling, and the sun was sometimes blocked, and sometimes a little bit of light was revealed. The air was filled with a humid and hot breath, as if everything was squeezed by an invisible pressure, making people breathless. In the tent, Margaery was wearing a dark dress that expressed mourning, and her elk-like eyes stared at the queen's crown in her hand. Her eyes were a little dull. Although the queen's crown was in her hand at the moment, it was just a beautiful decoration. Margaery suddenly felt discouraged. Margaery's slender and tender fingers touched the golden rose on the crown. Her hand paused, and after a long time, she took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The queen's crown Renly gave her was put away by her maids as if it were an ordinary ornament. Margaery straightened her back. Whether she had it or not, she was still the proud golden rose, and she was still the light of the river bay. The golden rose never withers. Margaery's clear and pleasant voice rang out, "Bring me something to eat." Hearing her order, her maids were stunned for a moment, and then they all moved. Soon, the maids brought plates of desserts and placed them on the long dining table. Margaery had just taken a few bites when the voice of the captain of the guard came from the door. "Your Majesty, Lord Randall Tarly and Lord Mattis Rowan request to see you." Margaery's brown eyes moved slightly. She put down the golden fork in her hand, picked up the napkin to wipe the corner of her mouth, and said as she stood up, "Please come in, my lords." Lord Randall and Lord Mattis strode over and saluted together. "Good day, Queen Margaery." Margaery responded lightly. "Good day, Lord Randall and Lord Mattis." Her beautiful eyes looked at the two people who looked exhausted, and then said, "My lords, it's great to see you. May the gods bless you." Lord Randall bowed slightly, and Lord Mattis hesitated, then said, "Queen Margaery, I beg your condolences." Margaery sighed sadly and said, "Thank you." After a pause, she said, "What's the situation outside?" Lord Randall glanced at Lord Mattis, who remained silent, and replied, "Queen Margaery, I have sent people to control the food and fodder of the Bitterbridge army. I will stabilize the morale of the army as soon as possible." He went on, "After the death of King Renly, many lords and knights of the Reach, led by the Florent family, directly defected to Stannis Baratheon." Lord Randall's eyes became sharp, and he continued, "They are vassals of the Duke of Highgarden. Their actions were not allowed by their lord. They are traitors. There are still many of those people's relatives and confidants in the Bitterbridge camp. My opinion is to execute them as soon as possible to stabilize the morale of the army." Lord Mattis glanced at Margaery, whose face was haggard, and said, "Queen Margaery, we heard on the way here that they plan to take their soldiers directly to Storm's End. This is not only a betrayal, it will also shake the entire army." Margaery flexed her fingers secretly. She looked at Lord Randall with a serious face for a while, then glanced at Lord Mattis beside her, and said, "Lord Randall, After a pause, she raised her voice, "In the name of the Duke of Highgarden, I appoint you as the supreme commander of the Bitterbridge army in the Riverlands. From now on, you have the right to deal with anyone who shakes the morale of the army until the Duke of Highgarden arrives at the Bitterbridge camp." Lord Randall saluted very seriously. "Queen Margaery, thank you for your trust." Margaery nodded slightly. Her eyes moved slightly and she looked at Lord Mattis, and said, "I don't know much about military affairs, but I think Lord Randall needs a reliable quartermaster." Lord Mattis, "Thank you for your trouble." Lord Mattis nodded solemnly to accept the order. After a pause, Margaery said gently, "Lord Randall, Lord Mattis, in the name of the Golden Rose, I thank you again for your fearlessness and loyalty." Lord Randall and Lord Mattis nodded their heads in thanks, then looked at each other, and then looked at Margaery. Seeing this, Margaery said, "My lords, if you have any questions, you can speak to me frankly. I respect you very much and I will listen." Lord Mattis bowed slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Queen Margaery, please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but is it possible that you are pregnant with King Renly's child?" As soon as he finished speaking, Margaery's eyes trembled, and she frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, she shook her head. Her face was sad and weak. "My lords, I know this matter is very important, so I will be honest with you." Her eyes were slightly red, and she continued, "We all know King Renly very well. He wants to wait until he sits on the Iron Throne before considering this matter." Her wet eyes stayed on the two trusted vassals for a while, and she whispered, "This is also the agreement between King Renly and the Duke of Highgarden. The Golden Rose keeps its promise." She forced a smile. "If you like, you can call me Miss Margaery." In the camp, Randall Tarly and Mattis Rowan walked side by side. As Lord Mattis walked, he sighed, "What a pity." Lord Randall walked silently, as if he did not hear Lord Mattis's sigh. Lord Mattis continued to sigh. "If only King Renly had left an heir." Lord Randall frowned and said, "The gods will not give everything to one person." Lord Mattis shrugged and said, "This is really a bad joke. Miss Margaery, what happened to her is really sad." In silence all the way, the two climbed up the tower of the camp. Lord Randall gazed around the camp for a while, and suddenly said, "Miss Margaery is not pitiful. She is very strong and she is still the light of Highgarden." Lord Mattis was stunned. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your answer, old friend. I am really honored." Lord Randall was not interested in Lord Mattis's teasing. He pondered for a moment and said, "Those from the Florent family must be executed as soon as possible." After a pause, he continued, "The camp needs to be stable. We must execute the sentence in front of all the soldiers." Lord Mattis nodded heavily. He reached out and patted Lord Randall on the arm, saying, "Old friend, leave this matter to me. I don't want your wife to resent you." Lord Randall's wife is Melissa Florent. Her father is Lord Alistair Florent, who took the lead in joining Stannis after Renly's death. Lord Randall shook his head slightly, rejecting Lord Mattis's kindness. He said coldly, I am the vanguard. This is my duty, he added in his heart, I am saving my wife's family. Lord Mattis gave him a word of advice, but he didn't continue. He changed the subject. Lord Randall, the accident that night was too sudden, and we didn't have time to investigate carefully. Who do you think is the murderer? Lord Randall said coldly. Stannis. Lord Mattis looked a little shocked. How did you know? Lord Randall, have you found out anything? Lord Randall's sharp eyes turned to the person beside him, and said, Lord Mattis, it's obvious that he is the biggest beneficiary. Lord Mattis nodded, and had to admit that he also agreed with Lord Randall's speculation. He murmured, those who murder their blood relatives are hated by both humans and gods. Lord Mattis, I believe more in swords. After that, Lord Randall turned and walked towards the stairs of the tower. On that day, dozens of heads were stuck on spears in the Bridge camp. Stormlands, Storm's End. The dull dark clouds covered the sky above Storm's End. The sun was weakly penetrating the thick clouds and sprinkled on the earth, looking pale and powerless. After Lord Renly died, His Majesty was troubled by nightmares, and even the Maester's medicine was useless. Only Lady Melisandre could soothe him to sleep. Davos Seaworth's fifth son confided in his father because of his worries. His name was Davin Seaworth, and he was one of King Stannis' servants. Is this why the priestess lived in the same tent with King Stannis? Pray together? Or use other methods to soothe him to sleep? This question is not only beyond the scope, but he dare not ask it, even if he asks his own son. In fact, after witnessing the shadow magic that night, he has also had difficulty sleeping recently. The Onion Knight withdrew his thoughts. He shouldn't question King Stannis. After Seaworth sent Melisandre back that night, he asked to see King Stannis at dawn, but was told that the king was busy. After several days, he finally waited for King Stannis to summon him. In the camp, the stench of horse manure was very strong, mixed with the smoke of burning wood and the aroma of stewed meat. On the way to the king's tent, Sir Davos met many southern lords, each of whom was more noble than him. They wore gold and silver armor, and their helmets were decorated with silk feathers, or statues in the shape of family emblems with gemstones inlaid in their eyes. Near the entrance of the tent, Seaworth ran into Lord Alliser Florent, who had just walked out of the king's tent. Davos took the initiative to greet him and said, Good day, Lord Florent. A dazzling red and gold fox was engraved on Alliser Florent's breastplate, surrounded by a circle of lapis lazuli flowers. Lord Alliser was tall, dignified, and wealthy. He was the first to side with King Stannis after Renly's death, and the first southern lord to publicly declare that he had renounced the seven gods and converted to the Lord of Light. Davos thought, not long ago, this noble Lord of Brightwater was Renly's subordinate, sitting in his tent, helping him to make battle plans and plotting how to defeat Stannis. Although he was Queen Selyse's uncle, when Renly's power was strong, family affection could not stop him from kneeling to Renly. Lord Alliser looked at Davos and politely nodded his chin, and walked away. Davos shrugged, stood at the door, and after hearing the response from inside, he entered the king's tent. The furnishings in King Stannis' tent were very simple. It was made of canvas like the tents of ordinary soldiers, and the golden dye had long faded to dark yellow. Davos thought that if it weren't for the flaming red heart flag flying high on the top of the tent, most people would not be able to tell which one was the king's tent. King Stannis sat on a simple wooden chair, and next to him was Melisandre. Davos avoided the priestess's gaze and saluted King Stannis respectfully. Stannis said to Melisandre, My lady, I will send someone to invite you when I need you. Davos, with his head down, couldn't help but frown. He noticed the change in King Stannis' attitude towards the priestess. Melisandre bowed, her voice low and hoarse, As your majesty commands. When Melisandre left, she stopped beside Davos. He nodded stiffly. The priestess laughed softly, and fine cold sweat broke out on his back instantly. King Stannis first motioned Davos to sit down, then he said, Davos, I can see that you don't like that woman. Davos was thinking about how to start. His king said again, Smuggler, I am not blind, those capricious lords don't like her either. They are unwilling to wear the flaming heart, and they ask to fight for the crown and the stag banner. Stannis' jaw moved, and a slight grinding sound was heard. After a pause, Davos saw that King Stannis stopped talking, so he spoke cautiously, Your Majesty, they need some time. I think they will get used to it here soon. King Stannis snorted disdainfully and said, That's better. Davos couldn't help but said bluntly, last year they were Robert's men, not long ago they were Renly's men. Now they are all your loyal subjects, he added. Tomorrow, who will they turn to? King Stannis stared at his Onion Knight for a while, and said, you always tell me the truth. He leaned back in his chair and continued, Davos, you are right. Behind me, there is a group of traitors. I have punished people nobler than them for lesser crimes, but now I have to forgive their sins with pleasure. I have to endure them chattering in my ears like a group of flies. King Stannis's teeth were chattering. Davos advised, King Stannis, you need these men now to fight for your Iron Throne. Stannis' voice was like the cold wind of winter. Davos, I have spared them, I have forgiven them, but I have not forgotten them. Davos's eyes immediately drifted to the door. Such words must not be heard by others, otherwise it would lead to terrible things. Stannis ignored Davos's uneasiness and said, my brother left most of the infantry at Peterbridge. I sent my wife's brother, Sir Elend, to take over, but there has been no response so far. Chapter 221, Lady of Silence. Stannis Baratheon gritted his teeth and said, Randyll Tarly. Although the Onion Knight maintained a respectful look on his face, his heart was full of worries. Compared with before he came here, his god had undergone many disturbing changes. What affected him? Power, or the terrible priestess? Or both? Davos Seaworth quickly shook his head secretly. How could a smuggler like him understand the greatness of Stannis I? He shouldn't question his god. He said, my King Stannis, as long as we take King's Landing as soon as possible, I believe the people of the Riverlands will soon make a wise choice. Smuggler. King Stannis called his Onion Knight coldly and continued, 16 years ago, Mace Tyrell chose to be my enemy, and now, his teeth creaked, I will never leave him behind me. Davos' pupils shrank suddenly, and he trembled his lower lip and said, you want? Stannis' eyes were deep. Davos, I have not forgotten. Davos opened his mouth and advised, King Stannis, Salador's son, Davos' friend. Chapter 203, told me. Stannis rudely interrupted Davos' words, that pirate's mind is full of fantasies about the treasure buried under the Red Castle. He only calculates gold. Don't let me hear his name again. If one day I have to let the List pirates teach me how to fight, I would rather take off my crown and put on black clothes. After a moment of silence, Stannis reached out and picked up the cup, which contained cold water sprinkled with salt. He drank the water in the cup in one gulp, paused, and said, Davos, we need food, and my brother's food is at Peterbridge. He looked at his Onion Knight. Smuggler, my mind is clear. In the past, Melisandre foresaw the destruction of Renly, as early as Dragonstone, and told my wife about it. Many people have been urging me to go straight to Joffrey and King's Landing, but Melisandre told me, if I go to Storm's End, I will win the elite of my brother's army. Facts have proved that her prophecy of the Holy Fire has never been false. Sir Davos frowned slightly. Is this the reason why King Stannis trusts the Red Priestess more and more? Before they parted last time, Earl Green hinted to him that everything has a price. Stannis' old appearance, the priestess's shadow magic. Davos felt a sense of fear in his heart, and his heart was filled with fear and uneasiness. This can't be done. His god must not continue to be bewitched by Melisandre. Davos tried his best to refute the priestess's prophecy of the Holy Fire. King Stannis, Lord Renly was originally planning to march into King's Landing to attack the Lannisters. If you hadn't besieged Storm's End, he wouldn't have come at all. He could have directly attacked King's Landing, or you could have waited for them to be defeated before raising an army. King Stannis frowned and said, I don't like useless assumptions. Renly is coming, and he is coming to meet his destruction. The facts cannot be changed. This is killing two birds with one stone for me. After a pause, he continued, Melisandre once saw another scene in the Holy Fire. She saw Renly wearing green armor and coming from the south, crushing my army under the city of King's Landing. He said coldly, there is no doubt that if I met my brother there, it would be me who died instead of him. Sir Davos. Davos continued to refute, King Stannis, if she can see two different futures, then it is possible that both are false prophecies. You are wrong. Onion Knight. King Stannis raised a finger and continued, light casts more than one shadow. Flames change and never stop, so shadows are sometimes long and sometimes short. An ordinary person can cast more than a dozen shadows, but some shadows are more vague than others. You see, the same is true for a person's future. But whether he casts one or more shadows of his future, Melisandre can see it. Davos felt powerless. He wisely stopped arguing. He knew that King Stannis' patience was almost exhausted. He was very grateful to the god for telling him so much. King Stannis' voice sounded, "Smuggler, stand in front of the campfire and take a look for yourself." Davos's face was a little embarrassed. In fact, he had already tried it secretly. He had watched the fire sway and change, and watched for a long time without blinking, trying to get through and see behind the fire curtain. No matter what there was. Nothing. Only fire. As a result, his eyes began to tear up. "Davos, go get ready." King Stannis stood up from his chair, his deep blue eyes seemed to be staring at the bigger bridge in the reach. The Crab Claw Peninsular people think that one Crab Claw Peninsular person can beat 10 Vale people. What about the Vale people? Instead, they think that one Vale person can beat 10 Crab Claw Peninsular people. This statement is actually impossible to examine in detail. Strictly speaking, it is a kind of mantra to enhance one's fighting spirit. But some people believe in this statement, such as Sir Lyn Corbray, who has the Valyrian steel sword Lady of the Empty on his waist. Lyn Corbray, who was running in front of the team, tightened the reins, and the horse under him stopped, raised its front hoof high, and let out a loud neigh. The 3 flying cruise flags of the Corbray family in the Vale fluttered in the air. Under the flags were cavalry teams mainly composed of the sworn knights and knight squires of the Corbray family, with a total of nearly 200 people. Sir Lyn was as thin as a sword, with shoulder-length brown hair and a handsome face. He looked into the distance and sneered, "I think I found a barbarian sentinel." After a pause, he said, "It seems there are quite a few of them." He pointed the whip in his hand forward and taunted the people behind him. "Since when do barbarians wearing animal skins dare to provoke the knights of the valley on the plain?" Sir Lyn's words made the knights laugh. The horses under him paced back and forth. Sir Lyn raised his chin proudly and said loudly, "My knights, I plan to teach these rude guys a lesson." Everyone agreed, but Sir Lyn's attendant said uneasily, "My lord, our mission is..." They were the vanguard sent by the Alliance of the Just. Bronze John gave them the task of monitoring Crab and Seagull Town and protecting the villages near Seagull Town from crabs looting as much as possible. Sir Lyn was the commander of this cavalry. Sir Lyn was vain and had a bad temper. It was rumored that he was the most dangerous man in the valley. He waved his hand to interrupt his servant's words and said contemptuously, "The wildlings ran out of the valley that sheltered them, which has doomed them to destruction. On the plains, a valley cavalryman can easily kill 10 wildlings." With a bang, Sir Lyn drew his sword. The ruby on the hilt of Lady of the Void seemed to be burning. He shouted, "Follow me." Sir Lyn urged the horse forward. And the riders followed. At a high place, Green Crab looked down at the cavalry that seemed to be crawling under the mountain. Beside him was Sir Emperor Thorns, the commander of the Thorn Corps. Green retracted his gaze and said to Emperor, "My lord, this is the power of intelligence. We who have the intelligence can fight however we want." Emperor listened carefully. She repeated Green's words in her heart to deepen her memory. Green's face was gentle. "You have lived up to the Marsh Marigold Cloak." Chapter 6, I gave you. "I am proud of you, Sir Thorns." Emperor looked up at her lord, her light-colored lips trembling slightly, and she pursed her lips. Green turned to Emperor, patted her arm, and said, "Go, Crab Claw Peninsula Knight, use the crab longbow to try the Valley Knight." Emperor straightened up, patted his chest and said, "Yes, Lord Green." Sir Lyn roared angrily, "Catch up with him." Seeing that the wildlight cavalry was getting farther and farther away, Sir Lyn kicked the horse's belly hard, and the spurs on his boots pierced deeply, and the horse under him was stimulated and immediately accelerated and ran wildly. At this time, many old knights had already noticed something was wrong, but they could not stop Sir Lyn, who was running wildly in front. While they were on high alert, they could only bite the bullet and keep up. The hooves of 200 horses pounded the ground, making a neat and powerful rhythm. As the distance got closer, it seemed as if the ground was shaking. On the hillside not far away, nearly 1,000 archers from the Thorn Corps had been lying in ambush for a long time. At the gesture of their adjutant Rhaena, they slowly pulled their bowstrings to full length, and the arrows of their bows flashed with cold light. As the distance got closer, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded. Then, the archers of the Thorn Corps let go of their fully drawn bowstrings. Whoosh-hoo! Some agile knights tried to fight back, but they soon found that the arrows they shot could not match the distance of the attackers. The soldiers of the Thorn Legion watched the arrows flying towards the enemy with grim eyes. Their movements were uniform, and every time they pulled a bow and shot the arrow, they were full of power. Whoosh-hoo! Puff! Puff! Puff. Puff. The blood-red spears were retracting, and the wailing sounds disappeared one by one. The spearmen moved rhythmically, and Sir Lin, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly stood up and rolled towards them. There were spears above his head. Sir Lin tightly grasped the Lady of Emptiness in his hand, and the tip of the sword pierced the breastplate of the spearman fiercely. The long sword was pulled out, and blood spurted out. With a flash of cold light, 2 crab spearmen fell at the same time under Sir Lin's Lady of Emptiness. Sir Lin's eyes were red, and when he wanted to attack the 4th spearman, the spears fixed his body in place, and then the spear in Rena's hand directly pierced Sir Lin's mouth, and the tip came out from the back of his head. The next day, the governor's mansion in Seagull Town. Green Crab held a piece of oiled leather in his hand and gently wiped the blade of Lady of Emptiness. Lord Green was in a good mood. Pettir's gifts were always pleasant surprises. He should be a little nicer to him next time. Green's good mood was not only because of the Valyrian steel sword in his hand, but also because of the surrender of the Gulltown fleet. The 28 warships of the Gulltown fleet were larger and stronger than the small and fast crab warships. They were real ocean-going warships. The relatives of the fleet officers and sailors almost all lived in Gulltown, so they did not have many choices. In order to receive the fleet as quickly and completely as possible, Lord Green not only generously paid gold dragons, but also let the commander-in-chief of the Gulltown fleet continue to serve in his original position. There must be a transition period, and Lord Green has never lacked patience. Moreover, his fleet commander-in-chief was in Baratheon at this time, and his heart seemed to be not in Crab yet. Lord Green, a letter from the Red Castle. Butler Leighton handed over the letter he had just received. After putting Lady of the Lonely into the scabbard, Green read the handwritten letter from the Lannister lioness, and his good mood was immediately broken. Crab Claw Peninsula, a valley northeast of Whispering City. Dragon. 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 Samwell Tarly fell to the ground with an incredulous look on his face. Sir Mason Baker, who was standing next to Daenerys, glanced at Samwell and snorted contemptuously. The thin Dick Crab finally helped Samwell up. Dick was panting on the side, and Samwell said shyly, "Sorry, Princess." Daenerys chuckled and said, "Sam, they are very good, don't worry." The 3 little dragons hissed at Samwell, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Then he scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I was really scared. I can actually see a living dragon. God bless me." Daenerys walked slowly, lowered her body, reached out and touched the 3 little dragons, and said gently, "My children, it's time to eat." Chapter 222 Lannister. As Daenerys finished speaking, the 3 little dragons flapped their wings and neighed, as if to express their excitement. A large pot of fragrant roasted lamb was brought over by the maid, and the aroma was overflowing. Samwell and others swallowed their saliva unconsciously. The fragrant roasted meat was placed in front of them. The closest white dragon Viserion was about to swallow it in big mouthfuls, but was knocked aside by the largest black dragon Regal. Viserion hissed angrily, and Regal, who was biting a large piece of roasted meat in his mouth, turned his head to look at him, and Viserion immediately stopped shouting. When Regal turned his head to continue eating, Viserion first barked a few times, and then seemed to want to bypass Regal, but was hit by the blue dragon Jones again. It was angry. Viserion opened his mouth wide and neighed loudly at Jones, and Jones responded with the same hiss, and the battle between the 2 dragons seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. With Daenerys' crisp laughter, she threw the barbecue into the open mouths of the 2 little dragons. The 2 little dragons, who had just been shouting at each other, bit the large piece of barbecue that suddenly appeared in their mouths, and their movements paused obviously, as if they were stunned. Viserion and Jones soon reconciled as before, and the 2 little dragons bypassed Regal and put their heads into the barbecue basin. Regal, who was the first to eat, spread his wings. The wingspan was almost 3 times his body length. His body was basically composed of his neck, tail and wings. Daenerys' violet eyes were smiling, and she reached out and gently stroked Regal. She looked at the barbecue in the basin that was almost empty. The barbecue that the 3 little dragons ate was specially made after they came to Crab Claw Peninsula. The barbecue tasted very strong, and they liked it very much. Daenerys' mouth corners curved slightly. Green told her that these barbecues with enough spices were the taste of mother. Daenerys knew her 3 little dragons would eventually grow up. They would learn to hunt for food on their own. They would learn to fly far away, but wherever she was, it would always be their home, because there was the taste they were most familiar with. Hiss. Hiss. The well-fed Viserion and Jones faced each other again, and Daenerys reluctantly pulled them apart. She suddenly felt that without Green's fatherly love, they were a little naughty. Regal, who had established his dominance, raised his head and glanced at the two little dragons. Samuel, who had been carefully observing the three little dragons, read from his eyes, it seemed to be disdain. Samuel murmured, "Gods." Daenerys stood up and ordered Barona to put the three little dragons into the wooden cage. "Go back." When 15,000 Westerland soldiers led by Jaime Lannister arrived near Riverrun, Edmure Tully, the heir of Riverrun, was still gathering the scattered Riverland troops. Seeing that the Lannister army would soon be at the gates of the city, Edmure Tully immediately led the hastily assembled 16,000 Riverland soldiers and took the initiative to attack. Edmure Tully. 16,000 Riverland troops versus 15,000 Westerland troops, the advantage is mine. The two armies fought head-on, and the Riverland army was quickly defeated by the powerful Lannister army. Edmure himself and many Riverland vassals became Jaime's prisoners. Earl Titus Blackwood of Reventry led the remaining Riverland soldiers to retreat to Riverrun. After the war, Riverrun was directly exposed to the siege of the Lannister army and was in imminent danger. Riverrun is located at the tip of the delta where the Tumblestone River flows into the Trident River. The rivers form two sides of the triangle. Once in danger, the Tullys can open the gates upstream and build a wide moat on the third side, turning Riverrun into an isolated island in the river. The walls rise high from the water, and the defenders can see everything within several miles on the other side from the tower. To cut off support from all sides, the attackers must place an army on the north bank of the Tumblestone River, the south bank of the Red River, and the west bank of the moat, that is, between the two rivers. As the attacker, Jaime Lannister had to station the Lannister army in three places: North Camp, West Camp, and South Camp. When the Lannister army besieged Riverrun, Sir Marco Piper of Pink City in the Riverlands led dozens of cavalrymen to frequently attack Jaime's supply team. Jaime spent a lot of gold dragons, and within a few days someone betrayed the whereabouts of Sir Mark Piper, so he personally led 300 cavalrymen to attack. The intelligence was very accurate, and Jaime found the enemy in the evening. Sir Mark Piper did not dare to fight and fled to the Whispering Wood. Jaime led the Westerland cavalry to pursue all the way, but was ambushed by Robb Stark, the King of the North. Jaime and many Westerland knights became prisoners of the Young Wolf. On the night Jaime was captured, the Northern Army, which had blocked the news along the way, suddenly launched a night attack on the unaware North Camp. Seeing that the North Camp was attacked, the commander of the West Camp, Earl Andros Brax, led his army on a raft to help, but was sunk by the trebuchet of the Riverrun defenders halfway. Earl Andros drowned, and the remaining landing soldiers were annihilated by the Northern Army in one fell swoop. At the same time, Robb Stark led 2,000 Northern cavalry and the Riverrun defenders led by Earl Titus Blackwood to attack the Lannister West Camp from the front and back. Sir Fowler Prest had to lead the remaining 5,000 Westerly soldiers to retreat to the Golden Tooth in the Westerly overnight. Harrenhal Hall. Lord Tywin Lannister crossed his fingers and held his chin. His short golden beard on both cheeks framed a motionless face, like a mask. He said, "My son is in their hands." The messenger's torn sleeveless robe had dried blood stains on the chest, covering the spotted boar of the Crackle family. His voice was full of fatigue. "Yes, Lord Tywin." The lords and knights summoned by Lord Tywin fell silent and listened to the messenger's account of Robb Stark's relief of the siege of Riverrun. After the messenger finished speaking, Sir Harys Swift, Kevin's father-in-law, said, "Gods, how is this possible?" His voice sounded like wailing. "What is Sir Jaime thinking? Why would he divide his army into three places? He should be aware of the risks of this. I would do the same." Kevin Lannister looked at his father-in-law coldly, and continued, "Sir Harys, I suggest you take a look at the map of Riverrun first. I believe that when you finish reading it, you will realize that Jaime has no choice. The lords talked a lot. Little Stark is so cunning. Who would have thought that he would secretly divide his troops? Therefore, this failure cannot be blamed entirely on Sir Jaime, although it was a night attack. Didn't your sentinel see anything? Did they give you any warning? We need support. I think we should gather new troops from the Westerly as soon as possible. Did Sir Fowler only take 5,000 soldiers? This. God bless you, my father, my lord father. The damned Taroshi mercenaries actually defected to the enemy. Those who fight for money will only work for their own pockets. Duke Tywin usually remains silent in meetings. He is used to listening to other people's opinions before speaking. Duke Tywin's silence today was a little unusual. Only his eyes moved while he listened, and he didn't even touch the wine. Kevin's father-in-law wailed again, with Sir Jaime captured and the siege defeated. This is simply a disaster. Sir Adam Marbrand's voice was slightly angry. Sir Harys, we are all grateful that you point out the obvious facts, but the most urgent matter now is, what should we do next? Adam Marbrand is a knight from the Marbrand family. He is the son and heir of Daemon Marbrand, the Earl of the Westermere. Sir Adam is an excellent writer. He has been a page at Casterly Rock since he was a child. He is a childhood friend of Jaime Lannister. Harry Swift spread his hands and said, what else can we do? Jaime's army is either killed, captured or fleeing, and the armies of the Starks and Tullys are just strangling our supply lines. Our connection with the West is completely cut off. They can even march to Casterly Rock with swagger. Who can stop them? He swept his eyes over the crowd and said sadly, my lords, we are defeated and should ask for peace immediately. Sir Adam clenched his fists and said, one defeat does not determine the success or failure of the entire war. We are far from defeated. He looked at Lord Tywin and said loudly, Lord Tywin, I would be happy to fight this Stark kid on the battlefield in person. In my opinion, we should march immediately. Some people echoed Sir Adam's call for war, while others echoed Sir Harys's call for peace. The hall was noisy again. Suddenly, Lord Tywin stood up suddenly and repeated again, my son is in their hands. The hall was suddenly silent. Lord Tywin said coldly, retreat, all of you retreat. The lords and knights of the Westerlands were accustomed to obeying the orders of Tywin Lannister, and they all stood up and left. Lord Tywin said again, Kevin, you stay. Lord Tywin sat back in his chair and said, Kevin, if the Lord of Wolf is in our hands, we can use him as a bargaining chip to reach a truce with Winterfell and Reverin. In this way, we will have time to deal with Stannis with all our strength. But now, he clenched his fists and continued, Cersei can't control a disobedient child. After hesitating, Kevin said, Lord Tywin, Tyrion is doing, not bad over there, you can rest assured. Lord Tywin snorted coldly, and a hint of disgust swept across his thin lips. After a moment's silence, he said, Kevin, my daughter orders us to go to King's Landing immediately to help defend King's Landing and resist Stannis. He pursed his lips and said, note that she orders us in the name of the king and the small council, Sir Kevin. After a moment's silence, Sir Kevin still said, Lord Tywin, Cersei is in the Red Keep after all. She may not understand the situation outside very well. Lord Tywin snorted again and said, so what even if she understands? She will still regard the small King's Landing as the entire Seven Kingdoms. After a pause, Sir Kevin said, Lord Tywin, Stannis is indeed in danger now. Lord Tywin frowned and said, from the beginning, I thought Stannis was more dangerous than everyone else combined. Given the current situation. Kevin, bring the map. Sir Kevin did as he was told immediately. Lord Tywin took the map and spread it out on the table. Lord Tywin stared at the map and said, now that Jaime has been captured, his army no longer exists, and he has left us a mess. Roose Bolton is stationed to the north of us with most of the northern infantry, and Robb Stark is stationed to the west with the northern cavalry. Unless we go to war, we can't retreat back to Lannister Harbor and Casterly Rock. He pointed to Storm's End on the map, and continued, I've received intelligence that Stannis is integrating the troops left by Renly there. Sir Kevin's forehead was wrinkled into deep grooves. He looked at the map and frowned. Robb Stark has the support of the Riverlands right now. Their total strength exceeds our army, plus there are more than 10,000 northern troops led by Roose Bolton. Lord Tywin, if we stay here, I'm afraid we'll be attacked from three sides. Lord Tywin nodded his chin slightly and said, I don't plan to stay here. We have to get rid of the little wolf before Stannis sends his troops. I'm not worried about Bolton. He's a cautious man, and his pursuit won't be fast. So, he looked away from the map and looked at his brother, we will set out for Reverin tomorrow morning. Kevin, order Sir Adam to lead the light cavalry to cover our army's whereabouts, 4 people in a squad, and give him as many people as he wants. He added, release Sir Amory Lorch, let him lead the old men of the mountain to plunder everywhere. Amory Lorch was a property knight who directly served the Lannister family, with his own castle and land, and peasants and soldiers under his command. He was regarded as a cruel and narrow-minded person. During the War of the Usurper, he dragged the 3-year-old Princess Rhaenys Targaryen out from under the bed of her father Rhaegar Targaryen when King's Landing fell, and brutally stabbed her dozens of times. Afterwards, Tywin Lannister, who ordered the killing, asked him why he did it, and Lord replied that it was because she kept screaming and refused to shut up. Lord Tywin continued to give orders, send out Vargo Holt's warriors as well. The Warriors, also known as the Blood Troop, was a notorious mercenary group whose members were mainly criminals and exiles from all over the country. Rumor has it that because the leader of the Warriors, Vargo Holt, liked to cut off the hands and feet of prisoners, they were also called foot hunters. Finally, Lord Tywin's voice whistled like a cold wind. Kevin, tell them, from God's Eye Lake to Red Fork River. I hope the Riverlands will be turned into scorched earth. Chapter 223, High Glory. Early in the morning, in a field in the north of Seagull Town. The sky was clear blue, and the mountains in the distance were shrouded in morning mist, looming. The dew on the grass was crystal clear, and the sunlight shone through the thin morning mist, shining brightly, like a golden ocean. Green Cleaver rode his horse back and forth, and behind him was a rectangular army formation composed of 1,000 Cleaver spearmen. They wore uniform blue battle robes, silver-pointed feather helmets, and silver breastplates. The tips of the thousands of spears pointing to the sky flashed cold light, and the neat formation was majestic. Green was wearing silver armor carved with exquisite patterns, and he was riding a majestic white warhorse. The ruby on the hilt of the Lady of the Loneliness sword at his waist was shining, and the blue cloak embroidered with swamp marigolds was fluttering in the wind. The sun was dazzling, and Green at this time was like a knight walking out of a ballad. Green stared ahead, and a few hundred meters away were hundreds of cavalrymen flying the flag of the Justice Alliance. After a pause, Green lightly kicked the horse's belly, and the warhorse under him paced forward. Seeing this, the flag bearer holding the Cleaver flag followed closely behind. Count John Royce looked serious. His deep eyes swept over the other members of the Justice Alliance, then kicked the horse's belly and rode towards Green with the flag bearer. Facing the refreshing breeze, Green raised his head slightly, and he silently chanted in his heart, "High as glory! High as glory! High as glory!" In an open space between the Justice Alliance and Cleaver, Bronze John saw a young knight with clear eyes and a firmness. John Royce was wearing bronze armor engraved with magic spells. Although his hair was gray and his face was vicissitudes, his eyes were still sharp. At this time, Green's dress and demeanor showed that he was a glorious knight. Bronze John's gray eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. He even sighed in his heart, how could such an outstanding knight be born in the barbaric Crab Claw Peninsula? This thought was extinguished in the moment it appeared. He did not forget that the man in front of him was an invader of the valley, the avenger of the bloody count. But, the old Bronze John had to admit that he had a little more favorable impression of the young knight in front of him than before they met. Green first saluted humbly, then raised his voice and said, "Lord Royce, I, Green Crab, Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula and Protector of Crab Claw Peninsula, in the name of King Joffrey, capture the murderer of Lord John Arryn, Lysatelli." He held up the parchment with the king's seal in one hand and continued, "By the order of King Joffrey, anyone who obstructs the capture of Lysatelli is a rebel of the kingdom, and King Joffrey will deprive the rebels of their titles and fiefs in accordance with the laws of the kingdom." He added, "His Majesty Joffrey I of the Baratheon and Lannister families, in the name of the Andals, the Royner, the First Men, and the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, grants me the power to execute rebels on behalf of His Majesty in the name of the King." Bronze John. Green urged his horse forward and handed the king's edict in his hand to Bronze John, saying, "Count Royce, forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I need to know your choice of the Alliance of the Just." Bronze John glanced at the Lady of Silence on Green's waist, and took the king's edict from Green with a complicated expression. He lowered his eyes to look at the written content. "Count Cleaver, the goals of the League of Justice do not conflict with the king's orders." Bronze John handed the king's edict to Green and said, "But as an envoy shouldering the king's important mission, you not only committed the crime of invading the valley," he rebuked in a loud voice, "you even caused the demise of the Grafson family. Your evil deeds have exposed your selfishness. You have committed an unforgivable crime." "Selfishness?" Green asked back. "Count Royce, if I was selfish, do you think only the Grafson family disappeared?" He added, "You should be very clear about the hatred of the Crab Claw Peninsula for the valley. If I was selfish, why are other families still doing well?" Bronze John couldn't find a suitable reason for a while, but Green continued, "If it weren't for my forced restraint, how would the people of the Crab Claw Peninsula who ignited the fire of hatred retaliate? Normally, what you should see now is a scorched earth hell." Green's voice was filled with anger. "Lord Royce, I am acting in the name of the king. As a famous knight in the Seven Kingdoms, you should not question the honor of a knight without reason. Bronze John remained silent, not just because Green's words left him no way to refute. Bronze John was thinking about their current lord. This is the trouble caused by the young and weak Duke of the Eagle's Nest. If the Lord of the Vale was strong, if there was no chaos caused by Lysa Tully in the Vale, would the vassals of the Vale still care about the orders of the Imp King without the approval of the Lord of the Vale? Bronze John had to admit that with the current situation in the Vale, whether the Alliance of the Righteous wanted to restore order in the Vale as soon as possible or to maintain the rule of the Arryn family over the Vale, at least before the Duke of the Eagle's Nest came of age, the Vale could not do without the support of the Red Castle. The wrinkles on Bronze John's forehead deepened, and he said coldly, "Count Kleber, Sir Lyn Cobrella was ordered by the League of Justice to inquire about the situation in Seagull Town in advance." He glanced at the Lady of Loneliness on Green's waist, and continued, "Could it be that they have also committed rebellion?" Green interrupted, "Respected Count John Royce, the inquirer you mentioned suddenly attacked the king's army." Bronze John opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Green asked first, "Please don't question the honor of the knight without reason. Do you need me to swear to the gods to prove it?" Bronze John knew Sir Lyn's temper very well, or he said that he already knew what Green said. Bronze John was a proud lord. His constant failures in words made him a little irritated. He said directly, "Count Kleber, no matter how beautiful your words are, they can't change the fact that you have occupied Seagull Town." After a pause, he continued, "On behalf of the Alliance of Justice, I hope that your army will withdraw from Seagull Town in the valley immediately, otherwise." Green raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, "Will the army of the valley send me away personally, Count Royce?" Bronze John's eyes became sharp. "Count Kleber, you can execute the so-called guilty people by the king's order and the laws of the kingdom, but you have no reason to continue occupying the land of the valley. The tens of thousands of cavalry in the valley will never tolerate invaders." After a silence, Green said, "Count Royce, as the ruler of the Crab Claw Peninsula, I am more worried that the 100,000 hunters on the Crab Claw Peninsula will regard the valley as their hunting ground for revenge." Sighing helplessly, he looked at Bronze John with a tense face. "Although Kleber is the ruler of Crab Claw Peninsula, do you think I can continue to suppress the hatred that has been accumulated in Crab Claw Peninsula for more than 10 years by myself? Do I have to block my own territory for the peace of the valley? If I really do this, will the Kleber family still be the ruling family of Crab Claw Peninsula?" Green shrugged. "Besides, Kleber is one of the biggest victims of the suppression of the valley nobles for more than 10 years. He spread his hands. As the Earl of Crab Claw Peninsula, I order my soldiers not to burn and kill Seagull Town, or even the villages near Seagull Town. It is the greatest kindness I can do." There was an unconcealed coldness in Green's eyes. "Count Royce, I did this not because Kleber has forgotten his hatred for the valley. I am just following the justice and mercy of the knight's character." The two stared at each other, paused, and Bronze John solemnly placed his right hand on his chest and said, "Count Green Crab, you are a knight of excellent character. I apologize for my previous presumptuous suspicion." After speaking, he nodded slightly to Green. Green took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly, and saluted with his chest. "Count John Royce, it is the honor of my life to receive your praise." As the sun rose, the mist gradually dissipated, and the view became wider. The breeze blew, bringing the fragrance of flowers and plants, making people feel relaxed and happy. Green and Bronze John both looked at the charming mountains in the morning light. After a long while, Green retracted his gaze and suddenly said, "Lord John, the Red Castle hopes that I can stay in the Vale. I think with your wisdom, you should be able to guess the purpose of the Red Castle doing this." His tone was very sincere. "So, I need a good reason that can let me leave here and convince the Red Castle." Bronze John's eyes moved slightly, his eyes still looking into the distance, and he murmured, "The Lannisters' Red Castle." Green looked at Bronze John, and said seriously, "Lord John, I have to be honest with you. Due to the long-term blockade and suppression, the Crab Claw Peninsula is actually very poor now. I know very well that what the Crab Claw Peninsula needs now is self-cultivation, not living in hatred. I want to take this opportunity to eliminate the hatred of the Crab Claw Peninsula towards the Vale, but I need your help." Bronze John pulled the reins, and his deep eyes moved to Green, and said, "Lord Green, do you have a way?" Green nodded slightly, and said, "I have to be honest with you. In fact, I had this idea before entering the Vale." After a pause, he continued, "We use the tradition of knights to resolve hatred." Bronze John's eyes showed some doubts, And Green continued, "Let's agree on a time for a duel between the Crab Claw Peninsula hunters and the Valley Cavalry, and use a night-like war to eliminate hatred." After hearing Green's words, Bronze John's first thought was the tournament. He frowned and said, "Duel? What kind of duel?" Before Green could speak, Bronze John said again, "War, you mean?" Green nodded his chin lightly. He first talked about the tradition of fighting on the Crab Claw Peninsula, Chapter 5, and then said, "Through such a big battle, no matter who wins or loses, hatred will be wiped out. The wild men of the Crab Claw Peninsula want to challenge the Valley Cavalry on flat ground? With those spears? What's the difference between this and seeking death? The nobles of the valley have a deep-rooted contempt for the Crab Claw Peninsula. Strictly speaking, this is also a kind of tradition." After hearing Green's words, Bronze John showed a look of contempt as if it was a conditioned reflex. Although it was fleeting, it did not escape Lord Green's eyes. Bronze John coughed lightly and said, "How about the number of people?" Green shook his head slightly and said, "There is no limit on the number of people. I will tell every one of my subjects in the name of the Guardian of the Crab Claw Peninsula that anyone who wants revenge can participate. I will not restrict them, because only in this way can the fire of hatred be truly extinguished." Bronze John stared at Green, whose eyes were clear, for a while, and pondered, "Earl Green, the Red Castle may misunderstand this battle between the Vale and the Crab Claw Peninsula." Although Bronze John had a little affection for Green's knightly heart, he still remained vigilant against Green, and he did not believe in the Red Castle in the hands of Lannister. With the insidiousness of Lannister, it is entirely possible that the Vale Knights will use this opportunity to slander them after defeating the Crab Claw Peninsulars. As for, is it possible for the Crab Claw Peninsula to win? How is this possible? Therefore, Bronze John only considered what would happen after the Vale Knights won. Green took out a parchment from the bag hanging on the saddle. He handed it to Bronze John and said, "Sir John, please take a look at this. This is the reason why I convinced the Red Castle. This is a declaration of war written in the name of resolving the hatred between the Valley and Crab Claw Peninsula." Reading on. Bronze John's brows gradually relaxed. After reading, the perceptive Green felt a little offended from the look in Bronze John's eyes. He seemed to be looking at a fool. Green showed a gentle smile. The broad-minded Lord Green was not angry at all. Bronze John nodded slightly at Green. He hadn't seen such a pure knight for a long time. Green raised his chin slightly, revealing the youthful vigor. "Lord John, if Crab Claw Peninsula loses, my soldiers will immediately withdraw from Seagull Town." Bronze John seemed to have won the victory. "Lord Green, after the battle, I will hand Lysa Tully over to you to take back to the Red Castle." First, Green stamped his seal, and then the leader of the League of the Righteous, John Rhys, stamped the letter of challenge written by Green on behalf of the Knights of the Valley. So far, under the witness of the gods in the sky, the two sides have made an appointment to fight 50 days later, right here. Crab Claw Peninsula and the Valley will decide the outcome. Green nodded goodbye to Bronze John. He pulled the reins, turned his horse's head, and walked towards Crab's army. High's glory! High's glory! High's glory! Well, this can stop. Sitting on the horse, Green looked up at the sky. Next, he had to help the Justice Alliance spread today's news, so that every Valley Knight could know that Crab Claw Peninsula had challenged them to a battle. Green pulled the reins and adjusted the direction of the horse. As a last resort, Lord Green wanted to break the backbone of the Valley Knights in one battle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Winter is coming. A certain coast in the west of Crab Claw Peninsula. Lord Green, the horses are ready, thank you. Green Crab sat on a gray stone. He picked up the leather wine bag and was about to drink, but he suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky, and then narrowed his eyes. Green stared at the sky with sharp eyes. He stood up, stretched out his left hand, and the well-trained servant immediately handed the Lord's bow and arrow. In the clear sky, a strong eagle soared, its wings spread, as if embracing the entire sky. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the sky, like lightning across the sky, pointing directly at the eagle. The eagle seemed to have sensed the danger and hurriedly flapped its wings to try to avoid the arrow shot at it. However, the speed of the arrow was too fast, and the eagle was hit, and its feathers flew in the air. Bran! 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 Wake up! Wake up, Bran! Bran Stark closed his third eye and suddenly opened the other two eyes in a gentle whisper. Seeing Bran wake up, his stable boy Hodor kept saying, "Hodor, Hodor, Hodor, Hodor." Bran was panting in Meera Reed's arms with lingering fear. Meera wiped the sweat from Bran's forehead and said, "You just punched and kicked, and made terrible screams. Bran, what did you see?" Meera Reed is the daughter of Howland Reed. Her father is the commander of all the Marshlanders in the Neck. She has long brown hair and a pair of green eyes. Meera Reed is 16 years old this year. She is a typical Marshlander, thin and short. Following her father's guidance, she is good at using fishing nets and trident frog spears. Meera Reed is an excellent hunter. She is one of the guards arranged for Bran by Mr. Lewin this time. Bran said incoherently, "Arrow, I saw an arrow shot at me." Meera reached out and combed Bran's hair, saying, "You're sweating a lot, do you want some water?" Bran nodded. Meera brought the leather bag to his mouth, and he swallowed eagerly. Water kept overflowing from the corners of Bran's mouth. Every time he used his third eye, he was weak, thirsty and hungry. Hodor, Hodor, Hodor. After drinking the water, Bran felt much better, and he asked, "How long have I slept?" The thin boy with green eyes and green robes answered Bran's question, 3 whole days." After a pause, he asked, "Where did you enter?" The boy's name is Jojen Reed, and he is Meera Reed's younger brother. Jojen Reed is 13 years old this year, with a thin physique, but his tone when he speaks is always serious, making him look more mature than his actual age. In Winterfell, Bran's old nanny called Jojen Reed little grandfather. Jojen Reed has the green vision, that is, the ability to dream prophetic dreams. He is also one of the guards arranged for Bran by Mr. Lewin. Bran frowned and recalled, but his memory was vague. Bird, or eagle. He even felt that when he came back one day, he would completely forget how to speak. Jojen Reed said in a deep voice, "Lord Bran, Meera once gave you some water, and we also applied honey to your lips, but this is far from enough. If it takes too long, you will starve to death." Bran retorted, "I have eaten, I have hunted rabbits and fish." Jojen Reed's voice contained a warning, "It is not you who eats. Please remember your identity. You are Bran Stark." Bran was silent. How could he not remember his identity? He knew it too well. He is the little boy Bran, the disabled Bran. The stable boy Hodor was talking to himself. "Hodor, Hodor, Hodor," a tall woman with messy brown hair said, "We are all worried about you." Her name is Osha. She is a spearwoman loyal to the Stark family, and she is one of the guards assigned to Bran by Mr. Lewin. Bran remained silent. He lowered his eyes to look at his unconscious legs. He might as well be a beast Bran. He can run and fly, nothing is better than this. Seeing this, Jojen Reed warned again, "Please remember your identity. Lord Bran, you must remember, otherwise you will be swallowed up one day." Jojen Reed is his friend and his teacher, but Bran didn't want to pay attention to him at this moment. He turned his head away. Meera stroked Bran's little face and said softly, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Bran nodded. Meera was much happier than her brother and could always make him laugh, as if nothing could scare her or make her angry, except Jojen Reed. In fact, Jojen Reed can scare everyone because he has green dreams, dreams that will definitely come true. After they fled to the Wolf Forest, Jojen Reed dreamed of Bran's death. Bran thought angrily that he was not dead, and this time Jojen Reed's green dream did not come true. Bran's eyes suddenly trembled, and the terrible arrow appeared in his mind. It seemed that, in a sense, he was really dead just now. A small fire was lit, and Meera's big iron helmet became the pot. She first cut a big piece of meat into small pieces and threw it in, then added water and the wild onions that Hodor found. The first bite tasted good. Bran ate several bites in a row and said, "Thank you, Miss Meera." Meera Reed chuckled, "At your service, Lord Bran." Jojen Reed put down the spoon and said, "We will set off tomorrow and continue on our way." Meera Reed's smile froze. She asked nervously, "Did you have a green dream again?" Jojen Reed frowned habitually, shook his head slightly, and said, "No." Meera Reed questioned, "Why are you in a hurry to leave? The Shaking Tower is a good place. There is no village nearby, the forest is full of prey, and there are fish and frogs in the streams and lakes. Who'll come here to find us? The place where they are now is an old watchtower in the Wolf Forest. There is no village nearby. It has been abandoned for many years." The overturned stones on the outside are covered with moss and ivy. The shape of the tower is almost unrecognizable. The real name of the tower has long been unknown. Bran named it the Shaking Tower based on the appearance of the tower. Hodor, Hodor, Hodor. Jojen Reed looked at his sister with his moss-colored eyes and said, "This is not our destination," Miro Reed retorted, "but it's safe here." "I understand, it seems very safe here." After a pause, Jojen Reed continued, "But how long can it last? The Iron Men's target is not just Winterfell. They may chase us here at any time. If we are found by them, you should know the consequences." When Jojen Reed finished speaking, everyone was silent for a moment. Bran said, "It may be Robb's army that comes after us. My brother will be back from the south soon. He will bring all the troops back and drive away the Iron Men." Jojen Reed reminded, "Lord Bran, Mr. Lewin didn't mention Robb before we left, but he said, there are Iron Men everywhere in the north now. Let me hurry to the wall as soon as possible and seek your uncle's shelter." Mira's eyes were filled with worry. "The journey will be difficult. The way to the wall is long, and Bran has no legs, only Hodor. If we had horses, everything would be fine." Jojen Reed interrupted, "If we were eagles, we could fly," he added. "The fact is, we have no wings, just like we have no horses." A silent Osha said, "There are also foresters, farmers and hunters in the depths of the Wolfwood. We can get horses from them." Jojen Reed frowned even deeper. "The first thing we have to avoid right now is being hunted. Look at us, a disabled boy, a spearwife, a simple-minded big man and two swamplanders who have left their homes." He glanced at everyone and continued, "How obvious is this? Those people will spread the news about us, and we will immediately become prey, hunted by those who really want to get rid of Bran Stark." Everyone was silent. Jojen Reed walked to the fire, poked the embers with a stick, and said, "Bran needs a wiser teacher, and the three-eyed raven is waiting for us in the north." Osha said in a deep voice, "Little Reed, Mr. Lewin asked us to send Bran to his uncle." Jojen Reed poked the embers again and said, "The Iron Men may chase us to the wall, but they will not chase us north of the wall." Osha was about to speak, but was interrupted by Bran's voice. "This is a good idea. I want to meet the three-eyed raven." The others went to prepare for departure, and only Bran and Jojen Reed were left here. Bran stared at the fire for a while and said, "Although I have never been beyond the wall, I know it is a very vast place. Can we find the three-eyed raven?" Jojen Reed said calmly, "Maybe he found us, Lord Bran." Bran asked again, "What do you mean by teacher? Aren't you my teacher? It was you who helped me open my third eye." The 9-year-old Bran tried to reconcile with him by asking questions, but Jojen Reed said unhappily, "Your third eye is too wide open. I'm afraid you will turn into an animal and spend the rest of your life." Bran shook his head quickly. No, I will definitely control the time next time. I promise you." Jojen Reed looked at Bran suspiciously and said, "Did the boy Bran make a promise?" Bran complained, "I'm only 9 years old. I'll be fine when I grow up." Even the fool Florian and Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight were not powerful when they were 9 years old. Florian in Bran's mouth refers to the legendary knight from the heroic age in the Riverlands, and Prince Aemon refers to Aemon Targaryen, who is considered the noblest knight to date. Jojen Reed nodded, "Yes, that makes sense," but his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he continued, "The premise for your successful growth is that the days become longer and suppress the nights, but the fact is just the opposite. Lord Bran, you are a child of summer. Please remember the motto of the Stark family, winter is coming." After saying that, Bran couldn't help but tremble all over. The North. In order to cooperate with Theon Greyjoy's plan to sneak attack Winterfell, Slintjaw Dagmor led his army to besiege Torrhen's Square, Chapter 209. After receiving Torrhen Square's request for help, Stark's retainer Sir Roderick Castle summoned 800 soldiers from Winterfell and nearby manors to help. With the cooperation of the garrison of Torrhen's Square, Sir Roderick Castle easily defeated the army of Slintjaw Dagmor, and the Ironmen had to retreat to the Stone Coast. Although Theon Greyjoy's plan to attack Winterfell went smoothly at the beginning, it was later defeated due to the sudden return of Eddard Stark, who resurrected from the dead. However, there were two other armies invading the north from the Iron Islands, commanded by Victarion Greyjoy, King Balon's younger brother, and Asha Greyjoy respectively. Moat Cailin is the throat of the north leading to the south, and Robb Stark left 400 northern archers here. Victarion Greyjoy led more than 100 warships to quietly land on the coast north of Moat Cailin, killing the defenders of Moat Cailin by surprise, and the Ironmen easily occupied Moat Cailin. Asha Greyjoy, with her carefully selected men, led more than 30 warships to sail north to Dragon's Head, a peninsula in the northwest of the north. When the tide came, the Ironmen landed north of Deepwood Motte and directly broke through the Glover family's Deepwood Motte. The news that the Ironmen occupied Moat Cailin and Deepwood Motte reached Winterfell. After a brief rest, Stark's retainer, Sir Roderick Castle, led 1,000 northern soldiers north under the order of Lord Eddard to recapture Deepwood Motte. Lord Eddard gathered new troops in Winterfell, intending to recapture Moat Cailin himself. At the same time, ravens carrying Lord Eddard's handwritten letters flew out of Winterfell, their destinations being Riverrun in the Riverlands, Pike in the Iron Islands, and Bloody Gate in the Vale. Bloody Gate. Petyr Baelish stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Bloody Gate knight Brynden Tully, who had a heavy face, and said, "Sir Brynden, I'm sorry, this is an order from the Duke of the Eyrie." Sir Brynden said coldly. "Littlefinger, where is Kate?" Facing Sir Brynden's sharp gaze, Petyr said helplessly, "Uncle Brynden, Kate is fine, she and Lyssa are sisters." He hesitated and said, "It's just that." As he spoke, he sighed, which Sir Brynden could barely hear. Sir Brynden stared at Petyr, who was hesitant to speak, for a while, and said, "Petyr, I taught you when you were little that not everyone likes your word games." His big hand touched the hilt of the long sword at his waist, and then said, "I want to hear your truth. Please don't test my patience." Petyr smiled bitterly and said, "My Uncle Brynden, there is no need for me to lie to you." Chapter 225 Octopus Spider. Sir Brynden spoke each word with a firm emphasis. Petyr Baelish. The corner of Petyr's eye twitched slightly. He was not surprised by Sir Brynden's reaction at this moment. He just suddenly missed the royal council and the palace called the Red Keep. Petyr coughed lightly and said, "I'm sorry, I always mistakenly think I'm still the little boy in Riverrun in front of you." After hearing this, Sir Brynden's tense face relaxed a little. Petyr spread his hands and said, "Uncle Brynden, I didn't lie to you. Lady Catelyn is fine, but," he sighed and continued, "Lady Lyssa is not in good condition. Lady Catelyn is very worried about her sister." Sir Brynden frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "The last time we met, I saw that Lyssa was in good condition." Petyr's expression became solemn. He nodded and said, "When I first came to the Eyrie, I had a similar opinion as yours. I thought that with some time I would be able to heal Lady Lyssa's grief. Until," he shook his head slightly and sighed, "until Lady Catelyn arrived at the Eyrie. The sister who saw her sister seemed to have become a different person. Except for her sister, Lady Lyssa didn't trust anyone." He shrugged, "including me." After a pause, Petyr forced a smile and continued, "Sir Brynden, maybe, every woman is born to perform. I'm sure that what you and I saw was the strength that Lady Lyssa showed us." Sir Brynden murmured, "My little Lyssa." The atmosphere in the room was heavy. After a long silence, Sir Brynden spoke with a tired look. "Lyssa is afraid, right?" Brynden Tully told the answer he guessed, the reason why Lyssa asked him to leave the Bloody Gate in the name of the Duke of the Eyrie. Petyr spread his hands, his voice was a little tired. "Uncle Brynden, Kate's company has helped Lyssa recover a lot, but she still needs some time." Sir Brynden walked to the window and stood still, his deep eyes staring at the weathered grey stone-closed archbridge of the Bloody Gate fortress. Why is Lyssa so eager to expel her uncle? Thinking of this, Sir Brynden couldn't help but sigh secretly. With Ned's character, would he convict others without evidence? What's more, that person is his wife's sister. Since receiving the letter from the Wolf Runner, Brynden Tully has been convincing himself every day that there is, maybe, it is possible. How could the girl from the Tully family poison her husband? Sir Brynden took a deep breath. His little Lyssa was doubting that her uncle would open the gates of Bloody Gate Fortress to her enemies for the sake of justice. This only showed that Ned was not lying. This was the truth. Sir Brynden could no longer find a reason to continue deceiving himself. Family, responsibility, honor. Sir Brynden seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. "I understand." After saying that, Sir Brynden turned around and continued, "Petyr, I will follow the orders of the Duke of the Eyrie, resign my post as a Knight of the Bloody Gate and leave the Bloody Gate immediately." Petyr looked reluctant and nodded silently. Sir Brynden's tall figure walked in front of Petyr. Although his hair was grey, he was still strong. Petyr, Lyssa's trusted knight, referring to Lyssa's sworn knight, Chapter 178, is not reliable. Help Lyssa choose a reliable Bloody Gate knight. I will take good care of little Robert. This is my honor." Sir Brynden patted Petyr's not-so-strong shoulder with his big hand and said, "Little boy from Riverrun, take good care of your two sisters." Petyr's eyes flashed, He bowed slightly, and said solemnly, "My uncle, this is my responsibility." Brynden stared at Petir's gray-green eyes for a while. He patted Petir's shoulder again, then turned around and took a step. When he walked, his cloak swayed gently, and the black shroud on the cloak seemed to swim on the bottom of the red and blue stripes. The former Bloodygate Knight Brynden Tully left the Bloodygate fortress without looking back. He left the Bloodygate Knight's heavy armor at the Bloody Gate. He took away only his chainmail and leather armor, as well as a sword and a horse. More than a decade ago, when Sir Brynden accompanied his niece to the Vale, he was dressed in a similar outfit. Today, he was dressed like in the past when he left the Vale. Time has stolen Sir Brynden's brown hair, leaving only gray hair, but his waist is still straight. Family, responsibility, honor. Flutter flutter. Not long after Sir Brynden left, the Raven from Winterfell flew into the Bloody Gate fortress. The handwritten letter from Lord Eddard to Brynden Tully fell into Petir's hands. Petir stared at the burning brazier, and the words and patterns on the letter gradually disappeared in the flames. The handwritten letter from the wolf turned into black fragments and fell, and Petir slowly raised the corners of his lips. Petir remembered what Earl Green once said, "Sometimes good luck is also a person's strength." King's Landing Goo Lane. The sound of horse hooves hitting the cobblestones was crisp as Tyrion Lannister and Varys rode on their respective horses towards the Red Castle. There was a hint of complaint in Tyrion's voice. "Lord Varys, I haven't been sleeping well lately. Lying on the big bed in the Prime Minister's tower always makes me uneasy." Varys chuckled. "If I were you, I would be the same. I might not even dare to close my eyes, my Lord Prime Minister." Tyrion shrugged and said, "Compared to the roar of the lioness, I am more afraid of my sister's tenderness. She has smiled at me too much recently. If this continues, I will pee my pants in front of my sister sooner or later." He raised his head and sighed. "Old Master Seven Gods, please blast me." Varys smiled lightly, and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, perhaps, when you are in danger, I have a way to let you walk out of the Red Castle without anyone noticing." His eyes flickered, and he continued, "There's more than one branch of the Sataya women's house with secret doors." Tyrion's eyes moved, and he remembered the incident of Prime Minister Jon Arryn. At that time, Green found a mezzanine used for eavesdropping in the study of the Prime Minister, Chapter 43. He was surprised and said, "Secret door? The secret door of the Prime Minister's tower? Where is the door? In the bedroom? In the kitchen?" Varys smiled and said, "My friend, you won't have the heart to ask me to tell all my little secrets, right?" Tyrion laughed and said, "From now on, treat them as our little secrets, if you stand on my side, my friend." Varys' face showed some doubts. "Prime Minister Tyrion, you seem to doubt me." Tyrion grinned. "Lord Varys, I trust you as if you were my own flesh and blood." Varys looked at Tyrion and smiled without saying a word. Tyrion shrugged. "Well, tell me, how did Renly Baratheon die?" After a pause, Varys asked back, "My Lord Prime Minister, are you feeling a little uneasy?" Tyrion restrained his smile and said in a deep voice, "I am also Stannis' enemy. I don't want to die suddenly one day for no apparent reason." After a pause, he smiled again. "What if Stannis targeted my sister?" "Well, that would be bad too." Varys smiled and shook his head, and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, perhaps your worries are right." Tyrion's eyes narrowed slightly. "Lord Varys, tell me what information you have found." The sound of horse hooves clattered. After a long silence, Varys turned to look at Tyrion and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, do you believe in ancient powers?" "You mean magic?" Tyrion looked as if he had heard a joke. "Blood magic, curses, shape-shifting, things like that." With a snort, he continued, "Varys, are you implying that Renly died of magic?" Varys' voice was very calm. "Prime Minister Tyrion, have you ever been curious about how I was castrated?" Tyrion hesitated, nodded, and said, "I'm very curious." "Are you going to talk to me about this?" Varys paused, as if he was recalling something, and said, "Although I don't want to talk about this, I have to let you know now, because it is related to Renly's death." Tyrion gestured to Bran, who was following behind, and then the guards following behind them slowed down their horses and gradually distanced themselves from the two of them. Seeing this, Varys first nodded slightly to Tyrion, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "I am an orphan. I have been an apprentice in a touring troupe since I was a child. We sat on a small cargo ship and performed in various free trade cities. Sometimes we also went to Old Town, located in the southwest corner of the River Bay. It was built by the ancestors long before the invasion of the Andals. It is the largest and oldest city in Westeros. and King's Landing. One day, when we were performing in Mir, a strange man came. After the performance, he proposed to my troupe to buy me. The price he offered was too tempting, no one could refuse. I have heard about how men would enjoy little boys, and I was worried that the man had such plans, so I was very scared. Who knew that the only thing he wanted from my body was my body? He made me drink a dose of potion, and although I couldn't move or speak, I was fully aware of everything. Then he used a long scimitar to cut off my body, root and stem, while muttering to himself. I watched him put my body into the brazier and burn it. The flames turned blue, and I heard a voice responding to his call. Although I didn't understand the language, the scene of that night still lingers in my dreams. Prime Minister Tyrion, I didn't dream of the wizard, his knife, or even my body withering in the flames, but that voice, the voice in the flames. Was it a god? A demon? Or a magician's trick? Later, I learned about all the tricks, but no one knows the trick that I experienced personally. The only thing I can be sure of is, he used my body to summon it, and it responded. From that day on, I hated magic and all those who practice magic. Finally, Varys said in a deep voice, if Stannis is a magician, I want him dead. After Varys finished speaking, the two rode in silence for a while before Tyrion spoke up. Lord Varys, I'm sorry. Tyrion was referring to the fact that he often teased Varys about trivial things. Varys shook his head slightly and said, My Lord Prime Minister, there is no need to apologize for this. I drank the medicine and was in great pain at the time, but that happened a long time ago. I told myself thousands of times that the voice was just an illusion and a nightmare. Tyrion pulled the reins, adjusted the direction of the horse, and said, Varys, I'm sorry. Varys glanced at Tyrion and sighed. Prime Minister Tyrion, you are sorry, but it is obvious that you don't believe it. Tyrion grinned. I believe in swords, money, and human wisdom. After a pause, he continued, Varys, I also believe that there were dragons. After all, I have seen their skulls with my own eyes in the Red Castle. Varys smiled and said, Prime Minister Tyrion, I hope that is the worst thing you have ever seen in your life. Tyrion raised his eyebrows slightly. We agree on this. Tyrion, Varys and others continued to ride, and when they turned to another road, they soon discovered dozens of golden cloaks standing on both sides of the road. As they got closer, Tyrion took a quick look and said with a smile, it turns out to be masked gold cloaks. Are they going to arrest a murderer? Our King's Landing is really not peaceful. However, Green's idea is really good. Let the gold cloaks cover their faces with black cloth when arresting vicious criminals. It really works well. While Tyrion was talking, Varys was attracted by a gold cloak standing on the right side of the road. To be more precise, he noticed a pair of brown eyes staring at him. The two people's eyes met, and those eyes flashed with Varys' familiar smile. The two of them first nodded their chins slightly, and then looked away. As Tyrion finished speaking, Varys chuckled, evil people also have accomplices, and golden cloaks also have relatives. Although it is a small piece of black cloth, it can make them put aside many worries. Tyrion added, with less worries, one will naturally have more courage. Well, I have to admit that Green has a smart head second only to mine. Varys smiled meaningfully. Of course, the Prime Minister's wisdom is unparalleled. Tyrion laughed, and his smile was a little obscene. What a pity. Just like a tournament, most people only remember the name of the champion in the end. Varys coughed softly and reminded Prime Minister Tyrion, the second place in the last King's Landing tournament was Sir Jaime. Tyrion's complacent smile froze for a moment. He touched his golden nose and said, My tall brother made me lose a lot of gold dragons. After parting with Varys, Tyrion, who had just stepped into the Prime Minister's tower, received shocking news that his brother had become a prisoner of Stark. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.